people to do the good thing that they want to do. Now, we also look at electricity, because we know that power, energy is critical in this country. So we said, okay, why don't we also look at the private sector? So, and see how is this deregulation that has happened with all the electricity distribution company, how are they pairing? How are they doing? How are they ensuring that, consumers get the services that, not consumers, but customers, get what they deserve, what they paid for. How are we ensuring safety and the protection of the public in terms of the electricity system that we provide? So these are 3 elements. Now, then there are the 4 elements that have continued in 2.0. One of them is around the criminal justice system. So we thought, okay, how do we strengthen our administration criminal justice system so that it becomes a little bit more functional and better, so that we don't have this like 20 years of delay of cases that happened, so that we don't have a system whereby, the rich people will hire, 30, 40, sons, and then they'll come to a magistrate who have just graduated from university, and then they'll come and intimidate that person with all their wigs and other things. So how do we make our system much more fairer and better so that justice is served on time to people and other things?
On Wednesday, Nigerian citizens cry out on over high electricity tariff and the collapse of the national grid. Take a look.
Increment of tariff is a very serious issue. This business I'm managing here now. Formerly, a tariff of 10,000 naira will sustain me 2 weeks and above. But a tariff of 10,000 naira now doesn't take me up to 4 days. If you can see the fridge is now functioning, only 2 fridges functioning now, because I switch other ones off. Because immediately I on all the fridges, the tariff of 10,000 naira will not take me up to 2 days. It's affecting the business. The profit margin we are making in the business goes to the tariff.
It's affecting me badly because now that they've reduced everything to 4-point-something kilowatt per 1,000 naira, is really affecting me badly. Before, 5,000 naira will go a long way, like 2 weeks. But now, even 2 days, it will be shaking. So it's affecting me badly.
Me personally, it's very hard on me because I can't use most of my equipment at home, like especially my cooker. If I want to cook, like I had to wait till I was able to buy like charcoal because I can't use light anymore. I can't iron my dress, I can't iron my uniform, nothing at all. So like the increment is really hard. Mostly on me. I don't know about other, but me, yeah, it's very hard. And I believe I'm not just the only one. It's affecting everybody. Because if it's only me, I was okay, let me try someone else. But because it's affecting me, I believe that there are so many people too under the kind of my categories that is also affecting. So the increment is way too much. So if the government should please help us to bring down not just the tariff and everything happening in the society, is way bigger than us.
Let me start with the business. Okay, I can remember when we do like 5,000 and it will last for a month, almost a month. But now 5,000 naira is not going anywhere. Like most of the times you have to off some things. Like now our fan is currently off. The 2 iron, one is off and one is on because we are managing the meter. Even in my house is like I used to manage some things at home. I really don't on everything at the same time. It's either I'm making use of the fridge and my iron is not on. Maybe the iron is on, the light bulb is not on, and the rest of it. That's how I used to manage it. So the price is really not going to my budget. It's way too much.
The worst thing where government will do, add them money, putting another tariff on top of the one where they pay. That's what they do for fuel also, because this thing where they see now, as they don't add this one, they plan to add another one, and that another one where they add, they go see add another one. Now so they go add. the country go see collapse because people wey dey inside the country are not happy. Everybody dey vex. There won't be say people there for the country wey go dey pay the money, but now we wey dey inside dey suffer am. You know, poor masses. Now we be the poor masses wey they talk about. So now we dey suffer am. But anyway, no problem. We thank God for that.
It's really affecting because as I'm a fashion designer, and in terms of current, the current is not even good enough to carry my machines. And in terms of the machines we use, it's not able to carry. Sometimes we have to off some machines so that it can reach the other machine to use, and all those things. You know, based on the economy of the situation of Nigeria now, we have to work hard to gain more profit and income. So by the time the electricity is no more there, or it's not giving us what we want to gain the profit we want, it's going to affect us very, very well. So I will wish and appeal that we do something concerning the electricity.
On Thursday, the FCT resident decried Tinubu's position on PMS CNG's purchase. Take a look.
You know, at times we are not serious. He said the CNG, but you find there's a lot of critical conditions or a lot of rules that the government cannot take it, cannot get the target. So the truth of the picture is that let him draw back like how Jonathan did. I don't care about subsidy. I don't benefit subsidy. I don't know who benefits subsidy. But let the administration of Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu touch the life of the common man so that he can leave a good legacy. In the day of judgment, he will answer yes or no to the God. But if they continue with this administration, I don't think that they are going to paradise.
Like everything in Nigeria, at first, maybe when we started using, before we started with kerosene, they say we should go to gas. Gas is way cheaper, but we could all see what is happening now with the cooking gas. The same thing. The same thing I'm feeling will happen to the CNG. Yes, you understand. Maybe 1 year, 2 years, we'll be buying very, very cheap. Then along the line, everything skyrockets, just as everything in Nigeria does. So, and if you check the amount it takes for you to convert your car from petrol to CNG, to me, I don't think it's what it is. Because Nigeria factor definitely happen to it. It's 1 general for now. What will happen? Can they sustain it for a very long time? They're not certain about that. I don't see any need for it. They just trying to push us to the CNG. Then from there, they hit us again. Before this CNG because how can you be buying a fuel of 1,000 1,200 for a liter? You understand? One thousand two hundred per liter. Then even like we now that that is doing this work.
to buy fuel of 1,002. I think it's for you to even make your money. If you buy fuel of 10,000 naira, before you make that money from passengers, you pay by the grace of God. You understand? So that is it. And as you are driving, some other things are happening to your car. Just imagine like a tire now. You understand? You have some things that you have to go to motor parts and buy. So that is the problem. And everything are increasing every day. So if they can convert, if they can make it available, that's CNG from 200, 150, 100,000. I think it's very
A lot. And people have been crying every day. I think our president will listen and do something. This country would have been better by now. But our president does not want to listen to us. He just wants to do what is in his mind to do. We don't have anything to do. We leave everything in the hands of God. God will sustain the poor. And God has been there for us, and He will continue to be there for us.
I'm begging the federal government, the president, to come to the aid of the Nigerians. If he has any way, there is fee that is, I wish, that is better, please let them try and implement it because people are suffering. Once the fuel price goes high, many of the commodities will also influence. We are highly in inflation time now. Just like if there is a place, there is a war. That is what, see if there is a war. So war causes this kind of inflation. But there is no war. So each should try possible to bring down the cost of things down. And this fuel thing is one of the things we produce by ourselves. So, and I think we should work with Dangote and other things so that the price can be better.
On Friday, we spoke about cabinet reshuffle and President Bola Tinubu's position on it. Take a look.
I do not think the timing is right because it's just like they say that Rome was not built in a day. You've given someone a mandate, a responsibility. I think the person should also be given the proper infrastructures, the enabling ground for that project to strive. You know, it's just like when you have a newborn baby. The baby doesn't just start running in a day. You know, there are stages. You have to crawl, you have to, you know, sit, crawl before you start walking. So I think it's actually quite too early to start appraising, you know, some of this ministry by the way it turned out. That's what I think. I think it's not the right time. I think the timing is not right for me. Although some people think that the timing is right because they believe that they should have done more. They expected to have seen more, you know, in terms of the changes, the transformation, the innovation, and the economic impact that these people that were brought into these ministries are supposed to have created. So some people feel they don't see that. But when you see someone who has a passion, you see the person building. You don't just stop a building halfway and then, for me, I don't think the timing is right for the tourism especially for the tourism industry, which is the part that I am more interested in. Of course, there are the elements that we can actually use is some of these elements that we are fighting for: culture, tourism, education. These are the angles, these are the aspects that we can actually use to build unity in diversity. By the time you educate people about unity, let them know the integrities of unity, the reasons why we have to live together as one, the reason why we have to be united, with the profits that being united can bring to us as a country, then people will have a mindset, you know, the right mindset now, and then there will be that attitudinal change, you know, in character that will make people understand that the next person is my brother. I have to share. I have to belong in the same social group. I don't have to discriminate. So when those things start happening, then we'll start getting it right. Another thing is tourism. That's one way of promoting unity. By the time you start moving people from one place to the other, you start exposing them to how other cultures are played. They get to learn about these people, get to learn about their culture. They'll be able to accept these people the way they are. Do you understand? Then that fight of no, it shouldn't be this way will not be there. You understand the person, and then you can, you know, work together in the same space, knowing that each person is unique in their own way. Not just because you want to tolerate them. No, you're not tolerating. You have to live in harmony together as one. So that's tourism. Then using cultural exchange, having all these festivals and things that make us go out to different communities to see what the community have to offer. Those are the things: cultural festivals, events and seminars, and symposiums and all that. These are the things that we use to build unity and diversity, especially the cultural festival, where you have different people coming in to display their different culture. You see the richness, you see the uniqueness, you get to understand them better. I think what we lack in this country is the understanding. When you understand people better, then you'll be able to, you know how to approach them, you know how to talk to them, you know how to be with them, you know how to live with them. So that's actually what we need in Nigeria.
On Saturday, Achari Okam spoke about women in business. Take a look.
I got to realize that modeling was seen as, first of all, high-class prostitution, and it wasn't something that I wanted to be associated with, because once I introduced myself as a model to someone I was having a real conversation with, this human, after really having great conversation, and I was like, yeah, I'm a model, and he just put his hand right on my lap. It was, wow. I'm like, what gives you that audacity to do that? And being in that space, I felt, okay, there's a need to change people's orientation about models. That was one of the drive. And then when
All right, we're glad to have you back. This is the new day on Signature Morning or on Signature TV, and we'll be, moving ahead to another discussion. We'll be talking about the pediatric health in Nigeria. And joining us this morning is Dr. Obinna Chukwebuka Nduagobam. I hope I get that right. The senior lecturer and consultant pediatrician. Good morning and welcome, doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning,
viewers.
All right, so we're talking about pediatric health in Nigeria. How would you assess the current state of pediatrics in Nigeria now?
Well, that's for me, that's a very big question. The assessment will go in different directions. Depends on what the eye of the viewer. I wouldn't say we're doing badly with what we have at our disposal, because the scope of what a nation can do in terms of child health is dependent on what they have at their disposal. In terms of manpower, of course, a lot of our people are moving out, a lot of demand for our skills outside. And that means in terms of manpower development, in terms of numbers, we're not doing badly. But in terms of skills, rather, we're not doing badly. But in terms of the numbers of available skilled manpower, we're quite deficient. Okay, because of a lot of our skilled manpower is being pilfered. People are going out, so-called Japa syndrome. Okay, then coming down to available resources, equipment, okay, we're not also doing well in that angle. The world has moved way beyond where we are in terms of specialized aspects of pediatrics. Okay, we have our people that acquire the skills within and outside, and they don't have an enabling environment to actually put the skills to use. And so a good number of children that we should be able to save in our country, Nigeria, we're still battling with having to save them. Our intensive care for pediatrics still a very premature stage. Okay, you can count number of hospitals that offer intensive care for pediatrics, for example. Also, our emergency pediatrics, yes, we're developing, but there are a lot of things that we don't have yet. And there are a lot of children that we should be able to save that we don't save. Then on the angle of preventive health, again, that is a lot of factors are in interplay. Okay, when you don't have adequate housing, you don't have good roads, you don't have electricity, you don't have potable water, all these things culminate into, poor preventive practices. And so we still have vaccine preventable diseases, we still have diseases that, we should be able to prevent in our country, still at the top list of the diseases that we have that kill our children in Nigeria. And these are unfortunate situations.
Amazingly, you've been able to cover the challenges and even some of the issues you are facing in this department. But I'd like to ask, you said it's that there are a lot of diseases affecting children. What is the most commonest that affects kids?
Well, commonly, even just like people tend to underrate, one of the commonest remains the malaria, the age-long malaria, which kills close to 500,000 children annually, globally.
Between the age of?
0 to 5.
Wow.
And then Nigeria contributes a huge percentage of these numbers. We contribute close to 30% of this figure.
How so?
And that is worrisome. Okay, and so you talk about other diseases, cholera, pneumonia, okay, diarrhea diseases, okay, and then of course HIV, tuberculosis. These are common diseases that kill our children. And a good number of times, preventive measures are there that can reduce their numbers, okay, and then there are treatment modalities that are available and should be affordable so that we can reduce the death rates.
You said 30% are from?
More than 30% of the deaths recorded from malaria are attributed
to Nigeria.
To Nigeria, yes.
So what role, you talked about vaccination before, what role do you think vaccination play in improving health, and how effective are Nigeria's immunization programs, in terms of playing that role right now?
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very good one. Well, vaccines. In fact, vaccines are one of the foremost and the most impactful, development that has happened in the world of health. Okay, since the advent of vaccines in the world has been able to reduce death, morbidity, and mortality from vaccine-related diseases. You can go back years back when it was the era of smallpox, okay, and then all the other vaccine-preventable diseases that vaccines have helped us to significantly, drastically reduce their numbers in terms of the numbers that come down with them, and then the morbidity and mortality that occur, even for those that eventually come down with them. So vaccine is the single most important intervention that has happened in health worldwide. And so when we come down to vaccines generally, the Nigerian schedule, which is the National Program on Immunization, yes, a lot has happened, okay, a lot of vaccines are there, but there are also a lot of criticisms that have come up. Okay, one is the need for booster doses, because we've realized that some children will have the available doses within the schedule, the National Program Immunization schedule, and they still come down with the disease. Okay, that was what led to the second dose of measles. Usually first dose of measles is at 9 months.
Yes.
So second dose was introduced in 2018 between 15 to 23 months. And that was because they realized that there's a good number of children, even after having received the first dose of measles at 9 months, they still come down with measles. Even though it may be milder, but they still come down with measles later on. And so the program introduced the second dose, okay, so that they can improve the herd immunity to at least 85%. So we actually need booster doses of some other vaccines, okay, that can help us to increase the level of protection that our Nigerian schedule provides.
Could you mention those vaccines? Really?
Okay, so now we're talking about the Penta, okay, the Penta has 5 vaccines in it, okay. Now, those illnesses that those vaccines are supposed to protect, okay, you still find children that may come down with them because the number of doses we have within our schedule still give room for some children to come down with it, okay. So, but we have more booster doses. For each booster dose you give, you increase the percentage protection that a vaccine gives. Also, associations like Pediatric Association of Nigeria, PAN, had actually some years back came up with what they propose should be a schedule. And that schedule they expect will incorporate more booster doses of most of these vaccines and will stretch up to much later on in life, 15 years or more, so that we're able to take proper protection of these children up to later, childhood. Okay. Now we realize that a good number of children, rather what we have in our MPI, before the second dose of measles was introduced, there was virtually nothing we give outside the first year of life. If a child receives the 9 months vaccine and goes home, nothing else. And we know what happens when they come to receive their vaccines, what we call the well child clinic, where they receive their vaccines. The nurse or the health worker there will also check their weight, check their height, ask more questions about the child, identify issues on that child, and if where necessary, make appropriate referral to a specialist who can now treat that child. But a situation where we don't have more of such exposures, opportunities for that child to come, receive booster doses, which will offer high percentage protection, and also offer the health work opportunity to identify issues on that child as the child grows. Then it robs us of that opportunity to identify health issues early, health issues that the mother may consider little or may not even know the importance. So at that point, such children are missed. It's only when they now come down with full-blown illness or they are at the point of death that the mother may realize, oh, there's a problem. At that point, things that could have been caught earlier are lost. Okay, so with what PAN is proposing, if it's implemented, okay, we'll have better protection, we'll have better, we'll derive better benefits or higher benefits from our program. But you see the challenge is, we're still dependent on donors for our vaccines. Okay, some other countries have moved, they actually support their vaccines, okay? Some even try to have facilities that can produce some of these vaccines within, okay, and some medications within their countries, but it's not the same here. So we're dependent heavily on donors, and some vaccines, okay, that some other countries have adjusted, we're still saying, oh, we're receiving donor funds and we're still managing, and it shouldn't really be. I don't think our country is that poor. Okay, and when a group of specialists like PAN, has proposed something from their wealth of knowledge and all that, it should actually be given some priority. It should be looked at and considered. So yes, a lot of vaccines have come in, okay, like what we have for rotavirus came in, second dose of measles has come in. Okay, there's a lot of talk about HPV, human papilloma virus vaccine, okay, which we know 9 to 14 years majorly, okay. But I know that we can do a lot better than where we are.
Okay, so I want to take you back to, we'll still come back to vaccine, but I want to take you back to the challenges. You've mentioned a lot of challenges, and you've, of course, I want to believe that you reached out to the federal government for help, the Ministry of Health and all of that. But how has the government responded to these emergencies?
Well, government, just like in every other sector in our country, the response, you can look at it from different angles, because one is, it's not what is said, it's not by statements, it's about action. So when you look at our budget for health as a country, and you compare that with what it should be, you realize that we are far below where it should be. We're still talking about single-digit percentage for health budget. And that tells us where we place health as a nation. Okay, and then when we look at our health insurance coverage, that's another area where we encourage, even if federal government hasn't been very, hasn't come out fully the way they should, states should take it up. I remember some years back, we, under PEPFAR, under what do they call it? The program we had in ENUGU, Part 2. Okay. Part 2 came up with PPP arrangements. Okay. And for vaccines, they had a lot of views, as well as other areas of health. They had views about what could be considered so that health can be made available to people. People can access health. Okay, but some of these things come up, good ideas, but they don't see the light of the day. Okay, so when it comes to what is budgeted for health, okay, health coverage, universal health coverage, we talked about community-based health insurance. Okay, we also have state health insurance scheme. How effective is it? What is the percentage coverage? Can an ordinary businessman in the market access healthcare in our health institutions in the state using health insurance? So if we made it mandatory on the health insurance document, it is compulsory. Now the next thing is implementation. Okay, every single individual in the state or in the country above 18 years should be contributors to the health insurance in one way or the other. Okay, and every child, every person in the country or in the state should be able to access health insurance. And you know the benefit of health insurance. It borders on pooled funds, where there is a pooled fund to support those that can, even you that is contributing and you are so big, you want to go abroad, there are certain things that can happen to you that may not even give you opportunity to buy that ticket and travel abroad. There are things that can, within 24, 48 hours. Malaria, for example, can kill a child within 24 hours. So why wouldn't you have an effective health insurance coverage that offers the benefits to all and sundry? It can contribute, dependent on what you generate. Even a vegetable seller in the market can contribute to the health insurance package. It could be 20 naira, it could be 15 naira. But what you know is that there are basic illnesses that should be covered. And when we have that pool of fund and it is big enough, we can actually expand the range of what we have currently. Currently, we have some illnesses that may still look quite basic, but it's not covered by the health insurance. You have to pay out of pocket. Okay, and then instances where you go to and you can't even have any meaningful drug. They'll be giving you drugs that are the very cheap ones that they are even not so certain. And they will tell you that's what the coverage can, that's what the health insurance can cover.
Yeah.
So in other places where it's working well, you can do major surgeries with your health insurance cover. You can access any drug you want with your health insurance cover. And that is what we should be aiming towards. So everybody, having made it mandatory on paper, it should actually be compulsory in real action.
So how are pediatricians in Nigeria, dealing with the high rate of infectious disease? Because yesterday, from one of our newspapers, we got that there's an increase in the kwashiorkor in children right now. But these are the things that we rarely see, we rarely hear about. But right now, it's been in the increase. And you can attribute it to malnutrition, you can attribute it back and trace it back to high rates of or cost of living in Nigeria. So how are the pediatricians dealing with these high rates of infections, different infections among children?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I must tell you that I work in Children Emergency Room in Park Lane. I'm the unit head before I became the head of department. And I realized that, in fact, since middle of last year or thereabout, there has been an upsurge in the number of malnourished children we see in Children Emergency Room. In fact, in Children Emergency Room, let me not start putting, let me use what we see on ground, not just what is on paper, statistics here and there. We realize that close to half of every patient that comes into Children Emergency Room have one form of malnutrition or the other. Be it moderate acute malnutrition or severe acute malnutrition or chronic malnutrition or what we call hidden hunger, micronutrient deficiencies. And we know that this malnutrition, what do they cause? They make a child more susceptible to diseases. And when a child is malnourished and has an additional illness, the likelihood of a bad outcome from that illness is increased several folds by the presence of malnutrition in that child. And so when you have a child that is malnourished and that child comes in ill, there are several factors. You also look at the nutritional status of the parents, look at their socioeconomic background, okay? What job are they doing? What is their economic indices around them? What is the educational background? Okay, these are the things that perpetuate poverty. And then harsh economic and political conditions will have within and outside the country, particularly within the country. And so malnutrition is a very big problem that has changed the landscape, the outcome of our patients in different aspects, both those in the emergency room, those in the wards, and what have you. Now, the Association of Nigeria, PAN, has an advisory role. Okay, as an association, just like every other association that advocates for the rights of children, okay, they advocate and they try to interact, they try to come in with views, they come up with their statistics, their data, and they try to advocate for the rights of children. But one thing is to advocate. Another thing is that your advocacy may not see the light of the day. It may not bring about a change. But you don't stop advocating, and that's what PAN does largely. So PAN there is a pool of specialists handling child health, children, and they come up with suggestions, they come up with advocacies, they come up with advisories to government. But whether they utilize that or not is something that we all can answer. In most cases, they are not really utilized, and that is where the issue is. Okay, so we now look at what do we do? A good number of pediatricians go to hospital with money in their pocket and they go home empty. I can tell you that as a pediatrician, children emergency where I work. If you go to certain hospital with money in your pocket, you know the kind of person you are, how hard your heart is. That you go with money and go back with that money or part of it. And you got to a level where people now go, pediatricians now go seeking for help from NGOs, individuals, philanthropists, so to see how they can raise money to support those. A patient will come to the hospital without a kobo. You cannot buy a card for you to even write. When you finish writing, after you've bought card for the person cannot provide the basics. So that's how bad it is. Now you look at what the child is eating, you realize that that is not compatible with life. As we may look at it, it may sound funny, but we heard about this. We had the story of a woman that gave her children poultry feed. Yes. Probably that may be someone that works in a poultry, because even poultry feed is not cheap. That may be a woman that works in a poultry and, of course, took some and went home and fed the children with it. That tells you how bad it is. So malnutrition has increased. The figures we had in our country, in our state, as at 2017-18, is different from what we have now. It's approaching close to 40. We'll talk about 21% some 3-4 years ago, but it's far beyond that as we speak. And that is how bad it is.
Okay, so let's talk about vaccine now. Just a few weeks ago, we heard that we've been given from World Health Organization, about 800,000 plus vaccine for malaria for 0 to 5. And you said that's the most, that's the age range for which the mortality rate is high for malaria deaths. Now, I want to get your perspective on that first before I move on with my question. Okay,
yes, that's a very good one. 846,000 units, and then additional 154,000 should have come in yesterday, according to the Ministry of Health. I need to confirm if you are right. So we're expecting a 1 million vials or units. Okay, so the malaria vaccine has been something that has been, the struggle to get a malaria vaccine has been on for over 30 years. Okay, and part of the reason why there was a challenge in coming up to a vaccine is because of the multi-stage nature of the parasite. So it was difficult for you to pin it down easily. Okay, but we now have two different vaccines, what we call the RTS-S and then the R21. Okay, the RTS-S is commonly known as the Mosquirix. Okay, and all these target the sporozoites. The sporozoites are a particular stage of the parasite, which is one of the initial infective stages.
That organization,
so as they come out to begin to cause their processes, they are destroyed by what the vaccine has done. So the vaccine, when it's given, what does it do? It stimulates the body to produce immune cells against those sporozoites. Okay, so when the mosquito bites the person and introduces the parasites, as they go through their stages and then come out in the bloodstream to start the clinical signs and symptoms, the antibodies that are produced by the body in response to that vaccine that was given will now clear those spherozoites. So it's a welcome development. Countries like Kenya and Malawi, they started theirs earlier, I think last year or so, and they had very wonderful outcome from it. They had up to 75% decline in cases of severe malaria. They had over 30%, 13 to 30% decrease in the percentage of overall mortality in children less than 5 years in these countries. So Nigeria's case will not be different. Nigeria, based on our population, which is actually supposed to be a blessing, is also now showing in our figures in most of these illnesses. So with your population, and we have a high population of young people, including the under fives. So anything going wrong in any of these populations will reflect in high numbers. That is what Nigeria has always suffered. And that is why we always should benefit maximally from interventions that are there. So the malaria vaccine is a very welcome development. It's a very good thing. In fact, I've not heard of any complications or any negative outcomes from malaria vaccine. And children that have had that, countries that have introduced that, have done very well. What we should now be talking about is that the KB and Bayelsa they are talking about, they're introducing it to, of course, we know they looked at their high prevalence and all that, and say let them start. And then they looked at their pool, their population, target population, it was close to that 1 million. So they said, okay, let's use that and see what the effect it will have on those two states. So with about 18 million to 20 million vaccines currently, and the way things are going, the world should be looking at about 80 to 100 million vaccines in the next couple of years, between now and 2030. Okay, because the vaccine will actually do a lot in the malarial struggle. But the vaccine alone, the vaccine is not alone in the struggle. Other things have to come in.
Yeah. So when you say other things, what other things?
So other things will be, one, our old and reliable net use. Nets.
Okay, that's the mosquito net.
Yes,
okay.
Long-lasting insecticide-treated nets. It must come and it must be available, and people must be encouraged to use it. And part of the problems we have with that is that you see parents that don't like to use nets. And when you don't use net as a parent, you don't encourage your children to use their nets.
But how about that argument that people say it causes rashes and itches on their body?
Well, the net will not cause rash. For those that have allergies, if you have allergy to the insecticide impregnated in the net, yes, you can have can react to it, the skin rash, you can have cough, catarrh,
readiness
and
of
all
eyes,
that,
yes.
allergic symptoms. Now, what I would suggest for those that have allergy, one is that if you air the net, okay, not outside, not in the sun, or within,
Oh, so the proper way is not in the sun?
Yes, no, it's not supposed to be the sun. You're supposed to air it, but not under the sun. Okay. When you air it, and then you start using that, it reduces that likelihood of having those allergies. Secondly, but if you still have allergies to them, then it's better you use plain nets, not the one with insecticide treated, because if you don't use nets at all, you're fully giving mosquitoes, full access to yourself. Okay, so other things, of course, will be our indoor spraying, residual indoor spraying. Okay, vector controls generally. That's an area, because it's a very expensive thing. Vector control is an area we're not doing well as a country. Okay, we're still relying more on anti-malarial, providing artesunates for severe malaria, sharing mosquito nets, and so on and so forth. But even that mosquito net use, we need to create more awareness on it. We need to make it more available. A couple of instances, people have these nets, but they don't distribute them well enough, or it goes into the wrong hands, right down to the grassroots, people that need them. Okay, so actually checking the spread or the distribution of these facilities is also very important. Availing hospitals, PHCs, general hospitals, teaching hospitals with available medicines. Almost all the states have distributed anti-malarials, injectables, and so on, and orals. They should get those anti-malarial available.
Just in 1 minute because of time before we'll let you go. As a consultant pediatrician, what measures do you think should be in place to reduce infant mortality rates in Nigeria?
Well, this is another topic altogether. But
just a few.
We'll try to scratch it as much as possible. Prevention, they say, remains the most important thing. Because we are not so advanced, even in the advanced world where they have all the facilities for intensive care and all that, prevention still remains the bedrock. Okay, so when you talk about those preventive measures, you realize that it's multi-sectorial. Okay, when a pregnant woman cannot access good roads, pregnant woman goes to a PHC or general hospital and there's nobody there, it's closed. When there's no drinking water, potable water, don't have electricity to even preserve medications and vaccines, there are a lot of issues. So it's a multi-sectorial issue. Now look at, now maybe narrow it down to the health sector. Okay, we looked at the PHCs and we see that their functionality is in question. They lack manpower, they lack basic equipment and tools, they lack access. Sometimes you go to a PHC, they tell you that the chew there delivered, and so the hospital is closed. So people have to travel from a village to a teaching hospital to access healthcare. So we must look at how to have health workers that can run contiguous health facilities. If you have 3 PHCs that are in close proximity, you can situate a building for a doctor, equip a building, even if it's a bungalow, equip it, provide light there, let him be able to live there with his family, willing persons, pay him as per state level. Let him be able to run those contiguous primary healthcare facilities. He will train the manpower there because they will learn from him. He will be available to take deliveries. Okay, and mortality, because these deaths you are talking about, they are not mainly in our towns. They are largely in our rural environments. The newborns, the same thing. So when we look at deliveries, we look at how deliveries are conducted. The skills are not there. So we need to bring skilled manpower closer to the rural environment. And that is one key thing that we need to do. It's not just to equip the facility and let it be devoid of skills. It must be accessible. The facilities must be there. The manpower that can drive those facilities have to be there. The confidence of the people on those facilities have to be re-established. Because of what happens at those levels, people don't go there. So every single malaria, respiratory tract infection, cough and catarrh, they will go to teaching hospital. And then that is now distorting the health pyramid, which should be bottom heavy and top light. But we now have an opposite. You have everybody going to teaching hospital to go and access treatment for malaria because the primary healthcare facilities are not functional.
Thank you so much.
So it's a very big topic which I think we may consider.
Of course. We will have a segment entirely for health that would handle this. So thank you very much for coming in, Dr. Obin, a senior lecturer and consultant pediatrician. Thank you very much for this insight.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can find this interview on our social media platform. You can find it on our website at www.signaturetv.org and on our YouTube channel. Of course, you can find the excerpts as well on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and TikTok as well. We'll see you after this. We'll have another conversation lined up for you. You want to stay tuned for what's coming next.
Since 1960, when we got independence, under the leadership of Zik and Awolowo, Sardauna Sokoto, Tafawa Balewa, things were in order. I was a very young person that time. Independence was something that we celebrated in a very big way during that time. After some years, we went to the military regime. Are you getting the point?
from there things begin to wobble from one year to another, the rest of it all. Since then, I don't think there's any improvement. Yes, there's no improvement. Yeah, we enjoy, at least after 10 years of independence, or if not 20 years. Since then, nothing has changed. Nothing. We have not even, in fact, we are not be able to get, say we are now Nigerians that got independence, 1st of October 1960. Nothing to show for it. Nothing practically to show for it. Hunger, poverty, sickness. Hospitals, no drugs. Talk about electricity, that one is 0/100. Are you getting the point? Potable water to drink is out of the game. Look at the oil subsidy that they removed. See where he plunged Nigerians into. No food, nothing. You hold 10,000 naira, you only buy have penta or gari. Where are we? We say that we are the giant of Africa. Where is the giant of Africa? Where we don't have anything to show for it. Our economy in shambles. It's finished. It's dried.
For me, I'm not feeling anything for the celebration because Nigeria is really, really messed up as it stands now. There is nothing good in Nigeria, especially in the leadership system. Everything is falling. Look at the fuel price and the commodities in the market is very expensive. Celebrating, what's there to celebrate Nigeria independence when the poor masses can barely afford or to meet up their end living? So for me, the 64th independence Nigeria is celebrating is nothing to write home about. I'm not feeling excited because the country is already messed up already.
Nobody is enjoying the country anymore. The politicians, they are not after the poor masses. They are just enjoying doing their thing, only them alone. Even us boys now, we don't have work, no work in the streets. How will you? I don't have much to tell you about Nigeria anymore because I'm tired of Nigeria to be a Nigerian self.
We have a lot of issues about the economy in the country, and I don't see it befitting, to celebrate Independence Day. Because they're talking about the light issue. I think that they promised to exist at 24 hours light, but definitely we are not seeing it at all. Okay, like in my area right now, we don't have light. So we kind of we plead, so that they will kind of treat the masses well, and we should have good government in this country. Because apart, like what I've seen in the past years until now, we have been.
Welcome back. We have another interesting conversation. I mean, let's talk about language, culture, art, and development. How is this, evolved over the years? A lot of people have questions and concerns saying that probably because of Nigeria, we're too much, the culture is too much, the languages are too much. That's why we're having a lot of issues and all of that. But no, we want to look at it in a different perspective today. We want to get from an expert who's going to be discussing this conversation, language, culture, art, and development, how it is an advantage to us than a disadvantage. We have in the studio with us Professor Uchenna Pamela Vasa. I hope I'm pronouncing it well.
You are.
Okay. She's a professor of Spanish and Afro-Hispanic Studies. So it's amazing to have you here with us in the studio this morning.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I must confess, you look fantabulous.
Oh, well,
I'm just going to put it out there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, that makes me feel very good.
You're welcome. So language, culture, art, and development. Tell us about it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me. So just wanted to say that I'm adding one extra language to the list.
That's amazing.
Because we're looking at an international language. We're looking at Spanish. And so we happen to be an outfit that have decided to add one more language to the Nigerian scene. For what reason? For several reasons, actually. Spanish is spoken by almost 500 million people worldwide. And so I think that if we wanted to be competitive in the global market, I think it makes sense for us to learn Spanish. Okay. Second objective is the fact that in the Caribbean and Latin America, you have millions of African descended people who speak Spanish. And part of our program is to make sure that Nigeria gets to know who these people are. So two main objectives. One, bring an awareness of Spanish cultures, and the second objective, bring awareness of the Spanish-speaking African diaspora.
Amazing. So, can you speak a little bit of Spanish to me?
Claro que sí. Bueno, buenos días a todos ustedes.
Okay.
Oh my God. That was really good.
We want you to interpret what you
Okay,
just
I just said good morning to every one of you.
That was really
wow.
amazing. I must confess.
Amazing.
So, okay, we've had this issue, we've had this school of thought from some set of people saying that because Nigeria is a big country, has a lot of language in it, a lot of culture and all of that, is the reason why this diversified. What's your take on this and what's your perspective on this?
If handled properly, there's nothing wrong with diversity. I think it's a good thing. But if it's not handled properly, diversity can be a source of dissension, source of problems and acrimony and things like that. So diversity is a good thing. The more the language, the more the merrier. Language means culture, or has some kind of there's a link between language and culture is also very important. But once you begin to look at other languages as something less than, or if you begin to look at other cultures as something less than, then that creates a problem. But going back to Spanish, what we're actually looking at is the fact that all those African descended peoples in the Caribbean and Latin America came from what used to be known as the Bight of Biafra and the Bight of Benin. So they have a lot of Nigerian background, and you know that there's a lot of Ancestry.com going on, people trying to figure out where they come from, and many of them are finding their roots in places in Nigeria. Someone actually came back and realized that, which was quite interesting, that her forefathers came from Borno State. You know, that would not be an area one thinks about, but clearly that's what the Ancestry.com says. So for those people who have made those connections, they're excited to come to a vibrant country like Nigeria. The vibrancy of Nigeria is the fact that it's got multiple cultures and multiple languages. And if they end up in Borno or in Lagos or in ENUGU, it's value added. It's nothing taken away, because they understand that Nigeria from the outside world is a vibrant place because of the multiplicity of languages and cultures.
So let's look at language, culture, and art. You know, right now people say culture is dynamic, but I'm looking at the development. As we evolve through the years, are we seeing positivity in terms of development, or people are, you know, beginning to turn back at their culture, at their language, and the way they do things in terms of art and all of that? Or do you think the development is actually improving in that art?
Well, if I kind of understand what you're asking me, so I think that so coming to Nigeria for this project, you know, that we're doing here, I see something quite remarkable, which is the fact that there is an embracing of the Igbo culture. And sometimes people would say to me, so what, I speak English a lot, so where do you fall within the framework? So the fact that people are recognizing the greatness of the heritage of the Igbo people, I think it's a good thing. So it's a backward look for a forward development. So you get to know who you are, embrace who you are to be able to move forward. If you don't do that, then you're kind of caught in this circle of, so what am I? And sometimes, and many times, we've asked ourselves the questions, who am I? What am I? But coming to Nigeria and seeing the fact that people are saying, Ndibo, my heritage, my language, I think that that's a very good step in the right direction.
Right now, religion is kind of playing a very great role in terms of, changing the cultural understanding in Nigeria right now. Do you think that, people, they call us Gen Z, well, we're beginning to see some of these cultural activities and practices as kind of obsolete. We don't need them anymore. We need to evolve. We need to move ahead. We need to find development elsewhere. What is your take on that?
Well, I'm not Gen Z, so, but I think that, and culture is not static. Whatever you think of culture, it evolves. It's always evolving. I'm sure that, my grandmother in the village would probably look at things differently, and she might be saying this is horrible and things like that. But nevertheless, that's the way it is. So the Gen Z generation is entitled to developing the culture within the framework, as long as you're not tossing out, because everything has roots. So what do you become? So say, for example, you decide that you're going to take the what we call the African fabric and make pants, trousers out of them, or whatever. You're recognizing the root, but you're turning it into something that belongs to you. And that's okay. But you did say something about religion, and I think that one of the things I've noticed with religion in Nigeria is the fact that we seem to not know that tradition and religion can exist side by side. You don't have to throw one away for the other. Because if you throw the tradition away, then you're saying, I know me, but I don't like me.
Okay.
And that's not a good thing. So you embrace religion because religion has good things to offer, but your tradition, and the beauty of what we're doing at Slang Global is the fact that those people who were, well, you can say unfortunate in the sense that their forefathers were captured and enslaved and taken to this place where they had to create a new way of living for themselves. But in their own kind of sort of way they've kept. And some of them may not even understand what they've kept behind. So I go to a place like Cuba and they're doing libations. And if you say to them, so why are you doing this? They'll say, pues que no sé, meaning I don't know. Es para mis antepasados. It's for my forefathers. So, but libation is not Western per se. It's something that comes from here. So they've taken it, But the point that I'm trying to make with these people is the fact that for them to feel well in their new spaces, they have to anchor themselves in an African origination. It is very important. If you do not know where you come from, how do you know where you're going?
Let's talk about your organization. Recently, you organized a lecture titled Traveling as Vital Element for Arts Development, yes?
Okay, that wasn't me. I mean, I went, so I can't steal that.
Okay.
So that wasn't me. Recently, what we did recently was actually celebrate the what we call the Hispanic heritage.
Hispanic heritage.
But yeah, go ahead and ask your question. That wasn't mine anyway.
So what has the organization done to enhance cultural relationship between Nigeria and Spain?
Okay, so also let me say that the organization, which we kind of affectionately call Slang Global, is here to promote Spanish. But then you mentioned Spain.
Yes.
Spain is the origin of the Spanish language. That, if you remember the history of the world, that in 1992, a certain gentleman called Cristobal Colon, or in English we call him Christopher Columbus, set sail looking for new routes to India, but he kind of got lost and ended up in a place that today is known as the Americas. So because of the fact that the exploration of that part of the world came from Spain, guess what? They transported their language. So you find that 20 countries in the world speak Spanish. And so when we talk about the Spanish language, yes, we say Spain. Spain is the mother country, if you will. but there are other countries that we're interested in. Countries like Colombia, Panama, Cuba, Venezuela, Argentina, all these countries where Spanish. So what programs that we do at Slang Global is that we do like a book club. We have people reading works by writers from these areas, regions of the world. We do poetry reading, we show films from these regions of the world, and then have people kind of watch the films. And then one of the things I'm also trying to get people to understand is that when I say the African diaspora, I'm actually, if you go to Cuba or Panama, you're going to see people like you. So it is so, we're so connected, but we're so disconnected. So the films that we watch or the books that we read are for people in Nigeria to recognize the fact that indeed this history that happened almost 400 years ago, which was the transatlantic, actually no, it started 400 years ago, it ended in the 19th century, has a lot to do with where we are, how we move forward, and so on and so forth.
You were live at the Life in My City yesterday.
I was.
Yes. So how was it? I want to hear your experience.
It was actually very, very, I mean, again, for anyone who isn't in Nigeria, I would like to say to them, think about Nigeria differently. Because many times we have negative thoughts about Nigeria, and we send those out, and that's what we perpetuate outside. Life in My City is a wonderful expression of what is good about Nigeria, and I'm sweating, so
sorry about that.
Yeah, so to make it so it's a wonderful thing about it was an expression of what is good about Nigeria. So you have this organization that brings together these talented young people, and you reward them for their their good work, which is the artistic expression. So life in LIMCAF has been around for 17, 18 years, and it's doing great work. And I would love for everyone who watches this show, who gets to see this, to recognize that good things are happening in Nigeria. And anyone who's out there who has good ideas can bring it back to help the young people in this country.
Let's talk about art.
Yes.
Art, as an expression or application of human creative skill and imagination, typically in visual form. Watching the video, I think some of our correspondents were in your organization the other time. We saw beautiful artistries, beautiful artworks, and all of that. What do you think is what was the place of art in Nigeria's development right now?
That's a good question. So I think it's very important, and Slang Global is a place where I have put out there artwork by local artists. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. So, so by local artists, and the reason why is because, and what I do with Slang Global is that I show those art pieces to the counterparts in Latin America and the Caribbean, for them to see that art in Nigeria has actually is beyond the spears and the daggers and the mud hearts and the masks and all that. So that art in Nigeria is very contemporary. And so when they look at the pieces we have at Slang Global, they're saying, so they're saying this is great work. This is good work.
We can see the
and I see
people dancing and all of that.
Let me say a little bit about the salsa class.
Exactly.
So yes,
so
one of the things that we did, because we surveyed the young people before we started the Slang Global, And young people said a number of things to us. They said, oh, that they watch the telenovelas and they like the Spanish music, the new artists coming from the Spanish-speaking world and all that stuff, and dance. And so, and then one day a young man came to Slang Globe and said, I teach salsa. And I was like, you do? And you're from Nigeria? And I said, show me. And that's our Mr. Paul right there. And so he came.
I can feel the dance.
Yeah, and he has been very, very instrumental. And it's a very popular, every Friday, starting at 4:30, we have the salsa class, and it's been a hit.
But I hear people who do salsa dance say that it's not just even about dance, it's the fact that it's like exercise. You're dancing,
absolutely.
your body, all your part of your body is moving.
You know, the people who come for the class, they say things like it's an outlet. So it's been, because Nigeria, let's face it, we're having a little bit of a challenge in Nigeria presently. But they come and they say the energy, it allows them to forget. It allows them to have fun. It allows them to network with other young people. I think it's a wonderful outlet for them. So for anyone who's watching, we're there every Friday, 4:30, and it's a fun class, and it's a fun day.
Is it a free class?
It's not free, but it's not expensive. And the reason why it's not free, because we do have to support the instructor. So what we get from people who participate is to pay the instructor. I think he deserves it.
Okay, so moving over, how can policies that our leaders make support art, culture, and language?
That's a good question. Yesterday, I was talking to someone at the event, the Limb Cafe event, and I said, how does one get the government to recognize that there are programs in the city, in the state, that are here to help people? We're speaking from the perspective of art and cultures, and we're doing what we can, but I don't know that the government knows that we exist. Now, if I have tried to make it so that the government finds that we exist, it's not possible. Perhaps I'm not sure what they think, but I would love for them to know that the governor and his agenda talks about the youth and development. That's what we're doing at Slang Global. You know, we're not looking for a contract or something. We're saying, recognize us, partner with us. Let's do something good for the city of ENUGU. Let's do something great for the state of ENUGU, because that's what we're here. I have this talent. I came together with a group of people from El Salvador, Cuba, Mexico, los Estados Unidos, the USA, and we decided to do this thing. And I would love to have the state recognize that it's about making connections between Nigeria, ENUGU, and the Caribbean and Latin America.
Okay, just before we let you go, because of time, I would want to ask you, what do you intend to achieve from your organization? What exactly, just in 1 minute?
So what do I intend to, again, I use the word connection, and I actually found out that in the Igbo mythology or worldview, the word connection is actually the key. So I didn't realize that until I started reading about Igbo mythology, and so we're making connections. How do you get to know who you are? You get to know who you are by understanding where you come from. The people in the Caribbean and Latin America want to know where they come from. And guess what? When they meet you and they meet you, you tell them where they come from. That is our goal. So I want you to get to know them, because knowing them tells you who you are. They will get to know you, because knowing you tells them
Who they are. Wow.
So indeed, humans are connected.
Totally connected.
Amazing.
Totally connected.
Thank you very much for this. It has been an insightful conversation. I really did enjoy myself, and hopefully we'll get to have more conversations.
Definitely.
I'm looking forward to that. We're here to stay. You know, I could say something in Spanish, but I don't know that it's going to get to my people over there.
Of course, you can. You share the links there.
Okay. Pues, gracias por esta entrevista. Lo que pasa es que aquí lo que yo he dicho es que haya conexión entre Nigeria y el mundo hispanohablante de la diáspora africana. Muchas gracias a usted.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Of course, if you teach Spanish, I would like to enroll for your classes.
I do teach Spanish.
Ooh, lovely.
Yes, I'm a teacher, and I should have said so. So our classes are hybrid in the sense that some people, because of the problem in Nigeria, you don't have money for, you know,
Traveling down
transportation.
and all of that,
So you can do it online if you have access to Zoom, or you can come in person. I prefer to see in person because I love the interaction. But you can also do it online.
Thank
So
you
we do teach
very
Spanish.
Thank you for your
I
time
mean,
this morning.
language, culture, art, and development. If anyone has done justice to this, it is obviously and definitely Professor Uchenna Pamela. Thank you very much again
Thank
for
you
coming.
for having me.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So this is the much we can take on New Day on Signature TV. Don't forget to go to all of our social media platforms. Go like, share, comment. We want to hear what you had to say. And if you have any questions, of course, you can send them to us and we'll direct it to our guests from the first conversation to this conversation. Well, my name is still Joshua Oritogun.
And I am Belinda.
And this is we saying goodbye. But of course, again, you know, it's time for Abuja Studio to take over. So it's not like we're saying bye, but we're just giving it over to Abuja branch. So see you next time.
Life has two options. Is it that we win or we lose? Is it that we love or we hate? Is it that we win or we lose? If you live, win, and of course love, then you've tasted the sweetness of life. It's my way of welcoming you to a new day this morning on Signature TV. I am Godwin Sunday. Now you're wondering why I got that lyrics from. I got the lyrics because this morning I'll be talking with a star who happens to be a musical star, and her name is Star Sally. She'll be sharing with us a journey into music and how music has been able to influence her and her life in general. But then we're taking this conversation even from the streets of the North, where it is allegedly believed that music doesn't strive here in the North. A lot of musicians here in the North tend to be merry-bound and they're not popular out there. But how correct is this narrative? Joining me in this conversation, like I said before now, is Star Sally, and she'll be doing justice to street to stardom on musical space. You're welcome to New Day, Star Sally.
Thank you so much.
Star Sally, first, let's officially welcome you again for the second time and again for the third time. But let's talk about music. How did you come into music generally? Give us an overview of your musical journey.
Okay, it's a whole lot that if I start talking, we might not,
We're ready for, let's not end today. We're ready for you today.
Okay, so music for me started while I was in school. in the university, Benin State University. So it started while I was almost graduating. Though I had that thought to go into music while I was in school, though, but I was like, you know, contemplating and trying to do other stuff as well as study. So when I was almost leaving, I started to see people accept my music gradually. I started putting out songs, and people like really liked those songs, and I was like, okay, I think I enjoy the fact that people listen to my songs and applaud it. So I thought of, okay, let me see how this thing works, and that was how I got into music professionally in 2022. I released my first music EP 2022, May 2022, thereabout. So from then till now, I've been doing music professionally.
All right. So have you ever done music from probably? You've ever been in the choir? You've been doing music from the street? You have a street band or something, and this further accelerated your thought and into professional music?
Okay, so I have been singing since I was 13. Yes, church choir. So I've been singing since I was 13 in the church. So while I was in the church, I grew up in a Catholic home. So I used to take a responsorial psalm then, and people would be like, oh my God, I love your voice and all of that. So to me, it was like danger, and yeah, I was singing in the church choir as well. So yeah, that was how I started too.
There's a lot of narrative that surrounds Afro and R&B music in Nigeria, and one of those narratives has been that a lot of people get inspired through a lot of things, probably taking they induce themselves into taking substances that inspires them into get into that creative space. How correct is this narrative?
I can't really say it is not correct, and I can't really say it's correct. Inspirations for every artist actually differ. So some people try to like get in a place where they can draw inspiration from. So maybe that's their own that's their own inspiration. Maybe that's where they get their inspiration from. So but for me, like it's a thing of like looking into life, how deep life is, and then trying to see how I can maybe draw words from it and then share it to the world. Yeah. So I can't really say that everybody has to take substance to like draw inspiration to write songs.
All right. So basically, when artists want to write their songs and compose their songs, it is believed that they usually need a silent space devoid of crowd or something. Is this correct?
Yeah. Not all artists do.
Because when I heard you mention that the fact that you derive your inspiration from nature, from everything around you, so it means that yours is a bit different.
Yeah, for me it's different. Yeah, because I remember there was one time I was walking on the street, like a very busy street, and like there was this sound that came to my head, and most times I just quickly put out my phone and then record, and then I could just maybe find words to it. So I don't really have to be in a very silent space to make music or write something, but maybe for some people though, they work in that space where they just want to channel their minds to somewhere else, so they just need that silence. So for me it's different. I could be in that space too. So inspiration comes differently. Like it's not really a particular way. Like maybe I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say, but you don't really have to say you're in a silent space to get it. You can be in a noisy place and also get inspiration. It's just different. It comes differently.
All right. So it is believed also again. Sorry, I'm trying to correct some of the misinterpretation and misconceptions around music before we even start talking about the street itself, music. There are a lot of misconceptions around music, and again, one of them is the fact that music is a spiritual activity that people need to get themselves spiritually attached or join one association or so. But you are in music. How correct again is this narrative?
Okay, so when people say music is a spiritual activity, I think most people misunderstand it. So when you say music is spiritual, there's a connection between you and the artist, and you and the sound, and you and what you listen to. I think that is what it is about, the spirituality of music. So when saying people have to like go into things to make music, like put their hands into like spiritual things, and people do it. I won't really just say people don't. Some people do it. We've heard of situations like that, but for me, what the spirituality of music is for you to be able to align with that music, connect to that music. That's what the spirituality of music, listening to music, is for me. But for other people, it could be that spirituality of music is you have to put your hand into something for people to be able to stream your song, for people to see you as a celebrity. Life is deep. Some people do things to get to where they are. So it happens in all spheres of life, not just in music alone.
In the North, it is believed that females doing R&B, receptions to female doing R&B is not that wide, because there's a lot of resistance when it has to do with R&B music for women, Afrobeat in the North, so we don't get that reception. But tell me, how's it been so far doing R&B and Afrobeat in the North? How's the reception been so far?
It has been nice for me, because I've been able to secure a fan base where people actually accept my music and accept me and for my music how it is, and the fact that I think R&B and Afrobeat is accepted. So I feel like anybody can be accepted in this world we are now. It doesn't really have to be the fact that you are from the North. So even if the North does not accept R&B and Afrobeat, move from the North and go to somewhere else. But the North has a way they receive music. I would say gospel music mostly move in the North. You know, we from the North, we are spiritual people. So gospel music, yeah, kind of strives better than Afrobeat and R&B. But it depends on what part of the North you are as well. Yeah, that's it.
All right, so let's take your music back to the streets of the North. I wouldn't agree that Northerners' reception has been welcoming so far in the North, but you started from the streets, and of course you have friends that you do music with on the streets. Let's get that journey of yours from the streets. Did you ever do music in your classrooms in secondary school, primary school, or eating what we call Pakpangolo in Lagos or something? Have you ever been in yes, traditional music?
Okay, so from secondary school, yeah, I took some bit of choir now in primary and secondary school. I was a leader then. Yeah, I do take songs, and when I was in the university, I had some bit of competitions I went into to like try out my voice, try out myself, and yeah, I think I won some. Yeah, I actually did. The last one I won, that was when I met like friends that brought me properly into the music industry. That was like in 2018. I went for a competition, and I met some few people who were like, you sing amazingly well, so we would like you to come to the studio, let's hear you record something. So the next week I went to the studio, they gave me beats there and there, like I wrote something on it, and I recorded it with a friend. That was the first song I did ever. I don't know where that song is now. I don't know where that song is right now, but that was the first time. That was in 2018. So after the recording, they started calling me for like shows, started inviting me, hey, we have an event, we would like you to perform. So that's how it started. Then it was not professional for me. It was just cruise and fun, and let's just see where it goes. So yeah, that was when it actually started for me, from 2018. So I started recording, I started performing, started meeting people in the industry. So that was how my journey, like, till I started music professionally in 2022.
All right, so Star Sally, all of the stories are fascinating. They are amazing stories. But there's something that is more amazing, and that is the name, Star Sally. So let's even give us an history or a background. How did you arrive at the name Star Sally? Was it a spiritual inspiration or something also? Or let's hear you.
So I had this confusion on the name I wanted to use, like my music artist name. I had the confusion at first, most especially when I had that competition in 2018. I was using the name Nora Matt because my father's name is Matthew, and my baptism name was Nora. So I said, okay, I want something that is from me. I don't just want to pick names. I just want something from me. So then I was using Nora Matt, but it still didn't sit right with me. So it was along the line, I thought to myself, your name is Esther. You are a star. And then the name I use, actually, my full name is Esther Salihu. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna like separate these names. And then I picked the star from the Esther and the Sally from the Salihu. I made the Star Sally.
What an amazing story. That's what this one we used to hear right now. They said Esther was something when she now became a star. Established. I used to hear that one right now.
Yeah.
So, but then let's even talk about this name of yours and the way you arrived at it. What was the reception like for family members and friends? Did they push against it? Did your parents threaten to banish you from the house or something? Your village people, what was the reception like?
Luckily for me though, my parents have always been supportive. Like they've always been my fans, like my right. They're one reason I do music. They have always been my inspiration. So they've never really complained about my name. They've never really had an issue about my brand, my name, or any of such. So they just accept it as it comes. So I've always been like really cool with the fact that my parents are okay with my brand name, my brand, and yeah, I feel really happy and blessed about that.
And your friends and villagers also, they had no choice but to succumb to the name also?
Yeah. Everybody is used to the name already.
So
most people don't even call me Esther. They don't even know my name is Esther. They just call me Sally, Star Sally. These days I even feel a bit weird if you call me Esther and I'm like, who's that?
Oh, you forgot that your name is Esther?
I didn't forget.
Alright, so let's talk about a brief of your musical journey. It is believed again that a lot of people just dabbled into music without having any form of educational background. But lead us through this line. You've mentioned before now that you were, when you were in school, you mentioned twice. But how correct is this? Is it to say that most musicians are not professionally schooled?
Okay, so there are musicians that just start music from the streets. And they just want to just continue doing music and see how far they can go. And there are musicians like us that found ourselves while we were in school. So it's different for everybody. Some of them do go to school like after they've made it, like King Madi. King Madi is not in the university yet. Like he like her film came while she was jam. So for her, she can still go into school, but right now she just focuses on her study and she just focuses on her career. So it's different for everybody. Some people don't really have the funds to go into school, so they just try to make music a source of income for them. So I think it's different for everybody.
It's different for everybody. Now, we'll go for a short break, but before we go on that short break, we want you to do one of the songs from your EP. I know you have an amazing voice. Well, let's get that voice right now, and let's hear you sing, do a song for us while we go for this short break.
Okay, so this one is titled Love Lines because it's one of my favorites and because it talks about love.
All right, now I'm shy. Well, let's hear it.
I'm just gonna do the chorus. Mind my voice.
No, you're a star, so you're Sally the star. Okay, Esther the Sally. Sorry, star Sally.
Don't confuse it. Okay, let's see. Baby, I cannot promise you the world, 'cause you are my word, so I would hold it carefully with me. My love, even in the darkest times, you know that I will never leave you. I would always be here. I'll be here. You know that I will never leave you. I would always be here. Be here. You know that I will never leave you. I would always be here. Yeah.
That was amazing. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
That's beautiful.
Thank
I wanted
you.
to ask if you eat Gary, but then I already said we'll go for a break right now. We'll go for this break. I will come back. We'll get into more conversation with Sally Esther. Star Sally. See you after this break. Welcome back to New Day. Just in case you're just joining us, this is still Signature TV, and I am Godwin Sunday, and we're talking music this morning with Star Sally, and she's putting music into perspective for us even here in the studio. But then, Sally, let's come back to you. Your journey in music from Plateau to Benue. It looks as though it has a different musical culture. How were you able to blend this particular?
I was able to grow and, associate with the Benue people more. So maybe that's why I have more fans in Benue State compared to Jos, because they don't really know me that well in Jos. But because I've been able to push, they now know that, okay, there's a Star Sally and she stayed in Jos. We still stay in, my family, we're still in Jos. So the difference is I was there in Benue State. I grew around the people, I grew among the people. I was able to establish there, and I was able to make more fans there compared to Plateau State.
I understand that in Plateau State it's like the R&B musical headquarters in the north, but again, we don't see a lot of female musicians springing forth from there. Rather, we have a lot of male musician, rap artists, and the rest of them. Why is this so?
I don't really know.
No, because this is your access. Because what I'm asking this is, probably this is what informed your decision into going to Benue State to start up a music. Is it that the musical background around there and the environment does not support female into music? Commercial music, if I may add.
I understand what you're trying to say, but I can't really understand why. I'm actually thinking about it, and I'm like, there are ladies that don't really spring out of, though they are female artists. If you go, you see them, but like breaking out is the problem. So I can't really tell why that keeps happening. I don't really know. I know.
All right. So again, statistics have shown that the level of rap artists that we have from the north, especially from Plateau, is a bit high. So I think it's more of a rap zone, and people use rap to communicate. I'm tempted to ask, why did you choose R&B again?
I think it's due to how I put down music, my creative flow with music, the way I write my songs. You know, the way you write your song, that's how you record it. So I've been able to write songs in a way that just resonates with this song is supposed to be an R&B. So I've been able to put my music down that way, and the way my voice is like suiting for an R&B song.
Well, you would have gotten somebody like me to be, probably as you are singing, probably as you be shouting from the background, yeah, something like that.
It's possible. Maybe my next album.
But that's on a lighter note, though.
Yeah.
I don't know how fantastic my voice is, but
You can try it.
all right. So let me believe that the viewers didn't hear that part of the story. But then let's look at the music generally in Nigeria and the reception to music also in Nigeria. How far do you think we've gone in terms of on the global trend? Do you think that we've been accepted generally, or we're still trekking in the global space?
Oh wow, I think we have been accepted globally, like we are big, because compared to years ago, the Afrobeat music wasn't really like heard, and like it wasn't received from the global audience. But now they vibe to our songs compared to the way we vibe to our songs. So I would say it's doing great. It's doing very well out there. So yeah, I would say it's doing well.
Nigerian artists tend to be surrounded with all form of controversies and all of this. But let's look at this. Do you think that the music at the point gets into artists and metamorphose them into controversial persons? Or what leads to all of this? Because you are an artist and you're coming from the perspective of an artist. A lot of controversies around the musical space.
I think what causes that is because you have so many eyes on you. Like compared to a normal person, an everyday person that makes mistake, your mistake is easily noticed. Like you have,
it's amplified.
Like it's amplified. You have like you have eyes on you. So everything you do is either criticized or appraised. So for an artist, it's different. And that's why people have to be. That's why for an artist, they just want to like live their lives in a very like hidden space where people don't get to see them much, because people will talk, compared to a regular person that just lives their life and do whatever they want to do and nobody cares. But if an artist does that same thing, it's a problem. So I think that's just basically it. You have eyes on you at all times of your life. That's why any little thing you do becomes controversial.
But then the issues around these artists being controversial might not necessarily even be eyes on them. In my own
it could
opinion.
be deliberately.
So I'm thinking that do artists deliberately get themselves into to promote their music?
Yeah, it
to
happens.
get controversial.
It happens.
But why is this narrative so? It's becoming like a recurrent thing where you see artists and when they get controversial, the next minute you see they are releasing an album and telling their story. Why is this so?
I think with the advent of social media, people want to be in the faces of people. So they always want to be in the faces. Somebody who does that a lot is portable.
Okay, it means Zazu Crony. Oh, you mean this?
Yeah, he does that a lot. He's good with controversies. Like he does that because if you do that to them, actually, if you do that, you tend to like get more audience with your upcoming project. So that's why they do that. But I don't really know.
But what they say, good food, a good food sells itself in the market without even being announced. I should feel that if your music is good,
yeah,
people should, like in Benue State, your reception your music gets is alarming.
Yeah.
And in the North in general, Star Sally is like everywhere, like every face of everybody
yeah.
in the North. When you hear Star Sally, first I thought it was, it was one foreign person that was coming up. I saw you, I said, okay, this is the Star Sally, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
But then let's talk. You've not been controversial lately. Is it due to the fact that your upbringing or something, or probably you have mentors that keep flogging you or keep scolding you? That's why you've not. Let's lead us through that line of thought.
Okay, so personally, I'm a very shy person, and I like to stay in my space a lot. I really don't like too much crowd around me. So one fact is I actually have mentors around me. So if I'm doing something and they don't want it, they'll be like, don't do that. Or maybe I want to upload something, they'll be like, don't do that. So I'm able to have people around me that watch after my brand closely. So it helps me stay away from a lot of controversies. And I personally don't like too much attention, but I cannot like shy away from it. But I just find myself in a space where I've been able to, like stay away from controversies. I don't know if I'll be able to undo controversies.
Okay, so that brings me to this question of from street to stardom. Has it been so far? Have you been able to buy things in the market like normal price? When the year starts suddenly coming to the market, I think people should hike their prices. And have you been able to cope so far?
Like every Nigerian, I've been coping with.
You go to the market?
Yeah, I do. I do go to the market, and some people are like, I know you. You sing right there. So they don't actually hike their prices because I will argue with you. What's that?
You're a celeb, for goodness sake.
Oh, please.
No, it's not you're a celeb. You can't
Nigeria is frustrating enough. Nigeria is frustrating enough with the hike and everything.
It doesn't tell. It doesn't tell on your person.
I know. Huh?
It doesn't tell.
Really?
You don't look like the hike of Nigeria. Nigeria did not happen to you. You're still looking all rosy.
Oh God! It's just the all that glitters is not gold.
Okay. but all gold glitters.
Yes.
So let's leave it at that. All right. So lead us through that story again for the second time. Has it been?
Okay, so for me, it has been a journey, roller coaster of emotions, and it's been cool. I dropped my EP 2022, but since then I've not really dropped any songs. So I've been growing with those songs that I have had, and what really makes me happy is the reception of my song. Like I hear people say, Sally, I love your songs. It resonates with me so well. Like I listen to your song because it's healing, and I'm like, really? It's such a beautiful feeling for me to see people like resonate with my song so well. So the journey for me, it isn't easy. It's never easy, but it's been good.
We started this interview started from what inspires your song. I was going to come to that point where to say that your voice sounds medicinal. No, that's off the camera. But it sounds healing though.
Thank you.
That's why I wanted to know just the story behind the voice, the receptions you've gotten so far. So particularly about that market. I was even thinking that probably celebrities have their own special market that's been made for them, and also they have their own clothing lines. Because the perceptions we get on the internet reflects that you have a different life altogether. But I might be wrong. You can correct me.
I think most celebrities just do online buying. So they just get things online. but I've not gotten there yet. So
all right,
I can
let me take that as a humble beginning.
Yeah.
Because when people don't want to say I've not gotten there yet, it's just to stay humble. But people that know Star Sally know that Star Sally who she is, and she's very prolific.
Yes. So I still go to the market to buy things. So yes.
There's no special market for Star Sally.
If you say so.
All right, so that's really amazing. Now, again, in your journey so far from the streets through to stardom, tell us about some of the challenges that you've been confronted with. Oh, it's all rosy so far. You've never had any challenge, but if there is a challenge, can you share with us?
So basically, I'd say the common adversity we actually face as upcoming artists, in the music industry, like common challenges I face, breaking through the noise right now is crazy, because at every day, every Fridays, every Wednesdays, every Thursdays, you hear new songs. So the streaming platform has given people the opportunity, giving artists the opportunity to release songs on streaming platforms that can give them this global audience. So breaking out of the so many is not as easy as it seems. So that challenge of wanting to break out is crazy. And then we still have lack of financial resources. So the financial part is another long conversation, because as an artist, upcoming artist now, you have to do other jobs to fund your life and also fund your music. So financial restraints too happens. And then we also have lack of time to create, because you are always busy, maybe with your work, or maybe trying to fend for your family. Something just takes you from your creative space. I like being in the studio. If you leave me in the studio for 2 days, I can be there, I'll just be making music. But I can't do that because I still need to work. I still need to find money to put it back into the music. So it's a whole lot that surrounds being an artist in this common day.
It's surprising to hear that artists go through challenge, or we won't see you on the social media space.
You just feel all rosy.
And sometimes you feel like you're not even living in Nigeria. When I told you I was surprised when you walked into the studio. At first I thought your jet landed in front, your chopper landed in the compound of Signature TV. But now that you say that it didn't land, it is fair.
In short, I trekked.
No, you can't trek. That's a can't trek. That's a humble beginning. I will keep correcting that. It's a humble beginning.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm just kidding though.
Yeah, I know it's a humble beginning. You know when people want to be humble, and I tell you, I used to wear bathroom slippers. I wear bathroom. That's a humble beginning.
We all know that's not true.
Yes, we know the real fact of the case. But then, let's even talk again about this from streets to stardom. It has been very lucrative. You've mentioned streaming platforms, but tell us, has the streaming platform been able to accommodate Nigerians so far? Have there been issue of short payments, Nigerians artists being defrauded, or something? What's the narrative like on the streaming platform for Nigerian artists so far?
Okay, so sometimes it doesn't really come off as how it looks. Okay, you asked me a question first. You were like, how do artists look behind the scene, like they are so big and then they have to go through struggles behind the camera? That's because we just have to give you people what you want to see, so you can keep loving us.
So make believe.
Probably, yeah, not all, but yes, it's just like you putting yourself and your music out at all times, and you need to look good too. So the streaming part of it, okay, so it doesn't actually look as it is. Yeah, some people will be like, but you make music now, you make a lot of money from your streams, and I'm like, okay. So people it favors, yeah, are people that are well known, like artists that are big. That's the people it favors more. So you need to keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing for you to make like millions of streams, for you to get that millions of dollars or naira.
But there's no issue of frauds in the system so far.
There's not much issue of fraud like in the streaming system, except you don't know how to do it and then you make mistakes. So that's why you need to get people that know how to like navigate that part of the streaming platform and work with them, because as an artist you don't know everything, so you need to like work with certain people. You need to have a team of people that can, you know, tell you, okay, this is what we need to do, this is where we need to put money into your songs so we can push it, and then people can see and stream.
All right, speaking of streaming, we'll come back to that around that conversation again, but we want to talk about you as a person, because after this break now we'll be coming to you. A lot of things your fans don't even know about you. Surprisingly, we're surprised that you still eat eba. You know, a lot of fans don't know about you. But we'll come back to that conversation. But just before we go on this short break, there's a song that I want you to do a freelance for us. Just do a freelance song for us. A song that probably want us to give you a topic. Of course, who are we not to give you a topic? We can give you a topic around that.
Okay,
but just a song for us today. On just do your thing for us.
Okay, just give me a word. No, a hard word. A very a simple word.
Okay, I think Star Sally likes love a lot, so I'll give you love.
You want to put me in trouble? Okay, so love. Pardon me. Okay, so this is a freestyle. Love is a beautiful thing, you know, and love makes everything look beautiful. Like I said, if you have it in you, you flow. 'Cause love is a beautiful thing. Love is a beautiful thing, you see. And whenever you find that love in you, never just let it out. Just make sure you love your life all the time.
I will definitely do music.
I'm so sorry about that.
That was very beautiful. I'll go for this short break, and when we come back, we're still talking with Star Sally, and this time we'll be going personal with her after this break. Please stay with us.
The only thing that is permanent in life is change. Therefore, change is desirable. However, if there's any time there's any change, we should be aware that a lot of things will have to come into play. It is not limited to change in office, change in personalities, but also includes the way we do things. The way we do things in Nigeria, that is why one of the things that we have not been having desired results. Every time that we have a change in government, there are a lot of expectations from Nigerians. Why are we not achieving this? It is simply because we are only focusing on who should be the head of this parastatal, the head of this agency. It should be further than that. What we should be looking at is changing our orientation, a meaningful way of thinking in a positive way. If there is any change in any office like the CBN, the agenda should be how do you make CBN to be functional, to be responsible in changing the value and the expectations that Nigerians have on our currency. Changing our orientation is very important, which we have been neglecting, and that is why we are not getting our desired result.
Welcome back, and just in case you're just joining us, this is still New Day on Signature TV. And of course, I'm still hanging out here with Esther, with Star Sally, and we are talking music from street to stardom. But right now I want to go into another part of the conversation. This is the path where you get to find out some personal things about her, and also there's a lot of things you don't know about her. You'll be hearing it firsthand here in Signature TV. And of course you can take this to the bank, but I can guarantee you, you never withdraw. So let's come back to you, Esther. First, it is believed that with your kind of voice, you don't eat food. Probably you do fasting regularly.
Wow.
But let's hear from you. Do you eat at all?
I like food. I eat a lot. Actually, I do eat food, please. I eat so much. I eat food.
Are you still maintain the same voice?
Yeah, actually, I'm just lucky. Sometimes the way I eat, I'm wondering why the voice don't usually get really bad.
That's on one hand. Your fans are curious.
Yeah.
And they want, what do you do for leisure? Outside being in the studio, do you have a secular life? What do you do for leisure in general?
Okay, so I like to watch movies. And I just like to sleep. Yeah.
Okay, so moving forward, where is your favorite travel destination?
So, I haven't really traveled much. Just some.
So if you want to travel, where would be your favorite dream travel destination?
I'd like to go to USA or UK. So UK probably because I like the way their blacks speak. Like I like their accents so well. So I just want to go and I think that would be the best.
All right. So I know that you've mentioned before now that you're not just a musician, but you're well schooled. So what's your favorite books of all time?
It won't make the Nosa book. When it comes to my study or just generally?
General book, but we probably have a book that is your favorite of all time. This is the first time people are hearing it on Signature TV. Your fans are watching that for the first time, hearing that, okay, it is a Star Sally's favorite book of all time that she has ever read.
Okay, so I have this book at home, and it's called Atomic Habits. So it's really nice. Don't ask me who wrote it. Please don't. Actually, and there's this book, Gifted Hands, too. I read a book while I was in school. It really invested in me a lot.
That's Ben Carson.
Yes. I actually liked that book a lot because it invested in me. It made me believe that, okay, I can do things. Once I place my mind in doing it, I could achieve things if I really want to. So, yeah, Gifted Hands is one of them.
All right. So, again, people say that being a musician is something that just happened to you, but then do you have mentors or role models within the musical space?
Yeah.
So which of them inspires you the most?
I think people I look up to, like the younger generation. We see the likes of Arya Star, we see the likes of Thames, King Madi. King Madi. So, like, I see the younger generation do so well, and I feel like challenged that, okay, these people are motivating me. So they are my models right now. Like, I can see the younger generation making it, so I'm like, yeah, those are my motivations right now.
So apart from those ones you've mentioned, outside the shores of Nigeria, do you have people you look up to? I want to be like them at any point in time in your life?
Yeah, we have Beyonce. I love her so much. And we have Nicki Minaj, we have Rihanna. There's a long list.
All right, so what's your favorite color?
I think white.
That's why you're putting on white.
Not really.
All right. So that apart, let's look at your hair and your styling, the styling of your looks in general. fantastic hairdo. Let's talk about it. Is the hairstyle for artists, is it also spiritual?
I think for me, I just mix what goes with my face and what goes with maybe the concept of what maybe I want to do a shoot. Yeah. I do my hairdo based on the concept of maybe the shoot or maybe the concept of what I want to put out. So hairdo is different. It's not really spiritual. Some people, I usually say life is like different for everybody. For some people, they like to make their hair in a spiritual way. Well, for me,
all right. So before I let you go, are we? What are you working on right now? Are you working on a particular project at the moment?
yes. I have a single coming out soon, though the date is not yet fixed. But a single coming out very soon.
As we let you go, give us a song from that album or something, the EP. Let's get a song that tells us as we begin to pack our things to leave the studio.
Okay. So this is the word I'm gonna leave you with because it's from my song. Inna this life is a jungle. Make I no lose my mind. Me no want tumble. Make no sadness can't take my joy away, 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 away. Say I just one day in my happy moments. I just one day. Yeah, that's it.
Esther Star Sally, I want to say thank you so much for being a part of New Day this morning.
Yeah.
You really made our day. I filled with smiles, although I don't know how to sing like you, but I think I need to come for a musical class or something of that magnitude.
I'm available.
Thank you so much. Well, viewers, this is how far we can go today on New Day. Do remember to follow us on all our social media handle as displayed on the screen. And remember, you can leave a comment for Sally. Of course, some of the things that you find out today from her, it's the first time she's saying such on any media platform. And of course, Signature TV is at the forefront of ensuring that we bring you that information about celebrities that you don't know about. Well, thank you so much for sticking with us till this time. Do remember that peace and unity are the pathways to progress. Till I come your way again, same time, same station tomorrow. Keep watching Signature TV. From all of us here in the studio, it's bye for now.
Good day and welcome to From the Correspondents, your gateway to informed discussion and how news stories are brought to life. I am Emmanuel Tewasi, your host, and today's focus is on the grand finale of the 17th edition of Act Festival organized by Life in My City here in Enugu State. But before we get to that, we will first of all look at the situation report on the sit-at-home order last Monday in Southeast Nigeria by some unidentified group. Then we will also bring to you the handing over of electricity regulation in Enugu State to the Enugu State Electricity Regulatory Commission, which has taken place, which has now taken over from NEC. We'll also share a moment of the 25th anniversary celebration of the Ruban Group in Enugu State. Then we'll also look at the synchronized polio vaccination campaign by the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee, which took place in Port Harcourt, followed by the call by some stakeholders for more government accountability from our Abuja studios. Finally, we also look at the life and times of Professor Humphrey Nwosu, as well as tributes to the late Emmanuel Nwanyao, President General of Ohanese Ndigbo. Before we come back to our big story, don't forget our big story is on the just concluded 17th edition of Art Festival here in Enugu, organized by Linkov. The program continues shortly after this break. Stay with us. Commercial and social activities in Enugu were virtually grounded due to a sit-at-home order by unidentified non-state actors, despite the assurances from the state government and the police command in the state. Chinemere Mikebona, who monitored the situation within the state capital territory, bring to us what happened on that day.
Despite assurances from the Enugu State Police Command over their safety, residents of Enugu and other southeastern states observed a sit-at-home order on Monday. The sit-at-home, which circulated on social media, sparked fear and tension, with many actually staying indoors. A video and voice notes which had been circulating online for over 2 weeks had warned residents of the southeast to remain indoors on October 21st and 22nd. The voice notes also threatened to deal with anyone who fails to comply with the directive. This left the streets deserted but calm, especially during the early morning hours. Workers were seen trekking to their offices as only a few commercial vehicles and tricycles were seen on the road. Few business owners who came out attested to the empty streets while emphasizing that the fear to die of hunger at home brought them out.
Some of them, they are afraid that if they come out, they might get into trouble. So some are even in their houses asking if cars are passing or if people are moving or something like that. So they are really, really scared that maybe if they come out, security might kind of kill them or kind of that commit an offense.
Everywhere is very dry. And no security. The police people I saw, they just pass with army car, they just pass. So everywhere was very dry.
Passers-by also narrated how they were affected by the development.
Today, I was meant to be in my office today, but due to this, as you can see, shops are closed. I did not get to go to work, even though I'm trying to go now. I just want to go and check the environment.
However, there was large security presence as security agencies patrolled parts of the state to assure residents of their security. It is not yet known how residents will react to the directive on day 2 and how it will impact commercial activities.
Enugu State Electricity Regulatory Commission, EERC, became the first state to fully regulate its electricity market, marking a significant shift in the sector's regulation. Back to Chinemere Mikebona for that report.
The handing over follows the expiration of the 6-month transmission period from the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission (NERC) to Enugu State Electricity Regulatory Commission (EERC). The EERC has issued license to Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited, a subsidiary of EEDC, to take over electricity operations in Enugu, effective midnight Wednesday.
When EEDC ceases its operation by 12 midnight today, that continuity is sustained under Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited. Congratulations.
Additionally, Fedco Limited has been licensed to build a 10-megawatt power plant, marking the first independent power project IPP in Enugu State. Chairman of EERC Chijoko Okonkwo described the event as significant, stating that it marks the beginning of sub-national electricity market development in Nigeria and Africa. He emphasized EERC's mission to ensure reliable, cost-effective, and sustainable electricity while promoting fairness and innovation.
We have opened the door for independent power producers to come in and play. So we expect that rather than people using their generators or relying on self-generation, that independent power producers can come and take that responsibility of increasing our generation capacity. That is the starting point. Number two is that with us being on ground and collaborating, working with Main Power Electricity Distribution Company, we can actually work together to improve on the level of the quality of service delivery, integrating efficiency, ensuring accountability, ensuring that the right price of energy is what the people are paying for, and growing the sector.
Main Power Electricity Distributions Limited board member Kester Enwerono assured of improved electricity services, while Fedco Limited founder and MD and CEO Dr. Chikwe Loka Ume expressed joy in partnering with EERC, citing the potential of industrial revolution in the state.
For being the first independent power producer that is being issued a license in Enugu State, they saw the vision that His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndubisimba has for Enugu State and took the chance to invest in the state.
The EERC committee said it is committed to reliable, cost-effective, and sustainable electricity regulation in Enugu, and its partnership with Main Power and Fedco will drive growth and innovation in the state. Chinemerem Ikebuna, Signature TV News.
The Enugu State Governor, Barrister Peter Mba, while at the 25th anniversary celebration of Roban Group held at Amadio Event Center here in Enugu, extolled the contribution of private sector in the development and economic growth of the state. Our correspondent David Okoro was there for Signature TV.
Governor Mba, who was represented by the State Commissioner for Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization, Patrick Ubru, observed that the private sector has made invaluable contributions to the growth of the economy of the states. He paid special tribute to Roban Stores for its phenomenal growth in the last 25 years and the impact it has made in creating jobs for the youth population and other citizens of the states. He assured that the state government will continue to make the states a destination of choice for investors in line with the dreams of bringing about a quantum leap of the state economy.
Celebrating the 25th anniversary of Roban Stores, an economic driver in any economies of the state. This occasion marks not just a passage of time, but a journey of dedication, of innovation, and commitment to excellence in the retail of grocery stores. For the past 25 years, Roban Stores has become a beacon of quality and service to our community, and is has transformed the shopping experiences of numerous families in the Enugu State.
The chairman, Roban Group, Robert Amatu, who went down memory lane, said the business conglomerate commenced operation in 1985 with the name Ultimate Gift and changed to Roban Group in 1990. Awato added that commitment, patience, and perseverance were the major factors that made the organization attain its present height and appealed to the government to make the state more conducive for businesses.
I started at a very low level. The goal has made it possible. And with patience, consistency, and work, we're here today to celebrate Urban Stores 5 years. By 1985, I focused on all the landscapes. All my friends are looking for years. They know what that is.
The executive director of the company, Onyebuchi Awato, described the establishment as one of the leading retail stores in Nigeria, which he said was made possible by visionary leadership and commitment to excellence.
This is a proud moment for Urban Stores, and we thank God we all made it to this event today. This event is the culmination of an enormous effort of a man which began in 1985 in Benin to produce what we now know as the Urban Stores. The store, which was situated on the Baghdad Road beside Church Companies, has now produced 10 stores across the southeast and south Nigeria.
The major highlight of the event was the presentation of the Star Prize, which is a Toyota Corolla car, to the winner of the raffle draw, Collins Ebo, organized by the company, long service awards to deserving staff, and SME support grants by Urban Group to outstanding innovative business owners who have made significant impacts in the states.
So I want to use this opportunity to say a very big thank you to Urban Stores Daddy. Okay, I'll call him that. So Roman, I want to say a big thank you to this opportunity. We do not take it for granted. We're going to use everything in it for, while we're giving this, we're going to use it properly. And as I promise, you're going to start seeing our expansion in the next couple of weeks.
A beneficiary of the SME grant expressed his feelings and appreciation to Urban Group.
Be passionate about what you're doing, then keep your ears open, because someone actually brought the announcement to my notice. I didn't just jump onto it. Someone said, look at this, I know you're creative, apply. And I put a proposal, and I was lucky to be chosen. But there are a lot of other very talented people that were a part of this initiative. But I ended up being, this is my first win ever as a person. I've not won anything before. So I just encourage people to be persistent and not to think that anything is orchestrated or anything. It just be passionate about what you're doing and present it well.
Some participants at the event appreciated the company for its initiative and promises to establish a new shopping center in the state, which they said will create more jobs.
Urban has come a long way, and Urban belongs to all of us. It is our own establishment. It's a limited company. They're bringing these shops very close to our doorpost. It won't take us much. You just walk into a shop, get what you want.
Analysts who describe the Urban journey as a success story are united that making the environment more conducive will be a good impetus for more business growth and economic development of the state and nation. In Enugu, David Okoro, Signature TV News.
25 years of consistent service to the
Governor
people of the Southeast. We congratulate Urban Group for these major feats they've recorded over the years. We'll take a quick break. Don't go nowhere. The program continues shortly. back. You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV. Some stakeholders in the public and private sector are calling for more government accountability. Our correspondent Nasiru Usman was at a summit in Abuja where the stakeholders aired their concern.
At the 2024 Nigeria Accountability Summit with the theme Enhancing Accountability, Limiting Vulnerabilities, stakeholders noted that demanding good governance is key in every tier of government. The stakeholders made this known at a 2-day national summit in Abuja on Thursday.
Accountability is very low at the federal level, at the state level, at the local government level, because they are not even transparent enough. Because if you are not transparent, you cannot be accountable. So the level of transparency is very low in terms of their budget, in terms of their finances, in terms of their employment, their human resources, what they are doing about controlling corruption and all those things. So at those 3 levels I gave you, they are very low, most especially because I have data from our center to support that, especially at the subnational level.
As much as this is a domestic and local conversation, it has also broader implications in Africa and also other parts of the world. So what we do hope to see here is key recommendations on how we could strengthen accountability that can be used here, but also in other jurisdictions. So I'm really hoping for some pointed recommendations that could be actionable and support accountability.
We're having cross-sectoral discussion, and we're focusing on education, health, agriculture, and transportation. And the whole essence is to bring the relevant policymakers in all of these fields and to see what accountability measures in each of these sectors can be pushed through in such a way that whatever vulnerabilities that have been identified in each of these sectors can also now be limited. Like I said, there are a number of civil society that have partnered to put this together, and there are a number of policymakers that we're also, engaging in all of. What we hope is that the communique that comes out from here, the policy recommendations that come out from here, we'll be able to pursue it collaboratively with the civil society and the policymakers.
I think to an extent, I've started holding myself accountable for a lot of things, especially when we talk about corruption. Yeah, I've really been taking, visible steps that to ensure that, okay, I impute this kind of characteristics and values in myself as well, and also see that, people around me see these characteristics and then pick up from me. And, this creates a chain.
The Commissioner for Agriculture in Niger State, Musa Salihu Boso, said the Niger State government was on the forefront in promoting good governance and promoting food security in the state, using mechanized farming for the farmers' benefit.
Women are part of our projects in Niger State. The governor has given a lot of emphasis to women, youths and women, and he has provided a platform for them and has created a lot of jobs for them, especially in the aspect of extension services and agri activity. And I have mentioned here in this program that the government is creating about 10,000 greenhouses that will create almost more than 1 million jobs for our teeming youths, and that is already ongoing. And I have challenged the youth corpers here. Corpers that are serving in Niger State are already beneficiary of the incentives of this farmer governor that he has created under agriculture. The governor have encouraged all civil servants to key into agriculture, and we have been supporting them in the ministry. We have provided land for them and ensure that they have been trained and redirected to this meaningful venture.
Also speaking, National President, Small Scale Women Farmers Association in Nigeria, Fatima Bello, called on government to provide assistance to the farmers in Nigeria, as well as subsidize and provide farming equipment to the Nigerian farmers.
Can you imagine the population that we have had of how many millions? I think about 120, now it's 200 million. Farmers are still using the hoe. Hoe, this ordinary hoe that you know, is still being used by farmers on their farms to be able to produce food. How much would you produce using a hoe instead of using the mechanized farming? And we are not talking about tractors. The mistake that is being made is that you say smallholder farmer, if you give me a tractor, I want to lie with this.
The Nigeria National Polio Plus Committee plans to launch a synchronized polio vaccination campaign in collaboration with neighboring countries, aiming to combat the disease and maintain Nigeria's polio-free status. Signature TV witnessed the event.
The chairman of the committee, Joshua Hassan, said the initiative, which will begin by the weekend, is targeted at local government areas along the borders. Hassan revealed this in Port Harcourt during the launch of the polio vaccination drive by the Rivers State Ministry of Health in partnership with Rotary Club in commemoration of the World Polio Day.
Presently, there's supposed to be a campaign coming out in which we are synchronizing with our border countries, Chad, Cameroon, Niger, and Co., where all the local governments in this side and local governments on that side are synchronizing and immunizing the same day starting this weekend. We call them polio survivors. And some governments and some local governments have something to help. In Rotary, we have support for them. They are normally very organized in many cases. We help them with tricycles to help. We help them with small kittens if they want to do anything to survive. And this is what Rotary is good for, because Rotary is available in almost all the states. And the thing is that the Rotary identify what is in the community and assist them. It isn't their fault that they got it. It may be their parents' fault or the fault that they are unaware and they are not vaccinated.
The Rivers State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Adeze Ore, emphasized the critical importance of reaching every child, particularly those in underserved communities, to ensure the state maintains its polio-free status.
Like I said, it's an ongoing effort. We have routine immunizations that take place, but significant days such as this, the World Polio Day, give us the opportunity to spread the message, to engage with the public and recruit more support, engage more partners, more stakeholders, more champions for protecting the lives and the well-being of the children, not just of River State, of Nigeria and of the world. We have teams that are in all our facilities. So for those who may have skipped a dose, they just go into one of the facilities and present themselves, and they will be supported to make sure that they continue receiving the adequate and appropriate vaccine for the age.
The event, holding at the Urban Primary Health Center in the Department of Community Medicine at the Rivers State University Teaching Hospital, involves vaccinating children, including students from nearby schools. Although Nigeria has been polio-free since 2020, continued immunization efforts are seen as vital in preventing a resurgence. Other key stakeholders who graced the occasion, including the Nigerian National Polio Plus Committee with Rotary Club, highlighted the need for collective responsibility, particularly in border areas, to safeguard the country.
We reduced the number of cases by 99.9%, and we equally mobilized a lot of volunteers for this work. We've immunized over 3 billion children. Rotary International has committed over $2.1 billion in this fight. So this is why we are here today. And this is why we are asking everybody, whatever you can do to join us in it. It's a fight for all of us, my dear friends. It's a fight that we want to win, and we are going to win. We are not talking of eradicating polio or ending polio. We are talking of ending polio now. If you look at all that we are wearing, we want to end polio now, because if we don't do it, all the gains we've already achieved could be under threat.
One significant challenge to vaccination remains resistance, but parents attending the event encourage others to participate in the exercise for the well-being of their children.
I carry my pikin come because my first pikin when I born for this year, no carry and go immunization. So I see the way the pikin know they healthy. So now make I say other children when I go born, I'll carry my pikin, make sure say any I be, I'll carry the pikin come immunization.
We were passing and we saw them immunizing as polio. So I decided to bring her because my first child, when we immunized her, she's very strong and healthy. So I decided to immunize this one too.
The consensus is that stronger collaboration and more effective efforts are essential to maintaining Nigerians' polio-free status.
Nigeria's symbol of free and fair election passed away at the age of 83. Professor Humphrey Nwosu's legacy of electoral reforms and commitment to democratic principles has impacted Nigeria's political landscape. Let's take a look at a report on this icon. Professor Humphrey Nwosu, a renowned Nigerian academic and former chairman of the National Electoral Commission (NEC), passed away in a hospital in Virginia, USA at the age of 83. Born on October 2, 1941 in Onitsha, Anambra State, Nwosu studied political science at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and later earned his PhD from the University of California, Santa Barbara. Nwosu's distinguished career spanned academia, politics, and public service. He taught at the University of Nigeria and was a visiting scholar at several international institutions. In 1989, Nwosu was appointed NEC chairman by General Ibrahim Babangida, overseeing Nigeria's transition to democracy.
We formed what I called Interministerial Logistic Committee, because election is a civic duty at all levels, national level, state level, local government level, with community leaders mixed up with religious, mixed up with inter-ethnic, credible people, even at world level. All to mobilize transportation means to make sure that there was no failure. I explained, and the process of announcing the result incorporated in Decree 13 that allowed us to conduct June 12th election 1993. People have forgotten what we do is guided by law. Akpambo was then late the Attorney General of the Federation. In Decree 13, a section of it, there was a provision that once date and time have been set for general election in Nigeria, no court can stop us. But Ikpeme court tried to stop us May 10, or June 10. So I explained all this, that when result will be released, no one, not the president, not you, not the Transitional Council, in keeping with the decree, in keeping with the law, the process will start from the polling station to collation center at ward, to local government, to state, to national headquarters. That we would mount a large board to make it transparent. There will be no government interference in the process, in keeping with the law.
He played a crucial role in organizing the June 12, 1993 presidential election, widely regarded as Nigeria's freest and fairest poll.
On June 10, exactly 9:30 in the night, something unexpected also happened. Justice Ikpeme, late, gave judgment in the night that NEC should not conduct the election. I tried to reach the Attorney General, I couldn't. Tried to reach the President, I couldn't. All my national commissioners were in the field. I had only Director of Legal Services, he's still alive, the Secretary of the Commission, Alhaji Umar. Well, having failed to reach the President, I said the first thing in the morning, I will meet the Attorney General because he is the Chief Law Officer of the NEC. What is happening? I went to him first thing before 8 o'clock. He said, you are Director of Legal Services and had just left, that he had asked him to bring all the decrees on transition to. He said, what is he bringing all this? We are talking about election tomorrow. He said, no, that, look here, there will be election. I said, how? This judgment have been given. He then told me, he, as an Igbo man, Akpambo, you, Humphrey, as Igbo man, heading NEC, Umadi was lawyer for ABN. Zeribe was the coordinator of ABN. Go home and relax. There will be election. I didn't take him seriously. And he's made a statement that changed the equation throughout the country. He said they would have meeting at 10 o'clock. That was June 11. And after the meeting, I would be asked to go ahead with the election. Something in me asked, would there be a meeting, highest ruling body in this country, with me, as Chief Electoral Officer of Nigeria, not being invited? I wanted to ask the Attorney General. I said, no, I wouldn't, but I will attend the meeting, uninvited.
The presidential election was won by Chief Moshood Abiola, the candidate of the Social Democratic Party, defeating Bashir Tofa of the National Republican Convention. WOSU's commission introduced the novel Option A4 voting system and the open ballot system. WOSU had released many election results when he was ordered by the Babangida military regime to stop further announcements.
We held the press conference between 1 and 3, June 11, 1993. An election was held. It was free, it was credible, it was monitored. The result was almost ready by the time 15, 2 days, 3 days. When I told them, we have nothing to discuss. The law is clear. We should be allowed to conclude. Yes, Humphrey, said that we should be allowed to conclude the process that had led to this, that a winner had emerged, Abiola. I said that. The results were complete. But if you want political settlement, the government, that is far beyond us. Government can call Abiola, who won, and Tofa, and discuss with them and Nigerians that we are out of.
WOSU received numerous awards, including the National Merit Award and Order of the Federal Republic, OFR. Survived by his wife, children, and grandchildren, Professor Nwosu's passing leaves a void in Nigeria's academic and political landscape. His contributions to democratic governance and electoral reforms remain an enduring legacy. Emmanuel Tewasid for Signature TV.
Such a diplomatic, democratic icon and legend we have. May he so continue to rest in peace. Service of songs and tributes was held in Abuja and ENUGU to honor the 11th President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo Worldwide, Chief Emmanuel Ewu Anyanwu, who passed away on July 25th, 2024. Let's take a look at what happened from the procession from Abuja down to Enugu State. Our correspondents who have been following up this development brings us this report so far.
The program of events for the burial of the late elder statesman, Chief Emmanuel Chukwuemeka Nwanyanwu, which commenced in Lagos, shifted to Abuja over the weekend, as people from all walks of life and across all stratas gathered to give honor to whom it is due. Former President Goodluck Jonathan described Nwanyanwu as his mentor in politics, governance, and leadership. He said Nwanyanwu showed him enormous goodwill and had mentored him politically from the time he became Bayelsa State Deputy Governor, and regretted that his ambition to become Nigeria's president never materialized.
Nwanyanwu was one of the senior members of PDP that was strongly behind me in all my political journey from the days of when I was a deputy governor. People may not know, but he was as if he knew that I was going to grow higher than a deputy governor. He took me as a son, mentored me up to till I became a governor, vice president, president. He was always interacting with me and advising and making suggestions. I know in those days that this country was in a state of confusion when the president was so sick and everybody was confused. He on his own used to organize prayers for me. He didn't tell people. So he's somebody that was very dear to me.
I recall when I was younger, he was going around trying to find Igbos and our people generally all over the country to run for substantial office so that, you know, our voice could be heard. And also, he wanted also globally reliable people from every tribe in Nigeria, those who are qualified, because my father believed in putting round pegs in round holes, square pegs in square holes, so that they can perform at their best ability.
Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma stated that the late Ohanaeze Ndigbo leader will be sorely missed in his state and across the entire southeast because of his remarkable achievements.
Iwanyanwu means a lot. If I should take a census of everybody who is here today, he had touched you in one way or the other. In Imo State alone, I don't think we'll be the same without him. What have you learned from his life that can change you now knowing that he's no more? We pray God to accept his soul because he came here blessing people, touching lives and changing situations and circumstances in people's lives. We'll miss him.
Iwanyanwu was a man for all seasons. I want to use this opportunity to also remember him for what he has done to Imo State at all times. He has been a pillar from the creation of Imo State till today. He has always worked with whoever is in charge in Imo State. He has always been a directing figure. He has always been a guardian.
Former Senate President Pius Ayim, in his tribute, shared his thoughts, saying the late politician treated him like a son.
And I was privileged when he was sick. He sent for me, and I saw him in the hospital on his hospital bed and prayed with him. I think that's the greatest consolation I have. I have lost a father. The Igbo nation has lost an icon. The Nigerian Federation has lost a patriot. May his soul rest in peace.
Other speakers also narrated how the late Iwanyanwu contributed to the development of Nigeria.
But one thing I will tell you that he will be remembered for was that he was a man who had no bitterness. He was somebody who believed in dialogue. He believed in dialogue. And he was always preaching accommodation for everybody. He wasn't a sectional personality, and in Nigeria, he will be remembered as somebody who related with everybody in Nigeria.
In Adela and Enik, you know, perfect. Great number of Nigerians working there. In Oriental Airline, perfect. So, as a labor leader, you know, from that angle, you know, I recognize him from that angle, and I feel that something has been taken off from employers, from one of the greatest employers of labor, and the labor movement, whatever, would definitely feel it.
Iwanyanwu has set up a committee to register all the Igbo associations under one umbrella of Ohanaeze, all the Igbo Town Union, and to keep a database of Igbo associations and the Igbos everywhere in the world. We have been able to establish, even in diaspora, organize all the Igbo bodies into one. Iwanyanwu is an enigma. He's an outstanding personality, and is an illustrious son of Igbo land. And so for me, as Ohanaeze president, you know, he became the president of Undigbo. And he brought all of us together. And it's just one of those sad things about life that he has gone, but his glory will remain forever.
Emmanuel Chukwuemeka Iwanyanwu, who was born on the 4th of September 1942, died on the 25th of July 2024, and until his death is the 11th President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo. Activities will shift to Enugu on Saturday, 26th of October, with a brief stop at Ohaneze headquarters, 7 Park Lane, GRA Enugu, while the main event will be held at the Michael Opera Square in Abuja. Nasiru Usman for Signature TV News.
Welcome back. You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV, where we'll bring to you the build-up into the stories, how our journalists, our correspondents source, edit, and bring the stories to you, the stories behind the headlines, and their own side of the story, what they encounter on the field. And our big story for today is the just concluded 17th edition of Art Festival organized by Life in My City Festival here in Enugu State, and yesterday was the grand finale. Let's take a look at what transpired at that event. Our correspondent David Okoro was there for Signature TV.
In his address, Governor Mba, who was represented by the Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Ugochi Madueke, described the event as a true reflection of history, unity, creativity, and innovation. He emphasized the significance of arts in the life of the youth, stating that apart from bringing out the skills and creativity in them, it also helps to address some economic and social issues. Mba assured the commitment of the state government in supporting LINCAF in the initiative to promote creativity among the youths.
This event is a celebration of our shared values, a showcase of our creativity, and a profound reminder of our collective humanity, which fittingly serves as this year's theme. In the past days, we have seen artists, especially our young talents, expressing their thoughts, dreams, and challenges through their art. They have taken us on a journey into the heart of our communities, showcasing stories of resilience, empathy, and the bonds that hold us together.
The royal father of the day and Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Nnameka Achebe, called for the establishment of public museums across the states in view of the place of arts in nation building.
How much idea that the government can generate from the museum? And I said to him, do a research on the British museums and museums all over the world. It is the government that sponsors these funds into museums and art galleries for the education and the enlightenment and the enjoyment of the people, of the country, society. And indeed, the development and the sophistication of any society in the world can be well measured by the level of the appreciation, the creation and appreciation of the arts.
The regional director of the Ford Foundation in West Africa, Dr. Chichi Anyagolo, described the artist as a custodian, convener, and interpreter of culture. Art, according to her, remains a viable instrument for the advancement of social justice and human rights.
I am a big lover of art, and I love the art not just for its beauty and entertainment, but because art is also the custodian, conveyor, and interpreter of culture. The argument that ancient Egyptians were black people was because of the art. It was the art that depicted the race of the different people who ruled and lived in Egypt. And as a result, we can make bold to say that ancient Egypt was Africa. Art is also a vehicle for imagining and inventing the future. It is art. Many people say that art is the imitator of life, but I could also say that life also invents the future, invents
and reinvents and helps us imagine what the future can look like.
A participant at the event, Dr. Obiora Anide and Ngozi Agujiobi, a civil servant, appreciated LINCAF for its initiative, which they said promotes creativity in youths.
We don't teach you how to make that you have to develop yourself or learn from a mentor, from a model. That's what we're doing.
One of the recipients of the Young Artist Award, Adebayo Sheun, expressed gratitude to the organizers and assured that he will make Linka proud.
Life University is like the strongest backbone for young artists in Nigeria. In fact, more than the National Gallery in Nigeria, because they've been so consistent in helping Nigerian artists.
LINCAF has over the years been able to provide the youths and budding artists a platform to express their thoughts, feelings, and creativity. In ENUGU, David Okoro for Signature TV News.
Signature TV. And our big story for today is the just concluded grand finale of Actima City Festival organized by LINCAF. And with me in the studio are two wonderful reporters who followed up this event up to the final stage. I have Chinemerem Ikebunam in the studio and also David Okoro with me. I'm going to start with Chinemerem, who has been following the story from the beginning up until the lecture day. So Chinemerem, I understand that there was an outreach to persons with disability, also art competition for secondary school students. Can you just run us over these activities?
Okay, thank you very much and happy Sunday to you. Okay. Life in My City started as of 2007. And this is the 7th edition. We just concluded the 7th edition of Life in My City. Yes, COVID took a year. Okay. It would have been the 18th edition. This is the 17th edition, rather. Okay. It would have been the 18th edition. COVID took a year. Now, Life in My City started, I think, beginning of this year. I started covering from July. Yes, 11th July to be precise, when I went for a workshop organized by LINCAF to train students living with disabilities, special kids, on art. And you know, art is a kind of expression. Art is life, art is culture, art is language, art is everything. So you can imagine when I was asking one of the organizers, and he said, it's more like a new introduction to the scheme, like an initiative. So when I was asking him, he said why they brought up the issue, as in brought up the considered looking at kids with disabilities, was because they felt art will help build them, build their thinking, you know, their ability and the rest. And yes, I also had a conversation with some of these wonderful kids, and come and see what they were doing with art.
So can you just give us one of just your conversation with the kids with disabilities? What did you find? How did you feel about this new opportunity that came their way?
Like I said art, they used art to express themselves. Like a kid was actually drawing "I love you" and was giving to me, and it was so emotional because you know, seeing somebody use art to, you know, to talk, to express himself, and he was actually deaf, deaf, but he was using art to represent, to
wow.
to express his feelings. So aside it, LINCAF also organized this training for workshop training for students, also secondary school students and the rest.
Okay.
Then before they went into this art exhibition thing,
Okay.
I was able to cover from the workshop to the exhibition, and it was wonderful.
All right,
You see,
let me get back to David. David, you were there for us at the grand finale of this festival. Can you please tell us what happened yesterday from the beginning to the end?
All right, thank you very much, and happy Sunday to you. As at yesterday, the LINCAF event was quite an amazing one. The event was all about the recognition of young talents, drawn across the 36 states of the Federation.
Oh, wow.
To recognize them and as well appreciate them for the outstanding performance they have put across in artistic world, if I may use that very word. So yesterday happens to be the grand finale, and a good number of them were awarded.
Okay. Please, can you just run us through the lineup, like the activities for yesterday, the first event, the second, and this cultural display? Were there any special activity that marked yesterday?
All right, thank you very much. As at yesterday, there wasn't much activities that actually marks that event, but then I think one of them that was that significant was the cultural arts display and the award ceremony that were given to some of the young talented young ones that actually came there for the events that were awarded. I think
Okay,
that
please, just be a bit detailed. We want to know what award was given to who and under which category, so that we get to understand how these participants were appreciated. Well, if you have that information.
I think I was actually excited with that of Adesuwa, the guy that won the award. I saw how he was able to express himself. He said, there's something about going into act and you're seeing the reward, and he wants to do it. He wants to continue it. I think we youths should actually go into act. Is actually innovative. The way he was expressing himself was, it's kudos. Like, it gave him much courage to go further. What my question is now, the exhibitions, because I was asking one of the organizers, the exhibitions, what are they going to do with it? Are they going to sell them? These are people's artworks, or are they giving it back to the artists? Do you get? Because those are wonderful exhibitions. Those are really wonderful, mind-blowing exhibitions.
We're running short of time, so we wouldn't talk much. But that was such a wonderful event, as we witnessed in the report. Beautiful art pieces by different youngsters who are trying their hands in the world of creativity. And as we all know, art is a form of expressing oneself. The mystery of life is often hidden in this artistic piece that people put out there, and that's the much we can take for this edition. Don't forget, we brought you stories across the nation from our wonderful set of journalists and colleagues of mine across the nation. I remain Emmanuel Tewasi, and until we come your way next week, bye for now. Stay focused, stay engaged, and be informed.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Gospel Lounge, a program designed to bring out the good news in all things and spread love, hope, and joy to all. Please gather your friends and family because our show for you today will leave you thrilled and so blessed. My name is Victor Chief George and I officially welcome you to Gospel Lounge today. You're welcome. Let's just give a song of worship to God and thank Him for all that He has been doing for us and everyone that is connected to us. He deserves our worship. Join us and sing along with us. We say, oh, be lifted above all other gods. We lay our crowns and worship you. Oh, be lifted above all other gods. Lord, we lay our crowns and worship you. Oh, glorious God, we praise your name. Oh, we lay our crowns and worship you. Sing it one more time. Oh, glorious God, we praise your holy name. We lay our crowns and worship you. And we know you are a mighty God. What a mighty God. What a mighty God we serve. You can make it personal. Join me saying, mighty God. What a mighty God. What a mighty God I serve. Oh yes, heaven and earth adore you, even angels bow before you. Oh Lord, you're mighty God I serve. Heaven and earth adore you, heaven and earth adore you, Lord. Angels bow before you. What a mighty God we serve. He's a mighty God. Go ahead, sing that song to Him. He is faithful. And dear Father, we say glory and honor be to you for the gift of life and your love towards us. We give you all the praise. In Jesus' precious name. Amen. Psalms 119 and verse 97, the Amplified Version, David said, oh, how I love your law. It is meditation, my meditation, what I ponder on every day. So please prepare your heart to receive God's word, and I'll be right back to pray with you.
Each and every one of us has a dream. I was reading a book recently titled, How Big Things Get Done. And I think that the gospel today, taken from the Gospel of Mark, chapter 4, verse 26 to 34, is the Lord's answer to each and every one of us on how big things get done. It starts small. It starts with a dream. It starts with a prayer. It starts with a desire in your heart. But above all, it starts from and with God. God is the beginning and the end of all things. Your life here on earth is for a purpose. God has sent you here to fulfill a mission, not for yourself, not by yourself, but for God, by God, and with God. And so in the gospel today of the parable of the mustard seed, the Lord says that the seed is the smallest seed. But then you plant, you don't know how it grows. But then gradually this tiny seed grows to become a giant tree where the birds of the air will find shade. And that's how the Lord compares the kingdom of heaven. This message was addressed to a people, his followers, and many others who were listening, about how will Jesus realize this mission? How will the early church realize the mission of spreading the word of God, going out to the whole earth, proclaiming the word? How poor men and women with little knowledge, with little resources, surrounded by enemies and persecution, surrounded by many false teachings and doctrines, rejected as belonging to a sectarian group, as perhaps crazy people. And they were wondering in their hearts, how can we carry out this message? What is the possibility of success? Those of you who are into business, you do your market survey, you do your market projections, and then you begin to strategize how to realize your plan. If the early church were to have relied on market survey during their own time, every indication was low, failure, adverse environment, so many threats against you. The parable of the sower and the parable of the mustard seed was addressed to them to realize three important points for every one of us who is a follower of Jesus. First, the mission does not belong to you. It belongs to God. If God gives you a mission, God will give you a means. If God sends you on a mission, God will equip you, God will strengthen you, and God will arm you against all threats. Second, the rate of success is not going to depend on simply human effort. For as the parable says, the sower goes to sleep. You don't know how the seeds are growing, but they are growing. So the second point is to know, like Mother Teresa said, our task as followers of Jesus is not to work for success. It's not to work for money. It's not to work for fame or for relevance. The rule of Christian service is, like Henry Nouwen says, it is to be irrelevant, not to take yourself too seriously. Mother Teresa says it is to be faithful. God invites us to be faithful to God, to be open to God's grace, to say yes to God's love and God's call, and to worry less about success. Success is God's answer or response to your fidelity to God. May the Lord give you the grace to work for the Lord every day of your life. Amen.
All right, it's good to have you back from that wonderful time hearing from God. And I pray God's word have great expression in your life in Jesus' precious name. All right, we have a great personality in the studio today, and we are going to be talking about a lot today concerning the teenager, right? These are people from the ages of 13 to 19, okay? There's a whole lot to talk about them. But you see, these are young people that are very passionate, and we'll be talking about several traits and attitude found in the teenager, their strengths, weaknesses, and above all, draw strength, positive strength, as to harness and make them live positively and channel their energy to their good individually and the society at large. So today I have with me a very passionate woman. A lot to say about her, but she's a coach, she's a leader, she's a mother in her rights, and I can tell you she has labored so much in the field of young people. All right? So today, help me make welcome to Gospel Lounge, Ifoma Watsu.
Thank you.
Good to have you today.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm glad to be here too.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
So please lead us into the world of the teens. Who is a teenager in your own experience and what you have? Lead us into their world.
I would say a teenager is that young person who is trying to find his or her way around life.
Okay.
Because after the teen age, which is just about 6-7 years,
yeah,
the rest of their lives they become an adult.
Yeah.
So within this age, they are confused about so many things.
Yeah.
They want to be children and they want to be adults.
Yes.
At the same time. So it's actually a formative age.
Okay.
It's an age where they want to explore.
Yeah.
They want to do many things. They want to pursue so many things at the same time.
Okay.
So the teen age is an amazing age.
Yeah.
The teenager's world is an amazing world. It's a world of discovery.
Yes.
Yes, it's a world of discovery.
It's a world of discovery.
Yes.
Wow, 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 wow. I was once a teenager, and I can actually relate to this discovery. This discovery is so vast, and you know, juvenile delinquencies are found mostly in this age range.
Of course.
How do we respond to these exuberances that come with this age?
Okay, coming to that, I will talk about the 21st century teenager.
Okay.
And the vices and the delinquencies going on, the juvenile delinquencies. I was once a teenager, and I can tell you that it happens much at this age. And how do we respond to it at this time? Open communication.
Open communication.
Yes, open communication, because a teenager will always feel safe around you when you're open with them.
Okay.
It's unfortunate that in this time we will have people who are around teenagers that will always want to tell them they are perfect. Teenagers don't believe that you're perfect.
Okay.
So when I talk about open communication, you can start by telling them what you passed through as a teenager, that you once did this and did that. They will feel relaxed.
Okay.
They will open up to you and listen to you. But once you present yourself like somebody who is void of mistakes, they see you as someone who doesn't understand their world. So to respond to this, the first thing is an open communication.
Okay.
Yes.
Communication. But you see, talking about communication, it varies. Because just like you said, the 21st century teenager is quite different from
the millennials.
Oh my goodness. I remember in our own time, what we see today is different from what it used to be. In those days, our parents talk with the eyes.
Yes.
They just look at you. You organize yourself.
Of course.
But this time around, there is something more to the eye you are looking. In fact, they will query how you look at them. So this communication now, how do we harness it so that we'll have a balance? A lot of people really don't understand the makeup and the way of these young people. And then you hear things like, you know, are you coming from, are you well trained? That kind of thing. So how do we manage this communication so that both the ones from the if I will use the word Old Testament, we'll understand and balance it up with what is obtainable today.
Okay, coming to that, I will say those days of our parents, when they look at you and you just package yourself and know that this I means a whole lot.
Yeah.
This time, the 21st century teenager is that teenager who want to know why.
Why?
Yes. I call them the why generation.
Mm-hmm.
You tell a teenager, sit down, the teenager will ask you why. If I have to put my legs together, why? So that's why I said it's going to be an open communication. If the teenager is asking why, tell her or him why.
Okay.
You don't expect them to assume they understand what you're trying to portray at that particular time. So what you do is sit them down and tell them, this is why I want you to do this. These are the consequences. These are the implications of what you're about to do. And again, for us to have a proper communication with these teenagers, like those days our parents think for us.
Okay.
But this time, you allow the teenager to think for him or herself.
But there should be a guide.
There should be a guide, yes. There's a guide. And that guide is sitting that teenager down, having a conversation. Because if you don't have that conversation with that child, there are too many people and too many things out there that will have that conversation with that child. And they are open to learn from that thing. The society have 101% mediums to communicate to that child. The phone is there, the social media is there, and so many other things, and other adults around that teenager. So if you're telling your teenage child, if you go to Mr. A's house, like those days they tell us, if you go to Mr. A's house, don't do this. We just say, yes, sir, yes, ma. But if you have to tell that child, you have to make that child understand, this is the reason you don't have to do this. Those days, like you said in the Old Testament, it was more of commands.
Yeah.
It was more of instructions than communications. It was more of commands and instructions than conversations.
But let me cut in here before we go on a short break. These command and instructions, contrasting it with what we have today, can we actually say that our parents did well or they didn't get it right?
Our parents did 100% well. The thing is that parenting have not changed. What changed is the dynamics of parenting.
Wow. Can you repeat that again, please?
I said parenting have not changed.
Yeah.
What changed is the dynamics of parenting. There's a dynamic to parenting the 21st century child, and you need to learn it. It's a skill.
Because a whole lot have changed.
A whole lot have changed. There are things that will not work in this stage. I give you an example.
Okay.
While we were growing up, your parents will tell you, if I see you standing with a teenage child of an opposite sex, I will kill you. I will do this to you. But if you do it with the teenager of today, that teenager, you will not see that teenager again.
That's right.
Because like there's this word they use now, they say steeze and composure. They will always want to maintain their steeze. The teenager of today understand what self-confidence is.
Yeah.
They understand you don't need to bruise their self-esteem. They understand that they need to trust you to an extent. If your child comes home and tell you, mommy, a boy in my class said this, and you start shouting, you start raking, you're calling every uncle and auntie, you will never hear from that child again.
They will just fold in.
They will just fold in.
Oh, Lord.
So what you need to do is have, I keep saying it, conversation and communication. That's what we need to do in this time.
Conversation and communication is the key to talking with these teenagers. We'll be right back after this short break. It's good to know that you are still there with us. This is Gospel Lounge, and I am here with my friend Ifoma Wato, talking about issues that concerns the teens. Before we went on the short break, I heard you were saying something about the differences between the teens of the past and this 21st century.
Of course.
Now, while you were talking, you said something about the social media. Permit me to tailor this question this way. Who is responsible for the teens? Talking about their training now and upbringing, and how can we safeguard the teenager so that the inquisitiveness in them doesn't go to the negative side?
Who is responsible for a responsible teenager? First, the parents.
The parents.
The home. Charity begins at home.
Charity begins at home.
The home.
Okay.
The parents, the home is the first social group a child will have.
Okay.
So, as a parent, what are you modeling to that child? Then we have to talk about the home, then we go to the society. But let's talk about the home.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Last week, Saturday, over the weekend, I had a program with the teens, and we got to a point where we said they should take gospel music. And a particular teenager, about 3-4 gospel songs. It was like so strange to her ears.
Wow.
Yes. And I have to talk to one of the teen handlers sitting beside me. I said, one of the challenges we have now is that you as a teen handler will do your work, then the parents will go and scatter it. How do I mean? In this time of social media, let me bring in.
Yeah.
You give your teenager a phone to record you while you are dancing on TikTok and doing all manner of things. What do you expect that teenager to do?
And this is going to be sending a lot of negative messages to them.
What do you expect that teenager? Will you have the right to tell that teenager not to play some kind of music in your house, whereas you give that teenager a phone to record you where you are dancing and doing all manner of things on social media? There's no way.
You know what gave rise to this question? I know we live in a free world where everybody wants to be whoever they want to be and do the things they want to do. But I believe that we still have some decency to maintain.
Of
I saw
course.
a little girl of about 14 on TikTok. You know, it's unimaginable what you can see these days. So that's why I ask, who is responsible for the teenager, and how do we safeguard this inquisitiveness in them so that it will be channeled positively?
As Christians, the word of God.
Okay.
Is very important. You know, I always tell parents, if you call yourself a Christian parent, does your child know the God you serve?
Okay.
Is deceit for you to feel that because you take your child to church every Sunday and the child memorizes a Bible verse, that child is born again. School wins so much award.
Okay.
They speak so much phonetics, you know. Their school uniform is very beautiful, the school structure, without looking at the moral values.
The moral values.
They instill in that child. Because if the school is not helping you to maintain the moral values you have instilled in your child, that child will succumb to peer pressure.
Okay.
You have to make your child understand the values, God's principles, your family values. Most of the times, parents tell teenagers about these values, but they don't teach them how to communicate it. It's two different things.
Okay.
A teenager should be able to communicate his or her values to her peers, so that when he or she meets a child who have a contradicting values to the one you have from home, that teenager will not align with that person. The teenager will only align with those who have the same values with them. So the values you instill in a teenager should be an embodiment. It's something they carry everywhere.
Yeah.
It's non-negotiable.
Okay.
So the school has a part to play. Before you send that child to school, understand how much moral values does they instill in.
Very important.
What are the disciplinary measures they take for certain vices? Because they must be there. At this age, you can't rule it out completely.
A school, unfortunately, I'm not going to call names anyway, but a school last month, before they went on this holiday break, a school actually came with policemen. Okay, a parent came to a school with policemen to arrest the principal for disciplining a child. I want to know if this is right. A lot of people might have their different opinions, say don't flog a child on this, but I'm talking about these disciplinary measures that should be on ground to check these things. Do you encourage these measures to still be on? What would the government do about this? Are we supposed to have regulations over this?
Of course. There should be regulations. You know, I believe in disciplining a child, but there's a difference between disciplining a child and meeting wickedness on that child.
That's an abuse.
Yes, that's an abuse. But if in a school setting like we are talking about, it is all shades of wrong. Well, in quote anyway, I don't know what actually was the incident that led the parent to bring a policeman or police to the school.
The two young people, they fought in class.
They fought.
And one had to wound the other. So both of them were flogged.
Okay.
But
both were flogged.
Both were flogged for fighting. Okay? But one, it didn't enter well. So they had to reinforce and come back. Why would you flog my child? That's the problem.
That's wrong. To me, it is wrong. Because if the school did not overflog the child, if the child was not overflogged, I don't think it should be a police case.
Okay.
What the parents should have done is maybe we don't flog this child at home.
Okay.
If the school is a school that believes that flogging a child is a way of disciplining a child, please, can you give this child another punishment and not flogging? But if the child was abused, like maybe there were so much bruises from the flogging and all of that, I think it is very wrong. I'm not an advocate of flogging a child, but there are other disciplinary measures you can use on a teenager to correct that teenager. But I don't think it's a case that should go to the police. The parents would have had a conversation with the school and maybe work out something. But you know, in a secondary setting, fighting is more like a normal thing that happens every day. You see parents telling their child, if somebody hits you back, because of the high rate of bullying. Like I said, when you're trying to enroll a child in the school, please do your due diligence, do your research. How does this school handle the case of bullying? Because there are some schools that don't handle it well. They bully a child and the school is a normal thing. Yes, it looks like normal thing, but it's abnormal to bully a child. So you find out how does they handle bullying, because most of these things that happens and it ends up and resulting in a fight is when parents tell their children, fight back. If they bully you, fight back. The child may not necessarily fight back physically, but there are things that child can do and still stand up for his or her rights.
This is so wonderful, and I believe you all are listening and getting so much from this conversation about the teens, their challenges and everything. Lastly, before I let you go, the Gen Z project is real.
Very.
But I am looking for a balance. I'm looking for a balance. It's real.
Very.
These young people are so adventurous.
Very, very.
And what they are exposed to is way beyond thoughts.
Of course.
So now, I want you to please help us. What are we supposed to do, especially to the government. In fact, every one of us, parents, government, every institution available, what are the things we are supposed to do to help these ones, especially as it concerns the social media? How can we help them?
We need to educate them. We need to educate them about cyberbullying, how to manage the social media, sites that are good for them, sites that are not valuable to them. For the society, the truth is that a whole lot of things have gone wrong in this time. Because I always say, we live in a society where everyone is minding their business. And because everybody is minding their business, we are building a community that will destroy the upcoming generation. You come to social media and you see that a young person, a teenager, is exchanging some kind of things with an adult. And this adult sees nothing wrong in it. So I think what parents should do is to educate this child, and if possible, let there be a regulatory measures. If we can censor some things, if you're giving your teenage child a phone, you monitor what and what they do. I always tell parents, if possible, you can connect your mail to the phone from time to time. Try and find out what sites they visit, what do they do. Check out I've seen, the truth is that this Gen Z, because it's a stage where they want to explore. They want to know so many things. I've seen a teenager who blocked her parents on all social media handles. Because whatever she posts on her page, her mother is coming to shout on her, and that is not what they want. All you need to do is call her. This is wrong. This is wrong. And make that child understand the implications of that part. Make the child understand the implications of that part. There are so many trends, and like I said, is a formative stage. They want to behave like adults. They want to know too many things at the same time. So you make the child understand that this part, this is the end. This is the destruction. Is destructive. You can even bring examples of people who you know have told this part, and this is how they ended. I know we live in a society where people are free, so to say, to do anything that they want. But as Christians, I will always say, what do you tell your children? Because if you're not guiding them with God's principles, there's 101% tendency that they will conform. Because the Gen Z is a generation under tension. There are two opposite forces acting on them. It's either they go the negative or the positive. But the negative force is higher than that of the positive force. Now that is where the God factor comes in. How often do you share the word of God with your children? How often do you pray with them? And how often do you pray for them?
Praying with them and praying for them.
How often do you pray? Most parents don't hear God about their children, and it is wrong. If you hear God about your children, when they are straying, you will know. But then, let's not leave out the factor that you can do all. You can do your all, and yet this child will want to conform. Because the Gen Z generation is a generation that have, let me use the word, like in our local language, they say they have teared, their eyes are too open. They understand too many things that we may think is wrong, but they are not actually wrong. Because the Gen Z generation is a generation that understands that there are some things that you do to them and they'll tell you it's affecting their mental health. It's a generation that will want to know everything before it happens. They are very inquisitive, like you said, very fast. So you have to follow their trends, especially when it comes to social media. Sometimes as a teen handler, I listen to hip-hops. Not because I play them, not because I enjoy them. So that when I am talking to a teenager, I can ask you, so song, can you tell me what these lyrics, what meaning does it make to you? What impact does it make into your life? But so many parents are not so attentive to all these things. They are not so attentive to all these things. You need to know whatever is happening in the now. The trend of the dressing, the trend of the song, the trend of the challenges, the trend of the languages, because some of these children will even sit right before their parents and say some things and these parents don't understand it.
That's a very serious one.
As a parent, you need to follow the trend also, but not conforming to the trend. You're following it so that you can guide them.
You need to follow the trend, but don't conform to it. I'm going to let my friend go now, but please, everything we have discussed here, give it a thought and make it something very important to pass through to your people, especially the young ones. I must thank you very much for coming to the show today. I enjoyed myself with you, and it's been an exciting conversation.
Thank you, sir.
I will call you again, you answer.
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
The teenage age is a great blessing and an evidence that someone is growing, especially physically. Their challenges are numerous, so as guardians and parents, we need to apply caution and discretion in their training, both in the house, school, or church. It doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or a Buddhist or whatever. If we don't do great work in their training, we will definitely give birth to a crop of people that will not be a blessing to any circle they find themselves. Be intentional and draw strength and godly patterns for your teenagers. Through the Bible, God's word, godly models, they are everywhere in our society. Thank you so much for granting us a space with you. It's still the Gospel Lounge, and I'll see you very soon. All right, you are welcome back. This is still Gospel Lounge, and I'm enjoying myself. I don't know about you. I'm going to be talking to another wonderful guest that I have here in the studio. Is a young man that is so passionate about the assignment he has from God on earth, and just a conversation with him, you're going to be blessed. All right? Friends, help me make welcome Wise Joanne. This is Gospel Lounge. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
So how has it been now?
It's been good though.
Good to have you.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you.
Thank you so much.
I seen you sing, perform, and you are a multi-talented person, I must say.
Yes.
And we love your work.
Thank you so much.
But I want to ask you, what's your inspiration?
Inspiration to music.
Music, yeah.
First, it was, as a young, when I was young, discovered it was a gift.
Okay.
I could sing. I had the voice, the riffs and runs and all those.
Yeah.
So, but as I grew up, there was an incident that happened to me one time. I almost lost my life.
Okay.
I actually lost my life. I died. But, God actually restored me. And when I came back out of those experiences, I vowed. I said, with my life, Lord, I'm going to use this gift and then reach out to young people, reach out to souls, no matter how I can. And I'm going to sing to you. That's, because now I know I have the gift. So I'm going to use it on this aspect to reach out to lives. Yes.
That's wonderful and very inspiring. And you are into the gospel music.
Yes.
So what's the message behind your music? You know why I'm asking this? Because you see, gospel is a very vast word.
Yes, sir.
And summarily, it's just good news.
Oh, yes.
So it's not necessarily that you must put in the name of Jesus or maybe call God in it before it becomes a gospel. But what is the message behind your music?
It's very simple, though. I could say the message is, at first, is Jesus.
Okay.
It's Jesus. I am a person that fell in love with the book of Psalms and Revelation. There are kind of songs there are kind of things I saw there that are songs that just generally glorifies God.
Okay.
Majorly, I know singing about self and what God did for you, this is part of gospel, but when it comes to what I do, I like just singing about God.
Okay.
Singing about the things He has done, how He has, a lot of things. You could see this in the book of Psalms and Revelations. So that's basically my aspect, my place.
Wow, that's very wonderful. You can see that his message is just singing about God and giving Him all the glory. I would like us to see one of the ministrations that he had some time ago. We'll be right back.
Exalt Jesus, exalt Jesus, exalt Jesus. He wants to hear you say, be thou exalted, O Lord, above all heavens. Be thou exalted, O Lord, above all heavens. Let your glory be above all the earth. Let your glory be above all the. We know this song. Be thou exalted. Lift your holy hands, so exalt Jesus. Be thou exalted, Lord. Yes, above every other name, above every other name. Let your glory be above, Lord. Oh, we ask for your glory, Jesus. Let it pour down on us. Oh, let your glory be above. I am covered. Let your glory lift up your hands and sing. Oh, Jesus, be thou exalted. Oh, Jesus, above every other name, be thou exalted, Lord. I've not seen your wonders, Jesus. Oh, let your glory, Jesus. Oh, let it be above all the earth. Hey, let your glory be above. Yeah, let your glory be above all the earth. All the earth. Oh, be the exalted Jesus. From our hearts we sing, Lord. Be the exalted Jesus. We give you praise, Lord. Oh, let your glory be above. Let your glory. We need your glory. Let the cloud of glory fall on us right now. Let your glory.
You're welcome back, and I believe you were blessed by that ministration, and that is Wise Joan doing his thing, and you can see his passion for the Lord. A program is coming up on the 18th of August, Outpour Worship Experience.
Yes.
What's the inspiration behind, especially the theme, Outpour? What's it all about?
Okay. I think it was the meeting. It's now 5 years.
Okay, 5 years.
Yes,
now.
this year makes it the 5th year.
Wonderful.
Of the meeting, yes.
Wonderful.
We've been in church, then God shifted us to the stadium.
Okay.
So this is the second time. So I would say I drew the name from Joel 2:28.
Okay.
The Bible said, "I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, upon the young, and then the old men shall dream dreams, and the young men shall see visions."
Yeah.
So that was where the name came from. It's an outpouring of God's Spirit, and it's not non-denominational.
Okay.
Okay. It's not for certain people. It's for everyone.
It's for everyone.
Everyone.
Okay.
Everyone. Yes.
And it's going to be taking place at
the stadium,
the Gymnasium Hall.
Yes, Gymnasium Hall.
Hall. Stadium.
Yes, sir.
This is very lovely because I can see through the flyers great ministers of the gospel.
Yes,
We're going to be having Chidi Evans.
Oh yes,
is coming
my
out.
brother.
Pastor Chidi and he's coming. Cyril is coming. Favor is
Yes.
coming. Gosorako is going to come.
Yes.
And a whole lot of people. I see Chidi Solomon
Chidi
coming
Solomon.
this time.
Oh yes, my brother.
It's going to be a very power-packed meeting.
Oh yes.
But let me ask you, all these preparations, what are the challenges you've seen so far? I know these kind of things, they pose some challenges.
A lot of challenges.
Okay.
A lot of challenges. I think last year I had, the challenges I got was too much that I had to cry most of the times.
Okay.
There was one night I could remember, I cried for almost 1 hour.
Wow.
I was on my keyboard playing, I was singing, I was just weeping. We didn't have enough, resources, workforce.
Yeah.
A lot of people I thought were my brothers and my friends just left.
Oh my.
And they talked nonsense behind my back, and also I heard all those things, but I just turned back to God on that day, and I just cried my heart out.
Okay.
And I know He heard me. That's why we are still here in the second year. So
Wow.
He just made a way, and we're here now.
I hope you are hearing that. It's not going to be easy when you are doing something very lovely and something worthwhile. In every walk of life there are several challenges that will come, but you keep pushing. Winners don't quit, and quitters, they don't win.
At all.
I want to encourage you to do more. From all of us here in Signature TV, we want to wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
In the programs, and then we also tell our audience to find a way to be in that meeting on the 18th of August.
Yes.
2024 is going to be at the Gymnasium Hall, Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium. He's going to be our host on that day, and we believe it's going to be a very wonderful meeting. So I want to thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you, sir.
On the Gospel Lounge.
Thank you so much.
Keep using your gifts to be a great blessing to the society.
Thank you so much.
And we wish you all the best. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you so much.
All right, friends. Thank you very much. That's all I have for you today on Gospel Lounge. Until we see next time, please keep enjoying yourself and be a good person, sharing and expressing the good news wherever you are. My name is Victor Chief Judge. From all of us here in Signature TV, I say bye for now.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault.
majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming. Like, it's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day. Like, people are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, like no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
High rate of unemployment in Nigeria first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment will be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, the kind of, despite the, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. A lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Bida, his convoy is made of innocence, he bought innocence car as his convoy. It's because, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and
nobody is willing to actually, like, give people the chance. Because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, somebody is giving a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally. And it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
Increment of tariff is a very serious issue. This business I'm managing here now, formerly a tariff of 10,000 naira will sustain me 2 weeks and above. But a tariff of 10,000 naira now doesn't take me up to 4 days. If you can see the fridges now functioning, only 2 fridges functioning now. Because I switch other ones off. Because immediately I on all the fridges, the tariff of 10,000 naira will not take me up to 2 days. It's affecting the business. The profit margin we are making in the business goes to the tariff.
It's affecting me badly because now that they've reduced everything to 4 point something kilowatt per 1,000 naira, is really affecting me badly. Before, 5,000 naira will go a long way, like 2 weeks. But now, even 2 days, it will be shaking. So it's affecting me badly.
Me personally, it's very hard on me because I can't use most of my equipment at home, like especially my cooker. If I want to cook, like I had to wait till I was able to buy like charcoal because I can't use light anymore. I can't iron my dress, I can't iron my uniform, nothing at all. So like the increment is really hard. Mostly on me. I don't know about other, but me, yeah, it's very hard. And I believe I'm not just the only one. It's affecting everybody. Because if it's only me, I'll say, okay, let me try someone else. But because it's affecting me, I believe that there are so many people too under the kind of my categories that is also affecting. So the increment is way too much. So if the government should please help us to bring down not just the tariff and everything happening in the society, is way bigger than us.
Let me start with the business. Okay, I can remember when we do like 5,000 and it will last for a month, almost a month. But now 5,000 naira is not going anywhere. Like most of the times you have to off some things. Like now our fan is currently off. The 2 iron, one is off and one is on because we are managing the meter. Even in my house is like I used to manage some things at home. I really don't own everything at the same time. It's either I'm making use of the fridge and my iron is not on. Maybe the iron is on, the light bulb is not on, and the rest of it. That's how I used to manage it. So the price is really not going to my budget. Is way too much.
The worstest thing where government will do for adding money, putting another tariff on top of the one where they pay. That's what they do for fuel also. Because this is where they see now. As they don't add this one, they plan to add another one. And that another one where they add, they go see add another one. Now so they go add. The country go see collapse. Because people who are inside the country are not happy. Everybody they vex. There won't be say people there for the country who they pay the money. But now we were there inside the suffer land. You know, poor masses. Now we be the poor masses where they talk about. So now we the suffer land. But anyway, no problem. We thank God for that.
It's really affecting because as I'm a fashion designer, and in terms of current, the current is not even good enough to carry my machines. Now in terms of the machines we use, it's not able to carry. Some of the time we have to off some machines so that it can reach the other machines to use, and all those things, you know, based on the economy of the situation of Nigeria now, we have to work hard to gain more profit and income. So by the time the electricity is no more there, or it's not giving us what we want to gain the profit we want, it's going to affect us very, very well. So I will wish and appeal that we do something concerning the electricity.
the future belongs to whoever can see possibilities before they become real. If you can see possibilities in things, and I saw a lot of possibilities, I could see what the Akwa Ibom need at the time. And thank God, at least 90% of the cases, I was right. The direction in which I took Akwa Ibom is the direction that I'm still following today. In spite of some of the obstacles that I met in the way, and I just decided, if I must give you an example. I decided that the modern world cannot do without electricity. And the things I wanted to bring to Akwa Ibom needed electricity. So I decided that I must give Akwa Ibom 24-hour constant power. It was a struggle. It was a real struggle because of the kind of federal, quote, I put that federal in quotes, arrangement that we have, where the center literally dictates everything that the states can do and cannot do. I was told I could not build an independent power plant. Why would I not be able to build an independent power plant? Because power is centralized. We centralize too many things, and that's where we are backward till today. I will say that over and over again. And that may be why you say I'm still relevant even in national politics, because we have not yet got back to the position. I say get back to, because we were there before. We started on that journey, then we was abruptly stopped and changed. We have not yet got back to the position where federating units can be reasonably, not reasonably, in fact, very independent, able to manage themselves, able to manage their resources, able to manage their own security, able to manage their future with whatever resources they have, and then sustain with whatever they contribute to the federal. We have to change the concept of this federation, because it means people that want to develop cannot develop, because the federal government does not always see the things that the way the states see them. The better example, or more even more, is this power business. I wanted to build, we were consuming 40 megawatt of power. So I went to Lele Moke, who was the minister for power at the time, and said, I want to build 60 megawatt. He laughed at me and said, no, Your Excellency, you want to build a power plant for Akwa Ibom? Please make it a lot larger than that. I said, why? We're only consuming 40. He said, there's something called suppressed demand. You're only consuming 40 because that's all that's available to you. That if you had a lot more than that, you will consume 2-3 times that much. So in the end, I took his advice. I built a power plant of 191 megawatt capacity. And the federal government looked at me and literally laughed, because immediately I finished that, they brought a law to say if you generate, you cannot distribute. I'm convinced, as I speak to you, that if I was allowed to go ahead and distribute that power and boast that Akwa Ibom is the first state in this country to give 24-hour constant power to every corner of the state, believe me, there will be electricity all over Nigeria now, because every state will have tried to imitate it.
Good evening and welcome to Uncommon Conversations. On Signature Television, we're reaching you from our head office in ENUGU, Coal City State. Of course, the last time I checked, ENUGU State, the capital of the Southeast Nigeria. Sure. Today, we'll be looking at a program that is different from what we have done in the past weeks. In the past week, we dwelt on politics, on economy, but today, we want to have a conversation around health. As a young man growing up in the village, my mom and dad would just go to the back of our house and get fruits and vegetables and make fresh soup, fresh yam porridge, and the likes. They got certain crops and roots from the farm. We never had health centers. Sure. We never had clinics. And so, if you were sick, somebody would walk into the bush, get 1 or 2 leaves, mix them up, get them grounded, and then give to you. You drink. There was this use of dogonyaro then in the village, and malaria was just a thing of the past. Sure. But as I grew older and got into the city, I was exposed to synthetic food, what they call wait and take. You go into an eatery, and then you point at what you want.
Fast food.
And they will give it to you. We have forgotten our roots.
Yeah.
We've forgotten that in nature, we had so much health. In nature, we had wealth. And now, even at age 10, 11, people fall sick carelessly, endlessly. And that is why it is important that this evening, we have an uncommon conversation around the issue of basic diet requirements and rules for recovery and staying healthy. And to help us unravel this conversation is an expert himself. His name is Enugulu Hyacinth. He is a wellness practitioner and a coach. I would like to invite him to introduce himself the more and tell our viewing audience what exactly he does for a living. Enugulu.
Thank you so very much. I count it all joy and privilege to be here today, to be able to unravel the mystery behind the frequency and the intensity of untimely death. that is so much around us. To me, it is quite shocking because, just like you rightly pointed out, we have left our roots. So this program is designed to bring us back again to where we started, so that the common health that God has given to everybody, we can have access to it. So
I want to take you back to my first question, which is ENUGU Hyacinth.
Yeah.
Who is he? What does he do?
All right. And ENUGU Hyacinth, God's time, which means Oge Chineke, is a wellness practitioner for over 10 years in practice, and also a coach. By the special grace of God, I have authored quite some books. I am also a conference speaker, and I run an organization called Nature Way Dietetic Living Food. Nature Way Dietetic Living Food is an organization promoting and advocating healthy eating habits and disease-free life.
Healthy living.
Eating habits and disease-free life.
Is it possible that we'll have a disease-free life?
Scientifically, we know that every matter is assumed to be in a state of rest until external force is applied to it. This body of ours do not know on its own on how to become sick. Just like in Igbo parlance, we normally say, our body, not even a single cell in the body, is setting goal to have diabetes, arthritis. But our cells will respond precisely to the environment you have created for it. What I'm trying to say is this. The process and the function of our body is simply a response to a stimulus or a stimuli. Example, if malaria, before you have malaria, it is believed that mosquitoes should bite you. And when the plasmodium is released...
That's a common belief.
And when the plasmodium is released, if your immune system has not been actually turbocharged, the tendency is that the manifestation is malaria. For you also to have diabetes, it's either you have hypersugar or hyposugar. Okay. So that is just the way it is to every sickness that we go through. Yeah.
Okay. When you say basic diet requirements, what do you mean?
All right. That very phrase I like. I want to divide the phrase into two. Looking at basic diet requirement. We all know what basic is. We understand again what requirement is. But I think I have to dwell more on the word diet.
Yeah.
Anytime you hear the word diet, it's simple, suggests the food and the drinks one consumes on daily basis. By extension, we can say that diet could be well tailored, specific eating plan that one adopts or regimen in order to achieve a nutritional or healthy plan. For example, there are some people who don't like the way they look, and they have to do something to look better. So they have to design a particular diet plan. Either they want to lose weight or they want to gain weight. One also may be predisposed genetically to diabetes, a medical condition. And that kind of a person also needs to fashion a specific diet in order to help him or her control the portion of sugar that comes into the body. Also, somebody may want to tailor a particular eating habit in order to influence the overall health. Somebody also who is into sports may decide to come up with a particular diet that will continue to trigger up what we call the ATP.
What would that mean?
All right, when we talk about ATP, we are talking about a particular hormone called adenosine triphosphate. It is how do I describe it now? It is a block of energy. When it is released into you, you come up with such a strength that you could finish what you have already started without, getting weak. So a particular kind of diet could be tailored to guarantee such results. Apart from it, if we have a healthy diet, it therefore suggests that we also have unhealthy diet. But for the fact of what we want to achieve in this very program, let's look a little bit on healthy diet. Whenever we talk about healthy diet, where do we go and get it? When we talk about healthy diet, we must include 1, fruits. And you know that fruit is a wholesome stuff. It's not denatured. It is not devitalized. It is not demineralized. It is not processed. It didn't come with any additives that is not biological compatible. It is just the way God made it. Vegetable comes in there. It can as well be leafy vegetable. It can be tuber vegetables. Also, coming into it is what we call cereals. This cereals comes in form of rice. We understand what it means. Wheat, guinea corn, and the rest of them. So, also, good fats. We have about 4 classes of fats.
Yeah.
1, the saturated, the unsaturated, the polyunsaturated, and also the monounsaturated. All of these fats are the same, but some tends to block, but some tends to maintain fluidity.
Okay, can you give an example of each so that our viewing audience may at least separate the saturated from the unsaturated?
All right.
And the other two.
As we were growing right there in the village, there is a particular precisely over say village.
Yeah.
We expect to have friends and where we shall come around, so it is a time to eat and to drink. And before long, each family has a way of putting money together to buy cow, goats, and all of that. So the night, the eve to the race celebration, that cow or whatever is being slaughtered. And I watch our fathers gather the blood and the fatty aspect of that very animal, keep boiling it, and we eat all of these things together.
Ngongo.
Now that I have grown up and I say, wow, look at where God delivered us from. And today we understand that such fat is not good. It is saturated.
It's still done in the village.
It's still done in the village, but that is why.
No, but when they do it, they go to the farm, they climb the hills, they trek a long distance. Okay, they don't stay in any conditioned office.
Yes.
And all that. So they get burned out.
Those days, there is no dull moment. There is nothing like sedentary kind of lifestyle. Somebody sitting in an office for 4 hours, 6 hours.
No.
Doing what?
When he's done eating that, he goes to the farm and does some farm work.
Work very, very hard, sweat, and all of these things is burnt out.
Now you come.
But because we are beginning to pamper into the influence of civilization, a whole lot has changed since then. So the truth must be told that we don't have to indulge in such practices because they will become hydrogenated. And when they find their way inside of your body, right inside of the blood vessels, they begin to clot it, resulting to what we call atherosclerosis. This atherosclerosis tends to slow down the flow of blood. It's a different thing altogether. So we won't go into that. And then we also have, like I rightly said before, the poly and then the mono unsaturated fatty. These ones are wonderful. For example, there was a time I was teaching somewhere in Imo State, Abia, presently now, Mary's Brother Juniorate in particular. I lived in a village called Obiago, and I watched the way they process their palm front, their palm kernel. It wasn't like what we do in the part of Udi, where I come from. There's a whole lot of local separation. They remove what is called ekete. When they boil it, they put it in a big mortar. It's either you pound it or somebody climbs right inside of it and match it and put water, stir it up. The oil comes up, and then the old woman or whoever collects it, put it right inside of the pot, and then subject it under heavy temperature. And the thing will boil and separate. They use a kind of broom, not a tall one, they will cut it. And somehow there is a way, they have the skill of, pressing it so that the thing will be flat and keep pouring the oil on it.
Okay.
And the fiber will be separated and the real oil will go down. That kind of oil is a wonderful oil. Today, we don't do things like that. I don't know where this generation is going to. A whole lot of things has replaced the normal thing. Look at the oil we have today. You touch it, you notice rancidity.
It's called civilization.
It's rancid. You taste it, you know that this is not good. And to some extent, they add a whole lot of chemicals in it and mess up. I'm not surprised why people are falling sick here and there.
Okay.
I haven't finished.
Okay, go ahead.
I haven't finished in that area. And so you now come down again to receiving of calcium because you are a human being, you have skeleton right inside of you, which is bone, right? So you have to think about getting enough calcium. So when you talk about getting calcium, you talk about dairy stuff, and then green vegetables, and then water. Put all of these things together, you are going for good health and longevity. So, that is what we could call a healthy diet. Anything outside of this is a mixture of what is supposed to be.
Okay. Sometimes we hear, I've been healed.
Yes.
Either by the Western medicine you take.
Yeah.
Or because you've gone to a prayer house.
Yeah.
So healing has become a common phrase that we use. So is healing and staying healthy the same? If you are healed, are you healthy? And if you are healthy, are you healed?
I don't really know where you are watching these broadcasts. I think it's going to be a game changer if you take time to listen, because I'm choosing my words. Healing and staying healthy, they are not the same thing. The disparity is huge. When we talk about healing, healing is an emergency recovery measure provided by God. When people, through neglect, for emphasis, through neglect of health laws and for some other reasons, they can become sick. And when they become sick, well, they ought to look to God, because God is our healer. In fact, I am a Christian. And I don't mix words when I want to tell you that I'm a Christian, practical one by the special grace of God. So if you go to the book of Mark, reading from the 5th chapter, coming down to verse 41 down to verse 43, Jesus came to the house of Jairus because it was reported that a young lad that was 12 died. There was no hope. Everybody seems to be crying, right? And when Jesus stepped into the scenario, he walked in with some of his disciples and called on that very girl, Talitha Kumi, come back to life. The lady jacked, sneezed, and came back to life. And Jesus turned to the father and the mother and said, give her something to eat. What do you deduce from this? Number one, healing absolutely belongs to God. But to sustain and to maintain the healing is your own responsibility. To be healed is God's responsibility. When you are healed, you take responsibility.
To stay healthy.
To some time, in some cases, God may likely allow you to go through the medicals. The sick should go to the doctors. And the doctor will treat you. And having been treated, you get well. So you now notice that health is superior to healing. Healing is a process that brings you to the place of what? Health. But do you know what? The amazing and the surprising thing is that you don't even need a doctor to stay healthy. You don't need a doctor to stay healthy. You don't even need prayer to stay healthy. You don't even need fasting to stay healthy.
So what do you need to stay healthy?
Right. The other day, Apostle Paul was traveling, going to Damascus, and the Lord stopped him on the road. He became blind. And the Lord spoke to Ananias, say, go to this man. By the time Ananias came and laid hands on him, scare went out of his eyes. Immediately he could see. The very first thing that happened is that there was a transfusion of hunger into his DNA that activated to his sensory perception that for 3 days I haven't eaten.
He didn't realize he had not eaten.
He realized he has not eaten.
He was hungry.
He was hungry. Immediately the Bible says he took food, and when he ate, he was strengthened. In other words, food carries anointing to give you strength. Food gives you energy. And so, when you come to the place of health, you know what to do?
No.
Because health is a conglomeration of several practices. Nobody can give you that. Your wife can't even give you that. Your children can't even give you that. If it is a conglomeration of several practices, not just the practice or the result of one thing you do, it brings in the proper dieting, exercise. Your doctor cannot exercise for you.
Yeah.
It's you who will do that. I can suggest to you you should eat. But if you like to eat, you eat.
If you don't like you.
If you don't like, you stay.
Yes,
Doctor can help
some
you.
people tell you they're hungry.
Nobody can do that.
But I don't want to eat.
Then again, you need rest. Read Mark chapter 6 verse 31. Jesus, man and spirit. While he was doing his work, he said to the disciples, come, let's go to the other side. We need to rest. Listen to me. If you refuse to rest, you will be laid to rest. And people will come back and say, rest in peace. You need to rest, my brother. Rest is very important. The point of rest, your body takes over. Begin to repair, renew, and replace a whole lot of things that have gone by. In fact, it is at this very time the adrenaline begin to come low. The cortisol begin to come low. And the entire system begin to get back again. Not only that, you need to understand when to stop work. A lot of people want to finish work, what they have started. If I didn't finish it today, there's no way you can finish it. That is why you must plan, pre-plan how to work so that you can manage stress. If you don't learn how to manage stress, stress per se is not a disease, but it can create an inroad for so many other things to come in. So you must learn to rest. Nobody can rest for you. Your doctor can't rest for you. It is you who will do it. So you don't need doctor. You don't need anybody if you really want to be healthy. Not only that, your relationship with human beings and God is very, very important. But do you know, in all of these things, food primarily determines how healthy you will become. Do you know why?
No.
The reason is that the sum total of our health is the function of what you eat and what you drink. And if you don't make conscious effort to understand your physical body relationship with the articles of what you buy and eat, you may be on your way to the grave. Now that we are pampering into the influence of civilization, you remember what you said when we started this program, how we go to the backyard, collect the greens and all of that. Nobody cook and eat it 2 times the next day. You cook and you finish it. The fridge is there. I have nothing against fridge, but we should understand what fridge is. Fridge is simply a preservative. Something that will help you to extend the shelf life of whatever you put in there, that all to decay if it is not put in such environment. But today, most people, before they take water, they have to touch it. If it is not cold, they won't take it. Which kind of lifestyle is this? Apart from that, we have a lot of eateries around us there. 5G life. That is where we are today. Microwave type of life. And it is showing. But this is like my way of sounding warning to whoever that cares. If this health and life is your own, you really have to rise up and take responsibility.
Okay, we shouldn't take a short break, but before we do that, I just want you to speak to this issue. What happens to our health? What exactly happens to our health when our diet is faulty? When you have a faulty diet, what happens to our health?
I'm becoming emotional now.
It don't have to be. It don't have to be.
Because I have seen people who ought to live just die. Not because God wanted them to die. Not because of witch, not because of wizard.
But we say whatever happens to them at any point it does, we'll give glory to God.
Yeah, we have to give glory to God. But yes, but there is the Godward side and also the manward side. What God has given you the ability to do, He won't do that for you. What He takes ability from you is what He comes to do for you.
Okay.
Now look at the way this thing works. I'm choosing my word. When your diet is faulty, it is an insidious, I use the word insidious, something that is secretly stealing from you and you don't know. Faulty nutrition is insidious and unrecognized. In fact, that word insidious is being described by the word, stealing from us, something that is harmful to mankind. The way you are made is just the way the food you ought to eat is made. Let me even go a little bit to the scriptures and then back it up with science. If you go to the Bible in Genesis, the 1st chapter and 11th verse, the Bible tells us the plant kingdom came from the soil. And you go to Genesis chapter 2, the 19th verse, the animal kingdom emerged from the soil. Genesis chapter 2 and the seventh verse. The man that we eat from the plant kingdom and from the animal kingdom also emerge. What does that suggest to you?
That's life.
That what man we eat is they just come from the same environment. And scientifically, when this thing is looked upon, we discover that man is just the food that he eats. If you take a single cell, cell, the tiny microscopic energy life-making machine, there is a place in it that is called the cell membrane. We have the nucleus where we have the DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, that tells you about the things in the gene. And there is another segment that is called the protoplasm. Right in the protoplasm, we have 4 powerful elements. One is carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. You see, remember, if you must know about a product, you ask the manufacturer. So if you don't get it from the manufacturer, you will make a lot of mistakes. Now, God, who knew that we are coming here, he understands the food that we eat. Number one, that will not be harmful, that will not distort the function of the organs, and we only deliver nutrients for ourselves to regenerate, repair itself. You know what he did? God now commanded us, say, carbon, go into the atmosphere. Hydrogen, go into the atmosphere. Oxygen, go into the atmosphere. Sun, begin to heat the plant. Through the process of photosynthesis, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen come together. They become what is called carbohydrate. So God kept your food that will give you energy in the plant. So you see now that plant is like your filling station. When the one in your body finishes, where do you go? You go to the filling station, to the plant, and get enough of it. But today, somebody will turn a grain of maize to something else, to something that is yellowish. And little children will eat it and lick their fingers. When you give them one apple, they will not take. I will not mention names. You know what I'm talking about. They have denatured all of these things, added things that are not biologically compatible, which the body cannot use. And 2 things is happening to our physical body. Number one is deficiency, because you haven't provided the nutrient density that the body needs. Number 2, you have brought in things that are foreign. The body do not recognize it. And if the body do not recognize it, they will trigger what is called free radicals, destructive active molecules. And it is implicated in over 80% of the chronic diseases that people are going through. Faulty nutrition. It is an insidious and an enemy of mankind.
Okay, if you're watching us, we're still holding on common conversations. And our guest is still ENUGU Hyacinth. But we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Don't go away. You are still watching on Common Conversations, and we're still reaching you from our ENUGU studios. This is Signature Television. ENUGU Hyacinth,
my brother,
you put me in the spirit. Honestly, you put me in the spirit. You've gone biblical, and you've been quite scientific. But I'm going to ask you, if I look at your stature, and I look at mine, and for one moment I imagine I want to come close to what you look like. Mm-hmm. What will I do exactly?
Discipline.
I'm very disciplined. In what aspect?
It's discipline.
Tell me.
The other day, I had a patient come visit me in my office here in ENUGU, in our school, where we train people, families come, families that are predisposed to conditions like diabetes. They normally come. I will put a projector and begin to show them what diabetes is all about, even though they are predisposed genetically. We show them that genes do not determine whether you can be sick.
What does?
Genes never. Genes can only function simple by being activated. And nutrition is what plays a key role in determining which of the genes, either the good or the bad, that can give expression. For example, if you have a palm kernel, right, which is a potential seed, put it on top of this table for 20 years, it will not give expression. Take it outside there, plant it, give it 3 months, water it, manure it. What happens?
It will grow.
So, what's the difference? Because of environment. It takes discipline to create a healthy environment. So what you eat is very, very important. So when the young man stepped in, I told him, you'll be fine. He was even thinking he's somebody that poisons and all of that. I said, keep that aside. Let's deal with what we are seeing. We will get to that one later on. So I sat in them, I said, if you will ever practice what I'm going to teach you, you will infallibly recover. He said, what? I say infallibly. Write it down somewhere. Because it is lifestyle related. It is not an inheritance. It is lifestyle related. Okay. And I told him, beginning from now, this is your regimen. Stay on this. And he kept staying on that 1 month to 2 months. In fact, the result was awesome. Quite a good number of families with conditions that have defiled, so many things they have done, start coming. And when we change your thinking about eating, we have helped you 50%. You need discipline to implement it. So if I tell you what I do, that as I wake up in the morning, as I pray,
I just want to see your daily diet, what it looks like.
As I pray, I wake up, I try to dress bed. You know, the culture of waking up and dressing bed is gradually going. But that is the very first.
It's almost gone.
Yeah, but that is the very first exercise you do. Because God even said, using Apostle Paul talking to Timothy, do physical exercise because it has profit in it. So, you bend, you squat, you dress your bed. The next thing is you brush your teeth. What you also use to brush your teeth is very, very important.
Yes.
I grew up in the village. I can still remember using dogoyaro stick.
Yeah, it's very healthy.
When we will be running down the hill going to fetch water, there are particular plants there. We just cut them, use our teeth, remove the other part, and clean. Nothing is wrong with our teeth. It's just that we have eaten.
Yes.
I don't understand what is happening with us. Even in the primary school, they taught us how to use charcoal to clean our teeth. But today, take up a tube of any paste you are using. What you will see will amaze you. I did a program for the former governor of Imo State, Rochas, when Dr. Bumi was the chaplain, person there. He invited me after listening to me. By the time I finished, the Imo State Speaker, by name, His Excellency Ihana Acho, asked me not to go. I was in a hotel for 4 days. And he took me back to his house. I said, that is where we're going to sort it. I did what is called kitchen cleansing. Bring everything you are using in the kitchen to prepare your food, ranging from your salt. We begin to look at the salt.
And we discovered that the salt we are using is lacking a lot of electrolytes.
The salt in the market.
Yes, the white salt in the market is lacking a whole lot of electrolytes. What I personally use is Himalayan natural sea salt. It has 92 electrolytes in it, and also a wonderful, substance that can alkalize your system. So I brush my teeth using an organic toothpaste. I've not come here to promote anyone.
Don't promote anyone.
So I don't mention anyone.
You pay for it.
But then you must know how to read label. There is something I found disturbing. There are things we use externally that we don't have to use internally, like sodium lauryl sulfate, SLS. It is a surfactant, something we use in producing soap, in making soap to foam. So of what use is it there?
Sometimes we'll find it in our toothpaste.
You do your due diligence. Okay. I'm not going to mention any of these things. The sorbitol are they're wonderful. The hydrated silica, they're wonderful. So many of them. But you need to find out what you are using if your life is very important to you. Reading label is very important. So I use an organic toothpaste. Shortly after that, I have to take my warm water in the morning. Why must I take warm water? I still remember my grandfather. Early in the morning during the hammer time, he will wake us, all of us. And we will be there about the hour 3, 4. In the morning hours, he will be gathering palm front. And he set up the fire. And every one of us will be stretching ourselves.
No, we did that.
We'll be stretching ourselves. We feel very much good. In developed country today, they have fireplace in their parlors.
Yes.
Because we are warm-blooded, not cold-blooded. Some of them put firewood under the place they lie down to warm themselves. We sleep under air conditioner room. We use fan. In fact, I know of a family anytime because of this plan band B. Band B and band A. So the thing runs very fast. So every now and then, once there is a power outage, recharge. So I said, what kind of life is this? Open your windows and do this thing naturally, madam. So I take my warm water. The moment you boil your water, drinking warm water is not very easy. Most people find it difficult. The moment water has been heated, the molecular structure of that water has been altered. To some extent, it will help your liver. Our liver is an incomparable plant chemical that modifies. Whatever you take in, the liver makes its own contribution to make it in such a way that it will be harmless for your consumption. And you can imagine it working like that, even when fat comes.
They were breaking it down.
And you can imagine if fat is coated everywhere. That is why you see a lot of people having fat in their what? In their liver, coated. How do you think it can function? But using warm water to some extent can give a lease of life to your what? To your liver. And your liver will detoxify better. Haven't done that. The next thing is my fruits and vegetables. I tell people that blender and then juicer is more important in a home than the gas cooker.
Why?
Simple. Why do you eat? You are eating not because you want to feed your stomach. You want to feed the cells. You want to help your immune system. You want to empower the stem cells to begin to produce embryonic cells to replace the dead, the wounded ones, so that life can continue in the cell world. So,
and I still have 4 questions, and our time is running. So
let's do this thing well. This is an opportunity for me. Let us do this thing well.
Okay,
I'm excited.
Okay,
I feel like talking to the whole world because the truth must be told.
Let it be told now.
So, when you subject your food under high temperature, you already know that the nutrients is going down, isn't that? So are we eating because of
to fill our
appetite, or are we eating because there is need we have to meet?
Most times we eat to fill our appetites.
Yeah, that's the problem now. So we have to change it. I'm not saying you don't have to cook. There are some certain basic things you must cook. But I tell you, if you form the habit of eating more of fruits and vegetables than you eat the cooked food, a lot of things will change, even without you knowing it. Because that is how you supply your body the ample, nutrients that the body also needs. So when I have done that, then I relate with people. Because in Igbo, onye wiwe okali anjo. Anybody who triggers you is trying to steal your health. You must learn forgiveness whether you want it or not. Forgiveness is a virtue that God gave to us to begin our relationship again, to bring back our health status again. When you are angry, agitated, unforgiveness, you are carrying a load.
An excess load.
All you need to debunk, take away all of these things. You feel lighter, you'll be in a lighter mood. Even when you eat, you will enjoy what you are eating. That is why I say health is not what the doctor can give. You must make up your mind to be healthy. So I try to practice all of this. Sometimes I don't get 100%, but I live under the consciousness that I must do the right thing all the time.
Okay, very briefly, after seeing a doctor, assuming I'm sick and I'm going to see a doctor, what do I do next?
Listen to me. Don't become a doctor you are not. The doctors are trained. The moment you discover that you are sick, it's just like you're driving a car. You don't just have to become mechanic overnight. Yes, you will listen to the symptom of your car because symptom is an internal mechanism planted inside of God, inside of us by God, to remind us that something is wrong. And when you check out the expert in that area, the expert will fix it. It is your right to know you are sick, but it is also your right to go and see a doctor. And doctor will do clinical examination, diagnose, find out exactly what the case is, and immediately commence treatment. And when you've been treated, because it's like an emergency, at this point you don't know what to do. So you needed them. The moment you go there and you're okay and you're out, take responsibility. You are personally responsible how good you can become at what is important to you. If your health is important to you, take responsibility. How do you take responsibility of your health? Do you know? Can I ask you a question? Even if you go to the best hospital in the whole world, Johns Hopkins, that is in Baltimore, United States of America, and you get yourself treated and you're back, and you start indulging again in practices that will lead to sickness and disease, what happens? You will fall sick again.
Yeah. So what do you do after?
So what you do at this time is this. You have to adopt a very good diet and lifestyle that is okay. Because when your diet and your lifestyle is right, you don't have need of taking so many petrochemical synthetic drugs. But do you know again, when your diet is wrong and your lifestyle also is wrong, even the drug you are taking is useless. It will not help you because you are curing yourself and you are doing the same thing that is causing the sickness and diseases. So you need to take responsibility by personally understanding your physical body relationship with the articles of the food that you need to eat and engage in eating that very food appropriately and at the right time.
Okay. Supplements.
By the word supplements, we should know what it means.
Supplements have become a way of life in this country.
Yes.
There are too many of them everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Actually, is the abuse when purpose is not known, abuse become inevitable. Supplements suggest that something is missing and we need to make it up. Something you use to add to the deficiency. That is what is called supplement.
Okay.
Today, we have technology that has the ability to isolate these nutrients that we needed organically and package it. And these things are encapsulated. Some are in tablet form, some are in syrup form, some are in powdered in granule form. They are called supplements. The idea behind it is that you're supposed to take about 30 international units of tocopherol, which is vitamin E. You haven't gotten it. You need about 1,000 milligrams of ascorbic acid. You haven't gotten it. Then you can supplement so that aging will be graceful. But some people today carry it because they are not trained. If you take this one, it will cure this. It will even cure cancer. That is why doctors get mad at them. It's not because they are not good. They are wonderfully okay. The way we are eating, we need to supplement in order to make it up. I was privileged to be invited somewhere in Bonny Island to see a white man. He lived all his life in the ship. The bomb is, he won't even find bomb again. But the stomach is very big. I tried, it is pains everywhere. The only way I can help is to engage what I call masticator. There is a machine that is called masticator. It will preserve the enzyme, the biological catalysts that facilitate the biochemical reaction when it comes. And then add up, supplement to it in the area of his need. Amazingly, this man gradually returning back. Supplement is an integral part of how we can recover and stay healthy. There are families that are privileged to have people abroad. Yeah. And over time, you see them sending this thing, but the people that are bringing it to, they don't know what is it. They dump it because they are not trained. But gradually, people are beginning to know that supplementation is part of recovery and staying healthy. If you come to me, I will consider your sex, I will consider your age, I will consider your blood group and your gender, and recommend for you something that is beautiful and awesome. In fact, right as it is now, on my hand, I have what is called double stem cell stimulator.
What does it do?
Stem cell. Stem cell is the new biology. Stem cell is, I call it a recovery of life or longevity cell. This stem cell is not specific to any of our system. It doesn't know the cell that is in the nervous system. It doesn't know the cell that is in the cardiovascular, the gastrointestinal, the urinary genital, the musculoskeletal. It doesn't respect it. The job is, if you trigger it, it will produce embryonic cells, looking for where there is damaged cell and replace it. That is how I reverse diabetes. That is how I reverse high blood pressure. And so many other, lifestyle-related cases. I use stem cell to do all of this.
Very fast one, because our time is actually galloping.
Yeah.
It's galloping.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people have watched you.
Yeah.
Our audience.
Yeah.
They'll be wondering, for all you've said, what's the way forward? For me, I've said this, I want to look as thin
the
as
way I am.
Yes, I want to cut myself to what you have.
So
I want to get off this chubby part of me.
I thank God.
Okay. you feel like breakdancing. So what's the way out and the way forward?
Way forward is this.
Very briefly.
Number one, health education is very important. Alongside with medication.
Where can we get the health education?
That is why I am running a program.
Is this the university?
It's not that university. Like in ENUGU, if you are within ENUGU, there is a place in ENUGU that is called C2C Plaza, Block E20. C2C Plaza, Block E20. That is where we do training. And we are doing it free of charge for now, because this is an in thing. People that are predisposed genetically to diabetes, you come, we show you a way out. People that are having high blood pressure, be it primary or be it secondary, be it the ones that are caused by underlying factors. Maybe your kidney is not working very well and you do not even know. And the BP is high. You keep taking drugs for BP instead of dealing with what is causing it. Maybe you are somebody who stays on NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, so long a time. And some of these things can trigger high blood pressure. There are risk factors. So what we do is to sit you down and teach you. After teaching you, we empower you. We watch you in the next 6 months. After practicing what we teach, you just simply recover. We do it excellently well. I see people stay in a hotel 4 days.
So you do it with drugs, supplements, or what?
No. I don't touch drug. I'm not a medical doctor.
Okay,
I have nothing to do with petrochemical synthetic drugs. No, I do it with simple food. Simple food and supplementation. But the primary is giving you an understanding, changing your mindset about how to stay healthy, and then putting it in your hand how to go about it, depending the condition that brought you. There is no health challenge you cannot walk out from if you are disciplined enough.
There is no health challenge
you cannot walk out from
if you are
disciplined enough.
I want to pause you there and I want to stop you there.
Yeah.
Because that's the take home.
Good.
So I want to thank you, ENUGU Hyacinth. The past 45, 50 minutes have been quite awesome.
Yeah.
In fact, I must confess, it's been an uncommon conversation.
All right, okay.
And I want to thank you for finding time to be here.
It's my privilege.
Hoping that even though this is your first, it will be our last visit to Signature Television.
Oh.
Because we keep on engaging you.
No, when I came here, they treated me well. They took me right inside, gave me tea and other things. I enjoyed being here.
Okay, thank
I would
you.
like to come again.
Thank you. If you've been watching us, I've just had a conversation, very uncommon, with ENUGU Hyacinth. He is a holistic wellness practitioner, a coach with over 2 decades of practical experience. I'm sure I'm enriched. And you watching us, I'm sure you're also enriched. Let's do this same time tomorrow. Thank you for watching.
It's been another beautiful day. This is the 27th day in the month of October, and it is Sunday. And I say a very happy Sunday to you. I wanted to say happy birthday, of course, to everyone who is celebrating their birthday today. You know how we do it. This is the new day on Signature TV, and this morning we'll be bringing you the newspaper headlines, newspaper review, and every other thing you need to watch for your pleasure this morning. My name is Belinda Mwobodo, and with me is
Joshua Oritogun. Wonderful to have you with us this morning. Don't forget to go to all of our social media platforms. We're live on Facebook and YouTube. You can as well drop your comment and opinion on conversations we'll be having, because this is we giving voice to the voiceless. We're going to be going on a very short break. When we come back, we'll start with the newspaper headline. First in our dailies this morning is the Sunday Punch, and just below the mast we have 10,000 marketers may shut down over massive drop and high costs. With the rider, many petrol stations cannot buy one truckload, and this is coming from Nopeng.
12 governors pardon 1,780 inmates to decongest prisons.
Still on the Sunday Punch, we have just above the mast, Bobrisky to face fresh criminal charges as panel indicts 4 prison officers.
Sack more ministers, and Dume tells Tinubu.
And on a very sad note, many feared dead in Abuja building collapse.
Ogun assures residents as memo hints of terror attack.
Nigerians excited after Libya forfeits 3 points and fined $50,000.
Hardship: 50% of private hospitals have closed down, says Doctors Guide's president.
Why I attempted suicide 3 times, coming from the retired African church canon.
That's all we can take from the Sunday Punch. Let's take a look at the Sunday Vanguard newspapers this morning. Japa sweeps Nigerians' hospitals. With the rider hard hit authorities hire old retired doctors, others workers. Medical Guide, lawsuit, CMD speak on hiring policy.
And just above the mass, we have Wike versus Atiku. Fresh moves to sack Damango begin.
Inflation, why we are careful about lowering rates. That's from Kadoso.
40 fear trapped in Abuja building collapse.
Tinubu's establishment of Regional Development Ministry will strengthen local government autonomy. That's from Oralusi.
And Elumelu co-chairs new African summit at Saudi Arabia Investment Initiative.
Releasing Nnamdi Kanu now, Igbo press Tinubu at Iwayawo's funeral.
80-year-old woman killed in a Abeokuta fire.
40 feared trapped in Abuja building collapse.
And that is the much we can take on the Sunday Vanguard. Moving over to the Nation. AFCON qualifiers, CAF awards Nigeria 3 points, imposes 50,000 naira fine on Libya, with the rider North Africans to appeal.
That's $50,000 fine on Libya. Right, still on the Nation. Plots to draft David Mark for PDP chairman fails. With the rider, count me out of party's internal crisis, says Atiku.
Commonwealth leaders defy UK, agree to discuss reparations. And with the rider, Tinubu congratulates Ghana's new Secretary General of Organization.
Edun, Tinubu's economic reforms yielding positive fruit.
Inciting military intervention unacceptable, Presidency warns The Guardian.
40 persons trapped as building collapses in Abuja.
And finally, on the Nation, we have search for victims of helicopter crash ongoing, says NSIB, with the rider. Agency secures diving perimeters for wreckage location, explains why ill-fated helicopter went down.
Moving ahead to the Sunday Tribune this morning, Northern senators expressed worries over blackouts in Kano, Katsina, Jigawa, where the rider Atiku calls for urgent reforms to end electricity crisis.
Federal government announces plan to engage 93,731 unskilled unemployed youths, with the rider NCDF applauds Tinubu for establishing regional development.
Just so for 2027, North in dilemma over best candidates to challenge Tinubu, with the rider Northern leaders scout for acceptable politician from Southwest, line up likely Northerners as running mate.
UK hospital sets to use superhuman AI death calculator that will tell patients when they are going to die.
20 days to own Doguba. Parties intensify campaign for election. APC, PDP, Labour express optimism of winning.
Elumelu to co-chair new African summit in Saudi Arabia.
You have justified people's mandate with performance. Group hails Oyebanji.
20 days to Ondo Guba. Parties intensify campaign for election, with rider APC, PDP, Labour express optimism of winning.
Ocean government plans security meeting over clash between police, civil defense corps.
Finally, on the Sunday Tribune, lady found dead on roadside after visiting man she met on dating site.
On the Disney newspapers this morning, at 696.88 billion naira, foreign investors' transactions in Nigeria's stock market highest since 2018.
Cardoso, CBN confident of attracting $12 billion diaspora inflows in 365 days, with the rider says Apex Bank working assiduously to get Nigeria out of the grey list. Tinubu's bold reforms yielding results. Edun insists.
NMPP wins all 44 local government chairmanship positions, 484 councillorship seats in Kano.
Ending security in Northwest now. Tinubu charges military defense minister tours theaters of operations.
Ekong excited as CAF awards Nigeria 3 points, fines Libya $50,000.
And that's the much we can take on the newspaper headlines. We will be moving over to the newspaper review. And in the studio with us is Chris Maduka. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Joshua. Good morning, Belinda.
How are
you? We thank God for His mercy.
Okay, so let's...
To wake up in Nigeria is one of the things I want to pray and thank God for whenever it happens, because it's a miracle to sleep and wake up in Nigeria.
Very interesting. So on Sunday Vanguard, beg your pardon, on Sunday Vanguard we have Japa sweep Nigerians hospital, where the rider had hit authorities, hire old, retired doctors and other workers. I mean, first of all, our hospitals are getting dried, and the only solution they could come up with is to hire retired doctors and old workers. How do you react to this?
It's an understatement. We say Japa sweeps. Japa syndrome has cleaned up Nigerian medical system, and the data are there. If not anything, the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics will tell you how many medical personnel and medical-related personnel has left this country in the last 10 years. Now we are even talking about that we do not have enough, because Nigeria's population is growing by day. We are one of the fastest growing nation in the world. And the worst thing is that you don't have, I can't remember exactly the number of medical doctors per, the number of, patients per doctor that is recommended by World Health Organization as appropriate. And now in Nigeria, we do not have, I made bold to say we do not have 5 million people to a doctor. And when we are talking about doctor, we are not talking about the quacks that have ruled, that are filled everywhere. Anybody who Nigeria has taken pain to train to be a doctor, a qualified doctor, has left the shores of Nigeria. And this is what the Nigerian government will watch, and they're not doing anything. The worst come to worst, they find resident doctors every time threatening to go on strike. Some of them go on strike 3 months, 4 months before they even come back, meaning they are not wanted. And there's one thing about nature, and the lecturer told me, he said, I can only work and give my best where it is appreciated. So you don't, Nigerians have a way of, somebody was analyzing it, I saw a viral video of a South African analyzing what is hit Nigeria. Nigerians spend money to train their own from nursery school. You know how many years we spend money to train our people from nursery to university? Not talk about medical personnel who their training takes longer time with money and logistics of monumental capacity and things that involve energy and sacrifice the Nigerian parents will put to train these people. And the idea is that you have spent this money to train them, then you just allow them fizzle away to go and develop another country. And you are still running around here looking for what is happening to you, and you have not found out your problem. Japa has cleaned up Nigerian medical system. It's beginning to clean up others. It's just that this health system is the only thing that Nigeria can easily see. Everybody wake up in the morning and see. You see, in Nigeria, as we stay, just pray to God you do not fall sick. If you fall sick in this present nation, that's when you realize how bad our situation is in Nigeria. It's not that you don't have money to access the medical treatment. You don't even have qualified medical people to treat you. And that's how Nigeria has, you know what it means? To go and wash your hand with the disinfectant, to go and break pan kernel for chicken. That's the way to describe Nigeria's situation. We wash our hands clean with every detergent and all the disinfectant, only to go to use it to break pan kernel for chicken. That's what we do. We train our own, allow them go, and we think we are doing ourselves favor. What can you do, I keep asking, for your girlfriend's son to call you papa? Whatever, some of them will suffer with this number of years to get qualified. When they even jump out to other Europe or America, they start all over in humiliation because they are not citizens. And they will always put it to your face with rest season and other things that go with it to tell you you have just come as a beggar. And then, you know, he who goes abo goes aso. Is a saying, who goes a borrowing goes a sorrowing. You go to somebody's house, you can never. A chicken that is bought newly into a household will always stand with one leg. That's what you find these our trained medical doctors in Nigeria begging to go and deliver their services to this nation for free, almost for free. For free, for peanuts. And they were here running around because the people who are in power can afford to go to India to treat themselves. At slightest opportunity, they will fly out to go and treat themselves, and they leave us here with this quagmire. And you think we pray for better prayer for them? And when I say it, people think they have clearly put us in deep shit. I'm sorry to use the word, but that's what we are. People are dying of hunger, they are dying of sickness, they don't have access to anything, and we say we are Nigerians. Woe to any nation that will allow their citizens go through this and expect them to give the best. We have returned back to state of nature, where everybody is on his own. People pray, do anything, kill, sacrifice, go to juju doctors to get to positions of authority. And it's like, once they get there, they give you that greeting that a man who has come to your house with a bicycle, when he wants to go, he will always show you the backside. Then, and that's it. That's what our politicians are doing to us. Waiting for us. Every 4 years, the 4th year, they come back, promise us, try, and because they are weaponized poverty, I will do this, we'll do this, that's the end. And sheer little things they've stolen from our national commonwealth, and come and get back to the position. And they have made sure everything you are talking about, reform, governance reform and all, they will sit down on it because it favors them. Some of them are National Assembly for running to 24 years. Let them come out, write their memos and do documentaries on their achievements. And they will forget them, and they will talking about other people's fault. Nigerians are fantastically corrupt. And you Nigerians, whatever you're getting, you take. Because every nation gets what they want at any particular time. No complaint. If anybody die, we bury him. And can't those people who are even lucky to find people who bury them. Yesterday, somebody was telling me that some people can't travel from their city to go for burials in the villages. So when even their close relatives die, they can't go because they can't afford transport. So those things are coming to fruition that predicted in the Bible, that days will come, even the dead will bury themselves because of hardship. But then is war to a nation that these biblical and holy book prophecies are fulfilling on their head. Good luck to you, Nigerians. So it's not about it's not about sweeping. It has cleaned up. No need to talk about it second time. And we see, go to medical centers, go around. You're talking about places like capital of states like ENUGU, where you are staying. Go a little interior and see beautiful facilities, built with money. Some of them are grown with weeds. You see the facilities that are rotting. Medical people don't even go there. They don't even remember they exist. Now this leg, now I go reach Umuahia. I beg you, leave matter for matters, let's move on. These Nigerian issues, we'll be talking about it. It's unfortunate you started with that. Sweeping car, cleaning knee. There is no health situation. We don't have it, it's collapsed. And under the watch, we have ministers of health and SS in health. We have commissioners of health at the state level. Even now that some local government at the winner takes it all, they have councillors for health. So all of them will be there looking at collapsed system and will be bothering about buying fuel at 1,400 to survive a night a day. You think we are living? Leave matter, Jare. Let's go. Yesterday was Saturday Tribune that said Kwashiorkor has returned back to Nigeria. We couldn't review it. Kwashiorkor. And for you Gen Z people, you do not know what Kwashiorkor is. For some of us that were so small during the Civil War, we tell you what Kwashiorkor is. Severe, acute malnutrition. And when it gets to that level where you see a Kwashiorkor patient and it affects children more, you will cry when it has returned to Nigeria. That will tell you. Nobody is saying anything. Well, what Kwashiorkor now? Somebody somewhere won't do anything. Very soon they will send us vaccine for Kwashiorkor. Somebody will be working on getting vaccine for Kwashiorkor so that they just do as if they do juju to Nigeria. So you just spend. When they see a little money in your hand, they'll come and give you proposal. You spend. God help Nigeria. Let's move on, Jare. I know prison decongestion. It's a 1,780 inmates. At Punch has said it. Has been pardoned. I don't know for how long this has happened, but 12 governors pardoned 1,780. I'm happy at the pardon. It happens once in a while during celebration that whoever is in a position of authority will have cause to say, go home, you have been pardoned, but don't return back to your sins. But here, they are pardoning these prisoners because of to decongest.
Prison.
That's where I am stuck. You are not pardoning these people because you want to show them that they have shown good, lived well. There's a way they do when they are paroled in the prisons. They watch you, how good you have been. And then now it's Nigeria correctional system. You call them inmates and no more prisons so that they don't get stigmatized. Now they watch you, the correction on your character and attitude about life, and they find out that you have been corrected. Somebody will recommend that you can be. So when a governor is coming to look for those to pardon, you'll be among the list who will say, this place has corrected me. But 1,780 people has been released back into the system because they want to decongest the prisons. Not because they didn't give, that will tell you. And this is true. Because if it was another reason, they say to decongest. It brought another thing to the mind. How many Nigerians that are put in the correctional centers? When I was working for a prisoner rehabilitation and welfare organization, they call them PRAWA, as a communication expert. The PRAWA organization was doing so much we went to a prison in Oji River. One small prison built in a modern way, it's transparent. If you're looking at it, you see everything that happens in prison. Unlike where they have all these. When we got there were over 200 people. To tell you the first, the prison was built to accommodate about 300 people who are serving their own time comfortably. But they had over 5,000 people stuck in one prison yard that's supposed to hold about 300 people. And about few of them are doing their full time. Then they know when they have entered, when they will go. The others, just do the mathematics, are awaiting trial, ATM. And they translate it in modern Nigerian language. Automatic teller machine. For the prison officials, you keep ATM people, awaiting trials in prison, and the budget to feed them comes from the same source. One of the days on this seat, we were saying that they increased the feeding for prisoners, and that includes the ATM, which is an anathema. Somebody is not supposed to be on ATM for that long, because you decide whether, so that the person know when you are going to the prison and know when you serve out your terms and go. But some people, what pained me and the story I want to tell, a boy stole 2 crates of minerals at 9th Mile in ENUGU and was caught. They do their GBT and the police and in the court, the next thing in the prison. And nobody knew he was there again. For 12 years.
12 years.
Ordinarily, this kind of offense, if you look through deeply, the lawyers will tell us, is not supposed to attract more than 6 months, highest, or with fine. Somebody spending even his papers. They were looking for him, nothing to trace him. He doesn't even can remember the way to his village. So when you go as a non-government organization to do what they call prison liberation, where you move both the judiciary and all the process, they move to prison to do that. They start bringing them out, asking them questions. that's when you cry for Nigeria. Some of them have been there for little things as stealing crates of mineral for years, awaiting trial. They don't have access to pro bono lawyers who will go and stand for them in court. The prison that put them there do not take them to prisons to be heard, at least to be convicted and or otherwise set free. They are there eating from the Nigerian system. So imagine, let me give you an example of the corrupt situation. If government of Nigeria has said 1,000 naira per prisoner, before it pass through the bureaucracy of contracts that will be awarded by the Controller General of Police Nigeria from Abuja before it trickles down to 36 state controllers of prisons in the states, and all the contractors that will go, the prisoners might not get up to 1 naira. So you see the food that's served, you will know that Nigeria is closer to hell. What they're giving to prisoners. So when this kind of thing happen in prison, they say the congestion and all. Well, I am happy. The congestion good. For the reason I am suspect. For the reason why you are decongesting, if it is that you work with the prison authority, the correctional center authority, and they are profiling the prisoner, the inmates, to find out how they have changed and how the system has corrected them, and you are releasing them into the society, fine. Because you cannot have water in your mouth and you are blowing fire. At that moment, you don't have to work. I don't want to use my other proverb of using pepper to cure madness, because if you say you want to release prison some inmates and you release them into the society worse than they left the society, in Alwana, what have you done? You have only added more to the hunger hardship situation we are in. That's why we have more and more multiply effect of criminals, and the government will indirectly or directly doing this without knowing, and that's my fear, and that's it.
All right, Chris, before you move
10,000
on,
marketers.
Yes, that's where I'm going
May
to.
shut down over massive drug.
Yes, that many petrol stations cannot buy 1 truckload. So, of course, this is a final one, a headline we'll be able to take because of time. So,
no, beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, at least with this. And what was I recommending here? Why are they wasting time? Put 1 liter of fuel at 10,000 naira. So that these ones you will sell and go and buy back. Isn't that what all these things are? You don't know what these things are going through. We're not worried how many people are driving cars. Close down all the filling station, turn them into industries. What do you need to be selling fuel if you can't afford it? Change the business. What is the lamentation? And the marketers lament with this lamentation over Nigeria fuel and gas oil they cannot afford. And you remain there to do what? Who are you lamenting for? If 10,000, as at this morning, the next morning it was 20,000, 100,000 that marketers cannot afford to buy from the refineries. Shut down. Let every man, the ones who can afford buy fuel and they go. They can even use governors have a depot in their governing houses. They go directly buy and dump and they're driving around in their convoy. We'll be trekking. The presidency have depot. All the big men, they have depot. So why bother about Nigerians? Put the price so that every filling station that we even afford to buy at 1,004 collapses. Then Nigeria comes to a standstill. Only the ones who can afford it. What is the problem? I don't have any sympathy with any market. If you cannot buy at the price they are selling, and you think Nigeria cannot buy from you when you buy from them, change business. Good luck to Nigerians.
Thank you very much, Chris. This has been very, very interesting. But before you close up finally, sack more ministers, Ndume is telling Tinubu. Ndume has been one who has been vocal, but in as much as he has been vocal, he will always come back and say he's apologizing to the president. Do you think, as you would say, a politicking?
I don't see politicking. Let more National Assembly members, senators, distinguished senators talk and apologize later.
But is there even
By
effect
keeping
to
quiet,
what they say?
no, I don't know why is Nigerians always translating? This may have come to this man's mind as something he felt. Why singling out 5 ministers and dropping them? Has Nigeria changed? Or do you have possibility that things will become miraculously changed within a short time? Because what we see, you have a coach in our Jagaban, our presidency, and you have 11 players that you have to feature at any time as the coach, the technical manager. It's always better for you to come out with clean teams for a new trial. If it's along the match, they've played 90 minutes and they have extra time because of lag and all, you now say, let me bring somebody, go and rest. It's understandable. At this point, what we expect is that we are entering into a new era of match. Change the teams totally. So I am speaking with Ndume, and I support Ndume, and I say, change the team totally. Because the change you have done, as far as we are concerned as Nigerians, looks negligent and might be so minor and minute to make effect on whatever you think you want to achieve. But you see, you are the president of Nigeria, you see clearer, the view is clearer from where you are looking at. We are only advising. You are free to either take or leave. But we say, if you ask us, well, for how many, 480 something days, you should have changed the entire thing. Because some of them are relaxed. I've said it several times. They're all relaxing, hiding under the presidency. Everything but say Tinubu, Tinubu, Tinubu. It's not only Tinubu that is governing Nigeria. You have the ministers, you have the governors, you have the National Assembly. Everyone must share from this blame. Because, as my people talk, when the human physics hit the ceiling fan that is rotating, everybody in that room must get a feeling of it. If you don't touch you go hear them, you could smell them. So why are they relaxed? All those ones you left behind now will go start doing Thanksgiving there. But they've not done, I don't see any of the ministries that will come out with that clean slate of highly scored result. You know, when they come with their scorecard, they say, this particular ministry has made it 80, 90, 75, all those A-level, A marks. I don't see. Because if they see we Nigerians, we feel that aspect. At least somebody will look at and say, yeah, this aspect we have made. But that's my feeling on that. Thank you very much. God bless Nigeria.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chris, for your time this morning. All right, that's the most we can take for the review, and we'll be moving ahead to another segment. You don't go anywhere. Stick around.
Hello and welcome to Rebound on Signature Television. I am Godwin Sunday. Here is the Rebound for the week. On Monday, we interviewed Jude Ilo on his recently published work, I Am, It Is Impossible Influencing Change in Nigeria. Take a look.
People understand the concept of change in various ways, but I think he captures it moving from one point to another. It doesn't necessarily have to be forward, it could also be backwards. So I think the universe is in a constant flow of change, so to say, because nothing remains the same. So I do agree with him to the extent that it's about going from one point to another point. But of course, in the context of the work we do, it is about going from one point to a better point.
It has to be better for it to be changed.
It has to be better for it to be good change.
Good, because because I also know that some people walk back.
Yes, yes.
Is a kind of change, but a negative change. So you came out with this book, It Is Possible, Influencing Change in Nigeria. What informed your decision, to come out with a book like this?
It's a product of frustration. So
frustration?
Yes.
How do you mean?
Yes. So that's the interesting part. So the reality is that working in this space of the development space and working in a place like Nigeria or in Africa, and over the years trying to see how we can get reforms to happen, how we get government to behave differently, how we get the lives of people to be better, there is a general sense of frustration that comes with it, because it looks like the more you put in, the more the sad stories come out. So in my head, I was also at the point where I was wondering, was it all worth it? What are we actually doing? Because the people, the communities that we serve, don't appear to be better off than they were when we started. And so I started having this internal debates in my head, where it was like a kind of a debate between despondency and optimism. But it also allowed me to look at what has happened over the years, what has worked, what has not worked. And it became clear to me that there are a lot of positives that we can actually look at. And of course there are negatives. But the negatives do not suggest that change is impossible. It rather suggests to me that change is difficult. The positives then suggest to me that change is possible, because if in little corners it can happen, then of course it can go up in big waves. So that is on a personal level. But of course there were other external circumstances that gave rise to this book. One was the conversation I had with the Ford Foundation in West Africa, when they were doing their strategic New Year strategy session, and they said, we want to interrogate how we can better use our funding to ensure change. And as part of that conversation, I facilitated a session for them where we looked at a number of case studies just to see how movements were successful or how programs were successful and the ones that were not successful. And when we finished, it was such an illuminating exercise that they felt their grantees and their partners needed to be part of that kind of thinking process, just to re-examine and reflect on the work they've been doing. And so we had a kind of a country-wide engagement with roughly about 50 to 60 CEOs, leaders of NGOs across the country, asking the question, how does change happen and how can you make it happen? So from all of that and my own personal research and my own personal debate, I felt there was something to share. And I didn't want to do it in a technical way. So hence the primer. So something that is introductory, basic, sharing some of those ideas and inviting people to start reflecting a bit more on the strategic impact of the work they do, rather than just the immediate output or immediate gratification, so to say. So I'm a trained lawyer, and the biggest grief you can give me is to say that I write like a lawyer, because sometimes we write as lawyers and we don't communicate. And over the years, I've worked as an advocate, engaging with policymakers, the public, young people, old people. And if there's something I've learned, is that anything you can't explain to a 10-year-old, you're doing a terribly bad job in communication. Secondly, I don't like unnecessarily technical books, okay? Because the people who you want to apply this into their daily lives are just everyday people. So the idea was to make sure that any 10-year-old who picks up this book can read through it. Is to make sure that any expert who picks up this book will find something in it. So it was a tricky balance, But it does appear from the feedback we've received that we were able to achieve that because we simply just told stories and analyzed those stories in a way that it is easy for everybody to get. The second thing again is that people are busy. We know that there are lots of literature out there, social media, all of those things. The target again is that in 3 hours, if you're waiting in an airport lobby, you can finish this book before you board your flight. If you're a kid, you come back from school in the evening, you can read 4 or 5 chapters before you go to sleep. So it's, yes, to your point, it's a very serious conversation. But it's also in the seriousness of that conversation that it dissuades people from getting involved in it because, oh, it's technical, it's change. And so by breaking it down and making it simple, we're also inviting people to embrace that interrogation of how change happens, but also in a way that is easy to read and to understand and to critique, because we also got some very good feedback from people who are saying, oh, but you should have said this, or I don't agree with this. Making sure that we have that conversation across the spectrum. Young, old, learned, unlearned, anybody can interact with the book.
On Tuesday, Kole Shetima left no stone unturned as he spoke about the 30th anniversary of the MacArthur Foundation. Take a look.
The foundation, which has its headquarters in Chicago, have been making grants into Nigeria to Nigerian organizations since 1986. And then in 1994, it decided to open an office, first of all in Ibadan in 94. And when the military exited Abuja, then we moved the office here to Abuja as show of our solidarity and support in our things. I think that first of all to say that it is worthwhile because the MacArthur Foundation believes in supporting Nigerians. So for example, during the military period, when many organizations were running out of the country and closing or operating from outside of the country, actually that was the time that the MacArthur Foundation decided to open an office in Nigeria because many people thought that there was no need for them to be around because of the atrocities of the authoritarianism of the military regime at that time. And I think that our investment over the years have been in various aspects of our work. When we started in 94, our program was primarily around population and reproductive health. And even in that one, we were only focusing on supporting individuals who are doing great work in their own communities and supporting them to do a better work. So that was really the work that we are doing. Then eventually, I think we moved on to having a program in the Niger Delta, which at that time, as we all know, was a hotbed of Nigeria because of all the activities of oil companies and the restive communities and a number of the exploitative activities happening in the Niger Delta at that time. So we started a program on the Niger Delta. From there, then, we had a full-blown human rights program, which was much more expanded in order to support all the human rights groups and organizations that have been working and campaigning for democracy in the country. And then we had a higher education program at some point, which is to support, Nigerian universities at that time. And that lasted for about 12, 13 years. And then we had a girls' secondary school education program also. Which was also just supporting girls to go to school and others. But I think by 2015, I think the foundation decided to move on to another program, and that was the work we started doing around advancing accountability and reducing corruption in Nigeria. I will say that over the last 30 years plus of our physical presence in Nigeria, I think it has been a very, very productive and very, I think, worthwhile investment that the foundation has made on Nigeria, on Nigerians in time to try to improve the quality of lives of Nigerians. Yeah, so what happened interestingly was that at that time, what we did was to do a public opinion poll and ask people, Nigerians, what is the most important thing that you think the foundation should do in Nigeria? Now, at that time, the first issue they said was insecurity in 2014, 2015. And if you remember, that was the height of Boko Haram atrocities across the country. It was not only limited to the northeast, but those of us who were in Abuja, we could remember not going to the mosques, not going to the church, not going into the offices and other things. So I could understand why people felt that fighting insecurity or supporting the fight against insecurity was the number one thing. But the number two thing they said was accountability. They said that, look, if we want to do anything in this country, we must fight corruption and we must advance accountability. So based on our own analysis of the situation, then we decided to take the second option that the Nigerian focused on, which was on anti-corruption and advancing accountability. Now, when we say advancing accountability and reducing corruption, what does that mean really? So what we did in the first phase of the program, in the first phase of the program, were 7 things that we tried to do. One, we look at education sector. So we said, okay, in the education sector, one element of the work that we should do is how do we strengthen the UBEC fund? So you know that 2% of our funds actually goes to UBEC. It's our national budget, and that the aim was that we can use that money in order to improve basic education in the country. So we thought that, okay, how can we strengthen government institutions like UBEC at the national level as well as at the state level to be able to deliver on the mandate that they have been given by the government. But at the same time, we also support civil society groups and organizations and saying that, look, UBEC, let's say Y state, has developed a work plan, and the work plan says that we are going to build X number of schools, X number of this and that and that. Can you follow up and see whether those specifications are done or not? Or you go to your classroom and the classroom is supposed to have X number of windows, this is the dimension of the windows, this is the ceiling and other things. Go and check whether the contractor, according to work, has complied with the work plan also. So we try to support both civil society organizations who do the monitoring of what is being done, as well as the UBEC system, so that the system can also deliver on its own. So our assumption is not to say that, oh, government people are bad people, that they are just chopping the money and other things. No, the first assumption is that every one of us wants to do good thing. How can we support people to do the good thing that they want to do? Now we also look at electricity, because we know that power, energy is critical in this country. So we said, okay, why don't we also look at the private sector? So and see how is this deregulation that has happened with all the electricity distribution company, how are they pairing? How are they doing? How are they ensuring that consumers get the services that not consumers but customers get what they deserve, what they paid for? How are we ensuring safety and the protection of the public in terms of the electricity system that we provide? So these are 3 elements. Now, then there are the 4 elements that have continued in 2.0. One of them is around the criminal justice system. So we thought, okay, how do we strengthen our administration criminal justice system so that it becomes a little bit more functional and better, so that we don't have this like 20 years of delay of cases that happened, so that we don't have a system whereby the rich people will hire 30, 40 sons, and then they'll come to a magistrate who have just graduated from university, and then they'll come and intimidate that person with all their wigs and other things. So how do we make our system much more fairer and better so that justice is served on time to people and other things?
On Wednesday, Nigerian citizens cry out on over high electricity tariff and the collapse of the national grid. Take a look.
Increment of tariff is a very serious issue. This business I'm managing here now, formerly a tariff of 10,000 naira will sustain me 2 weeks and above. But a tariff of 10,000 naira now doesn't take me up to 4 days. If you can see the fridges now functioning, only 2 fridges functioning now, because I switch other ones off. Because immediately I on all the fridges, the tariff of 10,000 naira will not take me up to 2 days. It's affecting the business. The profit margin we are making in the business goes to the tariff.
It's affecting me badly because now that they've reduced everything to 4 point something kilowatt per 1,000 naira, is really affecting me badly. Before 5,000 naira will go a long way, like 2 weeks. But now, even 2 days, it will be shaking. So it's affecting me badly.
Me personally, it's very hard on me because I can't use most of my equipment at home, like especially my cooker. If I want to cook, like I had to wait till I was able to buy like charcoal because I can't use light anymore. I can't iron my dress, I can't iron my uniform, nothing at all. So like the increment is really hard. Mostly on me. I don't know about other, but me, yeah, it's very hard. And I believe I'm not just the only one. It's affecting everybody. Because if it's only me, I'll say, okay, let me try someone else. But because it's affecting me, I believe that there are so many people too under the kind of my categories that is also affecting. So the increment is way too much. So if the government should please help us to bring down not just the tariff and everything happening in the society, is way bigger than us.
Let me start with the business. Okay, I can remember when we do like 5,000 and it will last for a month, almost a month. But now 5,000 naira is not going anywhere. Like most of the times you have to off some things. Like now our fan is currently off. The 2 iron, one is off and one is on because we are managing the meter. Even in my house is like I used to manage some things at home. I really don't own everything at the same time. It's either I'm making use of the fridge and my iron is not on. Maybe the iron is on, the light bulb is not on, and the rest of it. That's how I used to manage it. So the price is really not going to my budget. Is way too much.
The worst thing where government will do, adding money, putting another tariff on top of the one where they pay. That's what they do for fuel also. Because this thing where they see now, as they don't add this one, they plan to add another one. And that another one where they add, they go see add another one. Now so they go add. The country go see collapse. Because people who are inside the country are not happy. Everybody they vex. There won't be some people there for the country who they pay the money. But now we were there inside the suffer land. You know, poor masses. Now we be the poor masses where they talk about. So now we the suffer land. But anyway, no problem. We thank God for that.
It's really affecting because as I'm a fashion designer, and in terms of current, the current is not even good enough to carry my machines. And in terms of the machines we use, it's not able to carry. Some of the time we have to off some machines so that it can reach the other machine to use, and all those things. You know, based on the economy of the situation of Nigeria now, we have to work hard to gain more profit and income. So by the time the electricity is no more there, or it's not giving us what we want to gain the profit we want, it's going to affect us very, very well. So I will wish and appeal that we do something concerning the electricity.
On Thursday, the FCT resident decried Tinubu's position on PMS CNG's purchase. Take a look.
You know, at times we are not serious. He said the CNG, but you find there's a lot of critical conditions or a lot of rules that the government cannot take it, cannot hit the target. So the truth of the picture is that let him draw back like how Jonathan did. I don't care about subsidy. I don't benefit subsidy. I don't know who benefits subsidy. But let the administration of Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu touch the life of the common man so that he can leave a good legacy. In the day of judgment, he will answer yes or no to the God. But if they control with this administration, I don't think that they are going to paradise.
Like everything in Nigeria. At first, maybe when we started using, before we started with kerosene, they say we should go to gas. Gas is way cheaper. But we could all see what's happening now with the cooking gas. The same thing I'm feeling will happen to the CNG. Yes, you understand. Maybe 1 year, 2 years, we'll be buying very, very cheap. Then along the line, everything skyrockets, just as everything in Nigeria does. So, and if you check the amount it takes for you to convert your car from petrol to CNG, to me, I don't think it's worth it, because the Nigeria factor will definitely happen to it. If they say 200 naira for now, what will happen? Can they sustain it for a very long time? We are not certain about that. So, to me, I don't see any need for it. maybe they're just trying to push us to the CNG, then from there they hit us again.
I prefer the CNG to the fuel because I can be buying a fuel of 1,200 for a liter. You understand? 1,200 per liter. Then even like we now that is doing this type of work, if you buy fuel of 1,200, at times for you to even make your money, if you buy fuel of 10,000 naira, before you make that money from passengers, you pay by the grace of God. You understand? So that is it. And as you are driving, some other things are happening to your car. Just imagine like a tire now. You understand? You have some things that you have to go to motor parts and buy. So that is the problem. And everything are increasing every day. So if they can convert, if they can make it available, that's CNG from 200, 150, 100,000. I think it's terrible.
A lot. And people have been crying every day. I think our president will listen and do something. This country would have been better by now. But our president does not want to listen to us. He just wants to do what is in his mind to do. We don't have anything to do. We leave everything in the hands of God. God will sustain the poor. And God has been there for us, and He will continue to be there for us.
I'm begging the federal government, the president, to come to the aid of the Nigerians. If he has any way that is feeders, I wish that is better, please let them try and implement it because people are suffering. Once the fuel price goes high, many of the commodities will also influence. We are highly in inflation time now. Just like if there is a place there is a war, that is what, if there is a war. So war caused this kind of inflation, but there is no war. So each should try possible to bring down the cost of things down. And this fuel thing is one of the things we produce by ourselves. So, and I think we should work with Dangote and the other things so that the price can be better.
On Friday, we spoke about cabinet reshuffle and President Bola Tinubu's position on it. Take a look.
I do not think the timing is right because it's just like they say that Rome was not built in a day. You've given someone a mandate, a responsibility. I think the person should also be given the proper infrastructures, the enabling ground for that project to strive. You know, it's just like when you have a newborn baby. The baby doesn't just start running in a day. You know, there are stages. You have to crawl, you have to, you know, sit, crawl before you start walking. So I think it's actually quite too early to start appraising, you know, some of this ministry by the way it turned out. That's what I think. I think it's not the right time. I think the timing is not right for me. Although some people think that the timing is right because they believe that they should have done more. They expected to have seen more, you know, in terms of the changes, the transformation, the innovation, and the economic impact that these people that were brought into these ministries are supposed to have created. So some people feel they don't see that. But when you see someone who has a passion, you see the person building. You don't just stop a building halfway. And then, for me, I don't think the timing is right for the tourism, especially for the tourism industry, which is the part that I am more interested in. Of course, there are the elements that we can actually use is some of these elements that we're fighting for: culture, tourism, education. These are the angles, these are the aspects that we can actually use to build unity in diversity. By the time you educate people about unity, let them know the integrities of unity, the reasons why we have to live together as one, the reason why we have to be united, with the profits that being united can bring to us as a country, then people will have a mindset, you know, the right mindset now, and then there will be that attitudinal change, you know, in character that will make people understand that the next person is my brother. I have to share. I have to belong in the same social group. I don't have to discriminate. So when those things start happening, then we'll start getting it right. Another thing is tourism. That's one way of promoting unity. By the time you start moving people from one place to the other, you start exposing them to how other cultures are played. They get to learn about these people, get to learn about their culture. They'll be able to accept these people the way they are. Do you understand? Then that fight of no, it shouldn't be this way will not be there. You understand the person, and then you can, you know, work together in the same space, knowing that each person is unique in their own way. Not just because you want to tolerate them. No, you're not tolerating. You have to live in harmony together as one. So that is tourism. Then using cultural exchange, having all these festivals and things that make us go out to different communities to see what the community have to offer. Those are the things: cultural festivals, events and seminars, and symposiums and all that. These are the things that we use to build unity and diversity, especially the cultural festival, where you have different people coming in to display their different culture. You see the richness, you see the uniqueness, you get to understand them better. I think what we lack in this country is the understanding. When you understand people better, then you'll be able to, you know how to approach them, you know how to talk to them, you know how to be with them, you know how to live with them. So that's actually what we need in Nigeria.
On Saturday, Achari Okam spoke about women in business. Take a look.
I got to realize that modeling was seen as, first of all, high-class prostitution, and it wasn't something that I wanted to be associated with, because once I introduced myself as a model to someone I was having a real conversation with, this human, after really having conversation, great conversation, and I was like, yeah, I'm a model, and he just put his hand right on my lap. It was, wow. I'm like, what gave you that audacity to do that? And being in that space, it just, I felt, okay, there's a need to change people's orientation about models. That was one of the drive. And then when
All right, we're glad to have you back. This is the new day on Signature Morning or on Signature TV, and we'll be, moving ahead to another discussion. We'll be talking about the pediatric health in Nigeria. And joining us this morning is Dr. Obinna Chukwebuka Nduagobam. I hope I get that right. The senior lecturer and consultant pediatrician. Good morning and welcome, doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Viewers.
All right, so we're talking about pediatric health in Nigeria. How would you assess the current state of pediatrics in Nigeria now?
Well, that's for me, that's a very big question. The assessment will go in different directions. Depends on what the eye of the viewer. I wouldn't say we're doing badly with what we have at our disposal, because the scope of what a nation can do in terms of child health is dependent on what they have at their disposal. In terms of manpower, of course, a lot of our people are moving out, a lot of demand for our skills outside. And that means in terms of manpower development, in terms of numbers, we're not doing badly. But in terms of skills, rather, we're not doing badly. But in terms of the numbers of available skilled manpower, we're quite deficient. Okay, because of a lot of our skilled manpower is being pilfered. People are going out, so-called Japa syndrome. Okay, then coming down to available resources, equipment, okay, we're not also doing well in that angle. The world has moved way beyond where we are in terms of specialized aspects of pediatrics. Okay, we have our people that acquire the skills within and outside, and they don't have an enabling environment to actually put the skills to use. And so a good number of children that we should be able to save in our country, Nigeria, we're still battling with having to save them. Our intensive care for pediatrics still a very premature stage. Okay, you can count the number of hospitals that offer intensive care for pediatrics, for example. Also, our emergency pediatrics, yes, we're developing, but there are a lot of things that we don't have yet. And there are a lot of children that we should be able to save that we don't save. Then on the angle of preventive health, again, that is a lot of factors are in interplay. Okay, when you don't have adequate housing, you don't have good roads, you don't have electricity, you don't have potable water, all these things culminate into, poor preventive practices. And so we still have vaccine preventable diseases, we still have diseases that, we should be able to prevent in our country, still at the top list of the diseases that we have that kill our children in Nigeria. And these are unfortunate situations.
Amazingly, you've been able to cover the challenges and even some of the issues you are facing in this department. But I'd like to ask, you said it's that there are a lot of diseases affecting children. What is the most commonest that affects kids?
Well, commonly, even just like people tend to underrate, one of the commonest remains the malaria, the age-long malaria, which kills close to 500,000 children annually, globally.
Between the age of
0 to 5.
Wow.
And then Nigeria contributes a huge percentage of these numbers. We contribute close to 30% of this figure.
How so?
And that is worrisome. Okay, and so you talk about other diseases, you know, cholera, pneumonia, okay, diarrhea diseases, okay, and then of course HIV, tuberculosis. These are common diseases that kill our children. And a good number of times, preventive measures are there that can reduce their numbers, okay, and then there are treatment, modalities that are available and should be affordable, so that we can reduce the death rates.
You said 30% are from...
More than 30% of the deaths recorded from malaria are attributed
to Nigeria.
To Nigeria, yes.
So what role, you talked about vaccination before, what role do you think vaccination play in, improving health, and how effective are Nigeria's immunization programs, in terms of playing that role right now?
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very good one. Well, vaccines. In fact, vaccines are one of the foremost and the most impactful, development that has happened in the world of health. Okay, since the advent of vaccines in the world has been able to reduce death, morbidity, and mortality from vaccine-related diseases. You can go back years back when it was the era of smallpox, okay, and then all the other vaccine-preventable diseases that vaccines have helped us to significantly, drastically reduce their numbers in terms of the numbers that come down with them, and then the morbidity and mortality that occur, even for those that eventually come down with them. So vaccine is the single most important intervention that has happened in health worldwide. And so when we come down to vaccines generally, the Nigerian schedule, which is the National Program on Immunization, yes, a lot has happened, okay, a lot of vaccines are there, but there are also a lot of criticisms that have come up. Okay, one is the need for booster doses, because we've realized that some children will have the available doses within the schedule, National Program Immunization schedule, and they still come down with the disease. Okay, that was what led to the second dose of measles. Usually first dose of measles is at 9 months.
Yes.
So second dose was introduced in 2018 between 15 to 23 months. And that was because they realized that a good number of children, even after having received the first dose of measles at 9 months, they still come down with measles. Even though it may be milder, but they still come down with measles later on. And so the program introduced the second dose, okay, so that they can improve the herd immunity to at least 85%. So we actually need booster doses of some other vaccines, okay, that can help us to increase the level of protection that our Nigerian schedule provides.
Could you mention those vaccines? Really?
Okay, so now we're talking about the Penta, okay? The Penta has 5 vaccines in it, okay? Now, those illnesses that those vaccines are supposed to protect, okay, you still find children that may come down with them, because the number of doses we have within our schedule still give room for some children to come down with it, okay? So, but we have more booster doses. For each booster dose you give, you increase the percentage protection that a vaccine gives. So associations like Pediatric Association of Nigeria, PAN, had actually some years back came up with what they propose should be a schedule. And that schedule they expect will incorporate more booster doses of most of these vaccines, and will stretch up to much later on in life, 15 years or more, so that we're able to take proper protection of these children up to later, childhood. Okay. Now we realize that a good number of children, rather what we have in our MPI, before the second dose of measles was introduced, there was virtually nothing we give outside the first year of life. If a child receives the 9 months vaccine and goes home, nothing else. And we know what happens when they come to receive their vaccines, what we call the well child clinic, where they receive their vaccines. The nurse or the health worker there We'll also check their weight, check their height, ask more questions about the child, identify issues on that child, and if where necessary, make appropriate referral to a specialist who can now treat that child. But a situation where we don't have more of such exposures, opportunities for that child to come, receive booster doses, which will offer high percentage protection, and also offer the health work opportunity to identify issues on that child as the child grows. Then it robs us of that opportunity to identify health issues early, health issues that the mother may consider little or may not even know the importance. So at that point, such children are missed. It's only when they now come down with full-blown illness or they are at the point of death that the mother may realize, oh, there's a problem. At that point, things that could have been curbed earlier are lost. Okay, so with what PAN is proposing, if it's implemented, okay, we'll have better protection, we'll have better, we'll derive better benefits or higher benefits from our program. But you see the challenge is, we're still dependent on donors for our vaccines. Okay, some other countries have moved, they actually support their vaccines, okay? Some even try to have facilities that can produce some of these vaccines within, okay, and some medications within their countries. But it's not the same here. So we're dependent heavily on donors, and some vaccines, okay, that some other countries have adjusted, we're still saying, oh, we're receiving donor funds and we're still managing, and it shouldn't really be. I don't think our country is that poor. Okay, and when a group of specialists like PAN, has proposed something from their wealth of knowledge and all that, it should actually be given some priority. It should be looked at and considered. So yes, a lot of vaccines have come in, okay, like what we have for rotavirus came in, second dose of measles has come in. Okay, there's a lot of talk about HPV, human papilloma virus vaccine, okay, which we know 9 to 14 years majorly, okay. But I know that we can do a lot better than where we are.
Okay, so I want to take you back to, we'll still come back to vaccine, but I want to take you back to the challenges. You've mentioned a lot of challenges, and you've, of course, I want to believe that you reached out to the federal government for help, the Ministry of Health and all of that. But how has the government responded to these emergencies?
Well, government, just like in every other sector in our country, the response, you can look at it from different angles, because one is not what is said, it's not by statements, it's about action. So when you look at our budget for health as a country, and you compare that with what it should be, you realize that we are far below where it should be. We're still talking about single-digit percentage for health budget. And that tells us where we place health as a nation. Okay, and then when we look at our health insurance coverage, that's another area where we encourage, even if federal government hasn't been very, hasn't come out fully the way they should, states should take it up. I remember some years back, we, under PEPFAR, under what do they call it? The program we had in ENUGU, Part 2. Okay. Part 2 came up with PPP arrangements. Okay. And for vaccines, they had a lot of views, as well as other areas of health. They had views about what could be considered so that health can be made available to people. People can access health. Okay, but some of these things come up, good ideas, but they don't see the light of the day. Okay, so when it comes to what is budgeted for health, okay, health coverage, universal health coverage, we talked about community-based health insurance. Okay, we also have state health insurance scheme. How effective is it? What is the percentage coverage? Can an ordinary businessman in the market access health care in our health institutions in the state using health insurance? So if we made it mandatory on the health insurance document, it is compulsory. Now the next thing is implementation. Okay, every single individual in the state or in the country above 18 years should be contributors to the health insurance in one way or the other. Okay, and every child, every person in the country or in the state should be able to access health insurance. And the benefit of health insurance, it borders on pooled funds, where there is a pooled fund to support those that can, even you that is contributing and you are so big, you want to go abroad, there are certain things that can happen to you that may not even give you opportunity to buy that ticket and travel abroad. There are things that can, within 24, 48 hours. Malaria, for example, can kill a child within 24 hours. So why wouldn't you have an effective health insurance coverage that offers the benefits to all and sundry? It can contribute dependent on what you generate. Even a vegetable seller in the market can contribute to the health insurance package. It could be 20 naira, it could be 15 naira. But all you know is that there are basic illnesses that should be covered. And when we have that pool of fund and it is big enough, we can actually expand the range of what we have currently. Currently, we have some illnesses that may still look quite basic, but it's not covered by the health insurance. You have to pay out of pocket. Okay, and then instances where you go to and you can't even have any meaningful drug. They'll be giving you drugs that are the very cheap ones that they are even not so certain. And they'll tell you that's what the coverage can, that's what the health insurance can cover.
Yeah.
So in other places where it's working well, you can do major surgeries with your health insurance cover. You can access any drug you want with your health insurance cover. And that is what we should be aiming towards. So everybody, having made it mandatory on paper, it should actually be compulsory in real action.
So how are pediatricians in Nigeria, dealing with the high rate of infectious disease? Because yesterday, from one of our newspapers, we heard that, we got that there's an increase in the kwashiorkor in children right now. But these are the things that we rarely see, we rarely hear about. But right now, it's being in the increase. And you can attribute it to malnutrition, you can attribute it back and trace it back to high rates of or cost of living in Nigeria. So how are the pediatricians dealing with these rates, these high rates of infections, different infections among children?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I must tell you that I work in Children Emergency Room in Parkland. I'm the unit head before I became the head of department. And I realized that, in fact, since middle of last year or thereabout, there has been an upsurge in the number of malnourished children we see in Children Emergency Room. In fact, in Children Emergency Room, let me not start quoting, let me use what we see on ground, not just what is on paper, statistics here and there. We realize that close to half of every patient that comes into Children Emergency Room have one form of malnutrition or the other. Be it moderate acute malnutrition or severe acute malnutrition or chronic malnutrition or what we call hidden hunger, micronutrient deficiencies. And we know that this malnutrition, what do they cause? They make a child more susceptible to diseases. And when a child is malnourished and has an additional illness, the likelihood of a bad outcome from that illness is increased several folds by the presence of malnutrition in that child. And so when you have a child that is malnourished and that child comes in ill, there are several factors. You also look at the nutritional status of the parents, look at their socioeconomic background, okay? What job are they doing? What is their economic indices around them? What is the educational background? Okay, these are the things that perpetuate poverty. And then harsh economic and political conditions we have within and outside the country, particularly within the country. And so malnutrition is a very big problem that has changed the landscape, the outcome of our patients in different aspects, both those in the emergency room, those in the wards, and what have you. Now, the Association of Nigeria, PAN, has an advisory role. Okay, as an association, just like every other association that advocates for the rights of children, okay, they advocate and they try to interact, they try to come in with views, they come up with their statistics, their data, and they try to advocate for the rights of children. But one thing is to advocate. Another thing is that your advocacy may not see the light of the day. It may not bring about a change. But you don't stop advocating, and that's what PAN does largely. So PAN there is a pool of specialists handling child health, children, and they come up with suggestions, they come up with advocacies, they come up with advisories to government. But whether they utilize that or not is something that we all can answer. In most cases, they are not really utilized, and that is where the issue is. Okay, so we now look at what do we do. A good number of pediatricians go to hospital with money in their pockets and they go home empty. I can tell you that as a pediatrician, children emergency where I work. if you go to certain hospital with money in your pocket, you know the kind of person you are, how hard your heart is, that you go with money and go back with that money or part of it. And you got to a level where people now go, pediatricians now go seeking for help from NGOs, individuals, philanthropists, so to see how they can raise money to support those. A patient will come to the hospital without a kobo. You cannot buy a card for you to even write. You can, when you finish writing, after you've bought card for the person cannot provide the basics. So that's how bad it is. Now you look at what the child is eating, you realize that that is not compatible with life. You know, as we may look at it, it may sound funny, but we heard about this. We had the story of a woman that gave her children poultry feed.
Yes.
Probably that may be someone that works in a poultry, because even poultry feed is not cheap. That may be a woman that works in a poultry and, you know, of course, took some and went home and fed the children with it. That tells you how bad it is. So malnutrition has increased. The figures we had in our country, in our state, as at 2017-18, is different from what we have now. It's approaching close to 40. We'll talk about 17-21% some 3-4 years ago, but it's far beyond that as we speak. And that is how bad it is.
Okay, so let's talk about vaccine now. Just a few weeks ago, we heard that we've been giving from World Health Organization, about 800,000 plus vaccine for malaria for 0 to 5. And you said that's the most, that's the age range for which the mortality rate is high for malaria deaths. Now, I want to get your perspective on that first before I move on with my question.
Okay, yes, that's a very good one. 846,000 units, and then additional 154,000 should have come in yesterday, according to the Ministry of Health. I need to confirm if you are right. So we're expecting a 1 million vials or units. Okay, so the malaria vaccine has been something that has been, the struggle to get a malaria vaccine has been on for over 30 years. Okay, and part of the reason why there was a challenge in coming up to a vaccine is because of the multi-stage nature of the parasite. So it was difficult for you to pin it down easily. Okay, but we now have two different vaccines, what we call the RTS-S and then the R21. Okay, the RTS-S is commonly known as the mosquitoes. Okay, and all these target the sporozoites. The sporozoites are a particular stage of the parasite, which is one of the initial infective stages.
That organization,
so as they come out to begin to cause their processes, they are destroyed by what the vaccine has done. So the vaccine, when it's given, what does it do? It stimulates the body to produce immune cells against those sporozoites. Okay, so when the mosquito bites the person and introduces the parasites, as they go through their stages and then come out in the bloodstream to start the clinical signs and symptoms, the antibodies that are produced by the body in response to that vaccine that was given will now clear those sporozoites. So it's a welcome development. Countries like Kenya and Malawi, they started theirs earlier, I think last year or so, and they had very wonderful outcome from it. They had up to 75% decline in cases of severe malaria. They had over 13 to 30% decrease in the percentage of overall mortality in children less than 5 years in these countries. So Nigeria's case will not be different. Nigeria, based on our population, which is actually supposed to be a blessing, is also now showing in our figures in most of these illnesses. So with your population, and we have a high population of young people, including the under 5s. So anything going wrong in any of these populations will reflect in high numbers. That is what Nigeria has always suffered. And that is why we always should benefit maximally from interventions that are there. So the malaria vaccine is a very welcome development. It's a very good thing. In fact, I've not heard of any complications or any negative outcomes from malaria vaccine. And children that have had that, countries that have introduced that, have done very well. What we should not be talking about is that the KB and Bayelsa they are talking about, they're introducing it to, of course, we know they looked at their high prevalence and all that. and say, let them start. And then they looked at their pool, their population, target population, it was close to that 1 million. So they said, okay, let's use that and see what the effect it will have on those two states. So with about 18 million to 20 million vaccines currently, and the way things are going, the world should be looking at about 80 to 100 million vaccines in the next couple of years, between now and 2030. Okay, because the vaccine will actually do a lot in the malarial struggle. But the vaccine alone, the vaccine is not alone in the struggle. Other things have to come in.
Yeah. So
when you say other things, what other things?
So other things will be, one, our old and reliable net use. Nets.
Okay, that's the mosquito net itself.
Yes,
okay.
long-lasting insecticide-treated nets. It must come and it must be available, and people must be encouraged to use it. And part of the problems we have with that is that you see parents that don't like to use nets. And when you don't use net as a parent, you don't encourage your children to use their nets.
But how about that argument that people say it causes rashes and itches on their body?
Well, the net will not cause rash. For those that have allergies, if you have allergy to the insecticide impregnated in the net, yes, you can have can react to it, the skin rash, you can have cough, catarrh,
readiness
and
of
all
eyes,
that,
yes.
allergic symptoms. Now, what I would suggest for those that have allergy, one is that if you air the net, okay, not outside, not in the sun, but within,
Oh, so the proper way is not in the sun?
Yes, no, it's not supposed to be the sun. You're supposed to air it, but not under the sun. Okay. When you air it, and then you start using that, it helps, reduces that likelihood of having those allergies. Secondly, but if you still have allergies to them, then it's better you use plain nets, not the one with insecticide treated, because if you don't use nets at all, you're fully giving mosquitoes, full access to yourself. Okay, so other things, of course, will be our indoor spraying, residual indoor spraying. Okay, vector controls generally. That's an area, because it's a very expensive thing. Vector control is an area we're not doing well as a country. Okay, we're still relying more on anti-malarial, providing artesunates for severe malaria, sharing mosquito nets, and so on and so forth. But even that mosquito net use, we need to create more awareness on it. We need to make it more available. A couple of instances, people have these nets, but they don't distribute them well enough, or it goes into the wrong hands, right down to the grassroots, people that need them. Okay, so actually checking the spread or the distribution of these facilities is also very important. Availing hospitals, PHCs, general hospitals, teaching hospitals with available medicines. Almost all the states have distributed anti-malarials, injectables, and so on, and orals. They should get those anti-malarial available.
Just in 1 minute, because of time, before we'll let you go. As a consultant pediatrician, what measures do you think should be in place to reduce infant mortality rates in Nigeria?
Well, this is another topic altogether. But
just
we'll try to scratch it as much as possible. Prevention, they say, remains the most important thing. Because we are not so advanced, even in the advanced world where they have all the facilities for intensive care and all that, prevention still remains the bedrock. Okay, so when you talk about those preventive measures, you realize that it's multi-sectorial. Okay, when a pregnant woman cannot access good roads, pregnant woman goes to a private PHC or general hospital and there's nobody there, it's closed. When there's no drinking water, potable water, don't have electricity to even preserve medications and vaccines, there are a lot of issues. So it's a multi-sectorial. You now look at, now they narrow it down to the health sector. Okay, we looked at the PHCs and we see that their functionality is in question. They lack manpower, they lack basic equipment and tools, they lack access. Sometimes you go to a PHC, they tell you that the chew there delivered, and so the hospital is closed. So people have to travel from a village to a teaching hospital to access healthcare. So we must look at how to have health workers that can run contiguous health facilities. If you have 3 PHCs that are in close proximity, you can situate a building for a doctor, equip a building, even if it's a bungalow, equip it, provide light there, let him be able to live there with his family, willing persons, pay him as per state level. Let him be able to run those contiguous primary healthcare facilities. He will train the manpower there because they will learn from him. He will be available to take deliveries. Okay, and mortality, because these deaths you are talking about, they're not mainly in our towns. They are largely in our rural environments. The newborns, the same thing. So when we look at deliveries, you look at how deliveries are conducted, the skills are not there. So we need to bring skilled manpower closer to the rural environment. And that is one key thing that we need to do. It's not just to equip the facility and let it be devoid of skills. It must be accessible. The facilities must be there. The manpower that can drive those facilities have to be there. The confidence of the people on those facilities have to be re-established. Because of what happens at those levels, people don't go there. So every single malaria, respiratory tract infection, cough and catarrh, they will go to teaching hospital. And then that is now distorting the health pyramid, which should be bottom heavy and top light. But we now have an opposite. You have everybody going to teaching hospital to go and access treatment for malaria because the primary healthcare facilities are not functional.
Thank you so much.
So it's a very big topic which I think we may consider for another day.
Of course. We'll have a segment entirely for health that would handle this. So thank you very much for coming in, Dr. Obin, a senior lecturer and consultant pediatrician. Thank you very much for this insight.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Yeah. You can find this interview on our social media platform. You can find it on our website at www.signaturetv.org and on our YouTube channel. Of course, you can find the excerpts as well on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and TikTok as well. We'll see you after this. We'll have another conversation lined up for you. You want to stay tuned for what's coming next.
Since 1960, when we got independence, under the leadership of Zik and Awolowo, Sardauna Sokoto, Tafawa Balewa, things were in order. I was a very young person that time. Independence was something that we celebrated in a very big way during that time. After some years, we went to the military regime. Are you getting the point? Yes. There things begin to wobble from one year to another, the rest of it all. Since then, I don't think there is any improvement. Yes, there is no improvement. Yeah, we enjoy. At least after 10 years of independence, or if not 20 years, since then, nothing has changed. Nothing. We have not even. In fact, we are not be able to say we are now Nigerians that got independence, 1st of October, 1960. Nothing to show for it. Nothing practically to show for it. Hunger, poverty, sickness. Hospitals, no drugs. Talk about electricity, that one is 0/100. Are you getting the point? Potable water to drink is out of the game. Look at the oil subsidy that they removed. See where he plunged Nigerians into. No food, nothing. You hold 10,000 naira, you only buy have penta or gari. Where are we? We say that we are the giant of Africa. Where is the giant of Africa? Where we don't have anything to show for it. Our economy in Shabo is finished, it's dried.
For me, I'm not feeling anything for the celebration because Nigeria is really, really messed up as it stands now. There is nothing good in Nigeria, especially in the leadership system. Everything is falling. Look at the fuel price and the commodities in the market. It's very expensive. Celebrating, what's there to celebrate Nigeria independence when the poor masses can barely afford or to meet up their end living? So for me, the 64th independence Nigeria is celebrating is nothing to write home about. I'm not feeling excited because the country is already messed up already.
Nobody is enjoying the country anymore. The politicians, they are not after the poor masses. They are just enjoying doing their thing, only them alone. Even us boys now, we don't have work, no work in the streets. How will you? I don't have much to tell you about Nigeria anymore because I'm tired of Nigeria to be a Nigerian self.
We have a lot of issues about the economy in the country, and I don't see it befitting, to celebrate Independence Day. Because they're talking about the light issue. I think that they promised to exist at 24 hours light, but definitely we are not seeing it at all. Okay, like in my era right now, we don't have light. So we kind of we plead, so that they will kind of treat the masses well, and we should have good government in this country. Because apart, like what I've seen in the past years until now, we have been.
Welcome back. We have another interesting conversation. I mean, let's talk about language, culture, art, and development. How is this, evolved over the years? A lot of people have questions and concerns saying that probably because of Nigeria, we're too much, the culture is too much, the languages are too much. That's why we're having a lot of issues and all of that. But no, we want to look at it in a different perspective today. We want to get from an expert who's going to be discussing this conversation, language, culture, art, and development, how it is an advantage to us than a disadvantage. We have in the studio with us Professor Uchenna Pamela Vasa. I hope I'm pronouncing it well.
You are.
Okay. She's a professor of Spanish and Afro-Hispanic Studies. So it's amazing to have you here with us in the studio this morning.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I must confess, you look fantabulous.
Oh, well,
I'm just going to put it out there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, that makes me feel very good.
You're welcome. So language, culture, art, and development. Tell us about it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me. So just wanted to say that I'm adding one extra language to the list.
That's amazing.
Because we're looking at an international language. We're looking at Spanish. And so we happen to be an outfit that have decided to add one more language to the Nigerian scene. For what reason? For several reasons, actually. Spanish is spoken by almost 500 million people worldwide. And so I think that if we wanted to be competitive in the global market, I think it makes sense for us to learn Spanish. Okay. Second objective is the fact that in the Caribbean and Latin America, you have millions of African descended people who speak Spanish. And part of our program is to make sure that Nigeria gets to know who these people are. So two main objectives. One, bring an awareness of Spanish cultures. And the second objective, bring awareness of the Spanish-speaking African diaspora.
Amazing. So, can you speak a little bit of Spanish to me?
Claro que sí. Buenos días a todos ustedes.
Okay.
Oh my God. That was really good.
We want you to interpret what you
Okay, I just said good morning to every one of you.
That was really amazing. I must confess.
Amazing.
So, okay, we've had this issue, we've had this school of thought from some set of people saying that because Nigeria is a big country, has a lot of language in it, a lot of culture and all of that, is the reason why this diversified. What's your take on this and what's your perspective on this?
If handled properly, there's nothing wrong with diversity. I think it's a good thing. But if it's not handled properly, diversity can be a source of dissension, source of problems and acrimony and things like that. So diversity is a good thing. The more the language, the more the merrier. Language means culture, or has some kind of there's a link between language and culture. And culture is also very important. But once you begin to look at other languages as something less than, or if you begin to look at other cultures as something less than, then that creates a problem. But going back to Spanish, what we're actually looking at is the fact that all those African descended peoples in the Caribbean and Latin America came from what used to be known as the Bight of Biafra and the Bight of Benin. So they have a lot of Nigerian background, and you know that there's a lot of Ancestry.com going on, people trying to figure out where they come from, and many of them are finding their roots in places in Nigeria. Someone actually came back and realized that, which was quite interesting, that her forefathers came from Borno State. You know, that would not be an area one thinks about, but clearly that's what the Ancestry.com says. So for those people who have made those connections, they're excited to come to a vibrant country like Nigeria. The vibrancy of Nigeria is the fact that it's got multiple cultures and multiple languages. And if they end up in Borno or in Lagos or in ENUGU, it's value added. It's nothing taken away, because they understand that Nigeria from the outside world is a vibrant place because of the multiplicity of languages and cultures.
So let's look at language, culture, and art. You know, right now people say culture is dynamic, but I'm looking at the development. As we evolve through the years, are we seeing positivity in terms of development, or people are, you know, beginning to turn back at their culture, at their language, and the way they do things in terms of art and all of that? Or do you think the development is actually improving in that art?
Well, if I kind of understand what you're asking me, so I think that so coming to Nigeria for this project, you know, that we're doing here, I see something quite remarkable, which is the fact that there is an embracing of the Igbo culture. And sometimes people would say to me, so what, I speak English a lot, so where do you fall within the framework? So the fact that people are recognizing the greatness of the heritage of the Igbo people, I think it's a good thing. So it's a backward look for a forward development. So you get to know who you are, embrace who you are to be able to move forward. If you don't do that, then you're kind of caught in this circle of, so what am I? And sometimes, and many times, we've asked ourselves the questions, who am I? What am I? But coming to Nigeria and seeing the fact that people are saying, Ndibo, my heritage, my language, I think that that's a very good step in the right direction.
Right now, religion is kind of playing a very great role in terms of, you know, changing the cultural understanding in Nigeria right now. Do you think that, I mean, people, they call us Gen Z, well, we're beginning to see some of these cultural activities and practices as kind of obsolete. We don't need them anymore. We need to evolve. We need to move ahead. We need to find development elsewhere. What is your take on that?
Well, I'm not Gen Z, so, but I think that, and culture is not static. Whatever you think of culture, it evolves. It's always evolving. I'm sure that you know, my grandmother in the village would probably look at things differently, and she might be saying this is horrible and things like that. But nevertheless, that's the way it is. So the Gen Z generation is entitled to developing the culture within